Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Welcome to the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Wetherell building in momentum. He drives again. Best shot of the three. A square drive out to the right. Stokes warms to his work. Wetherell back to cut. Pass point for 4. They are leaving the bat with relish. Pass bowls. Wetherell pulls with authority out into the deep. What he will get to do is raise his bat for the first time in Test cricket. That has been a most classy half-century. Pass bowls. Oh, the chip up off the top edge, over the keeper, and down to the side screen for 4. It means Marnus Labuschagne, whose appetite for runs is growing, reaches 50 again in this series. Up is Atkinson to him, and Smith plays back into the offside, out to backward point, yet again for a single, for a half-century for the acting captain. He has always relished playing against England. Green backs away his bowls. Madness. Cass has bowled the Yorker, having already seen Green back away once. I'm absolutely stunned by that in Test match.
That's poor batting, isn't it? He's thrown that away.
So Cass storming in, bowls to Smith, who pulls it around the corner in the air.
Got it.
He's been caught.
Oh my goodness me! What a catch that is!
What a catch!
Will Jacks.
Full dive to the right and backward square. Launched himself, and to great delight, England have struck back. Suddenly it's 5 down.
That is one of the greatest catches I've ever seen. England fired up, the Barmy Army all on their feet. This is on now.
150 runs have been scored in the session. 3 wickets lost. Lisa Ford to defend the last ball of it. Australia closed day 2 with a 44-run lead.
Australia will be happy to come back tomorrow knowing that Alex Carey's playing really well.
Full credit to the batters that, even though they got out, they still put a lot of pressure back on and got us in a position like we are now before a new ball to be 50 in front, which is great.
Australia takes the lead, but one nightmare over cost the hosts the chance to take full control. That task now rests with Alex Carey to absorb the sunlight hours and set up the assault under lights. Archer bowls again to head. He's edged it, and he's been dropped by Jamie Smith. Diving in front of first slip. Oh boy, you'd expect him to take it. Pass around the wickets. Now he tried to bunt it. He's bunted it to gully, and it's been dropped. Duckett on the move forwards, on the dive, couldn't hang on.
Oh, it's gone in.
It's a dolly really, isn't it?
Bowls to Inglis. Inglis goes back past Duckett in the gully. Did it get there on the full? I reckon that's in and out.
It's rhyming with Duckett.
We'll see here for sure. And yep, that got to him on the full. Another missed opportunity. Nisa backs away, carts the ball to cover.
Is that dropped?
I think it was dropped. It went straight to Cass, and he's fumbled the catch. Carey jumps down the pitch, edges missed by Root at first slip. Diving to his right, keeper didn't go to his left. Another chance missed.
What do England do? They drop their body language, their heads drop, and in the end they served up an absolute pile of you know what.
Yes.
Clearly we didn't get it right to start with, but the most important thing is that we turn up tomorrow with a really good attitude. I think we're actually not too far behind it as long as we get things right early tomorrow.
5 dropped catches combined with some dreadful early bowling undermine England's efforts. The nighttime fumbles especially costly as they look to cling on near the brink.
Our desire would be, in a perfect sense, if you're writing the run sheet, Australia would be playing for a gold medal here at the Gabba, and it would be the last and final farewell that cricket's played on this beautiful stadium, and we'd literally walk across and open up at Victoria Park for the first test that following summer.
And how does Queensland navigate the next 7 years with the Gabba consigned to demolition once the Olympic Stadium is built at Victoria Park? The Premier will join us. This is Day 3 from Brisbane on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Hello and welcome on a hot Saturday afternoon in Brisbane. An immense possibility within the game. Australia's lead is 44 runs with 4 wickets in hand. Can Australia absorb the daylight hours and prosecute their case with the new ball under lights, or can England pick them out quickly and make hay before nightfall? Because under lights, an awful lot happens in these test matches. Gerard Whateley with you for the Bunnings build-up, brought to you by Bunnings Trade. Simon Katich is with me. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Flem, and all our listeners.
Damien Fleming, welcome in.
Gerard, Cato, listeners, looking forward to this. Isn't it like old ball? Hopefully Australians can really put the English bowlers to the sword, because it looks so hot out there. And how are they going to back up, Gerard? This will be the story, I reckon, in this first session.
If Australia can just stretch things out.
And, you know, besides that unbelievable over, which we'll talk about with Cast getting green, Smith could have had Carey. They just haven't bowled well enough. They haven't bowled enough balls into that avenue of apprehension. It's been too easy for the Australians. So for England, you know, David Saker, their bowling coach, can he just galvanise them to build pressure until that new ball and hope they can get wickets once they get that shiny pink kookaburra in their hand?
So England had their foibles. Australia wasn't quite able to prosecute partnerships of 77, 69, 50, 95, 37. This one's worth 49. Not able to go big, and one partnership would have put them up to the 500 mark.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that'll be the story of how this test plays out. Both teams haven't maximised batting on a really good surface out here. And I think you know it's a good surface when you look at the scores. Travis Head, 33, Jake Weatherald, 72, Labuschagne, 65, Steve Smith, 61, Green, 45, and now Carey's 46 not out. Even Inglis got a start at 23. So, and now Neese's not out as well on 15. So everyone can get in, which means you can bat out there if you apply yourself. It's just that no one apart from Joe Root has applied themselves for a long period of time, and just being prepared to say, well, I'll ride it out for half an hour here if I get a good spell of bowling. And Australia didn't really have to do that yesterday, because there wasn't really too many good spells of bowling. I thought England were a little bit more disciplined after that first session where they were horrendous, and I thought Gus Atkinson sort of tried to lead that, and then Cast came back well. Credit to him. You know, he had a shocking start, but credit to him, he fought back, and then that over obviously nearly swung it back in England's favour. I think the thing that's hurt them the most, and we say this all the time, and it's the reason it's a cliche, but catches win matches. And Australia was sharp in the field, executed a great run out from Josh Inglis, whereas England have been sloppy in the field. And in the aftermath, if they go 2-0 down, everyone will be asking the question, well, yes, you can practice in the nets and you can practice for the Gabba, but one thing you cannot replicate in practice, no matter how hard you try, is concentration and time on your feet in the field. And England didn't do that because they opted to just come to Brisbane and train.
There are elements of that right throughout yesterday, isn't there, with the bowling, which was all over the place for a period of time, the catching, which wasn't quite good enough. It's probably there in the batting as well. It's one of the open questions. If you come and play so little cricket, what does it look like when you're playing for real?
Yeah, I mean, their bowling reminds me a bit of Cam Green, who's coming off a back operation, stress fractures, and he's just bowled a little bit at Shield cricket, and he's bowling some really good wicket-taking balls, but he's erratic. But there's reasons for that with Cam Green, and he's your number 5 bat who's going to bowl half a dozen overs. Them as a collective unit, they look very similar. They can't own their stock ball. If you're not owning your stock ball in Test match cricket, you're nowhere. And the Australians are going at 5.17, and it's not as if. I don't think Jake Weatherald was erratic. Who went baseball. He just played the way he plays, which is aggressive, and put the bad ball away. So that they haven't been able to build momentum from both ends to force the pressure on Australia, really, besides that bizarre over, which led to those 2 dismissals.
The challenge of watching and assessing modern batting, it is a different game to the game that the two of you played. This is an Australian setup. It's old school. We spoke about yesterday. You'd bat for 5 sessions. You'd make your 500. There'd be a couple of centuries. They still might get to 500, but they're much more likely to bat 4 sessions than 5. And if there was one moment that was emblematic of it all, it's the Cam Green moment, which I think confounds most of us.
It does, and for reason, because he's been given the opportunity to come up the order. Let's not forget, he's been given the responsibility to bat at 5, which is a good promotion for him, because it's another partnership rather than being stuck down the order, potentially batting with the tail. So, he looked good. He played a beautiful cover drive early on, and then to Stokes' credit, he changed the field. He put another cover in, and then the very next ball, Cameron Green starts trying to run the ball down to third man, much like Joe Root, because there was a gap open behind point. And that's the awareness in his game and sort of ability to understand what the opposition captain's trying to do to him. He's got to get better at that. And I was surprised that Steve Smith didn't step in as the captain and senior player to say to youngster, look, they want you to play this shot, keep hitting it straight, and if you get caught at cover or mid-off, so be it. I'd rather you play those high percentage shots. And I know sitting there watching myself, that's what I would have been saying to him if I was batting with him out there last night. And I think that little bit of game awareness is lacking. And then what we saw with the short stuff, I mean, I remember watching the very first over, and Cast did it from the far end to the shorter boundary. And I think I said on time, they should be doing it from our end at the Vulture Street end, because it's deeper down over the keeper and it's deeper down to the far boundary. So they end up doing that, and he starts backing away. But he did it so consistently. I think he did it 3 times in the first over. The first one he whacked over mid-off for 4. The next one went over point for 4. And it was a surprise that Stokes didn't bring a fielder from the leg side over to stop him playing that shot. And then maybe had reason to not do it, because Cameron Green just kept backing away, and then he was able to be read like a book. Cast read him beautifully and then knocked his off stick over with a really good Yorker. So it wasn't smart batting, and Cameron Green's got to be better than that. He's got to believe he's a better batter than that. It looked ugly. I mean, yes, he hasn't looked comfortable against the short ball. You remember in Perth, he got hit in the head. Yeah. His back foot was in the air, and he looked really ugly. He got himself in a really awkward position. And I know it's not easy for a man his size, but he's been better against the short ball in the past. So it's something that I think he's got to look at, because I don't think he needs to be playing like that last night.
But also the backing away, he went so far. I don't understand why, if he was going to back away, it's still be in a stable position that you could hit a ball on the stumps. You know, it wasn't like he'd first gone out there. Also, if he'd stayed in his normal stance, he would have got just an off drive for 4. He didn't even really need to hit it that well. Highest score of 84 in Australia in his 18th test, averaging 30. You know, that's not number 5 figures. And how he didn't go on to get 100 there. You know, he owes Australia. He owes it to himself. If he's going to lock in number 5, you've got to turn those 50s into 100s.
Flem, I said this morning on radio. If we had played that shot in our era, I would have been banished to Sheffield Shield cricket for the rest of my career. I wouldn't have been picked again, I don't reckon, playing a shot like that.
Well, we were talking about actually out the back with Glenn McGrath and Brendan Julian, Damien Martin.
Yeah.
And I debuted the game after they lost that test against South Africa. He was probably 21 years of age and batted through with the tail and played one lofted cover drive, which is a feature shot of his, and the guy took a good catch. I can't remember who. He didn't play Test cricket for 6 years, Damien Martin. And you think about what he could have done in those 6 years, because he was one of the elite talents that both of us would have played with, wouldn't he? He was at a different stratosphere batting skills-wise. But as we talked about last night a bit, you know what happens in the dressing room now. I think it is a little bit more. It's not baseball, but it's like, what was your plan? There was no fielders on the offside, so I wanted to hit it through there. Less chance of getting out if I hit it. And 2, what was your execution like? Poor. Get better at your execution.
And I was talking to Gerard about this off air earlier. It's more about looking to score now rather than occupying the crease. And I think that's probably the biggest difference. I know Matty Hayden last night was talking about, the level of concentration, and when you're getting in and identifying periods where it is going to be difficult for the new batter. When you're in and you're in a partnership like Smith and Green are in, you're not thinking about how many runs you're on. You're thinking about what the team's on, what the partnership is, and is it going to be easy for the next guy if I get out now playing an indiscriminate shot? So you're always thinking that way rather than, I'm out there trying to score at 5 and over. And I think that's been the shift in the game. The shift in the game now is, and both teams are guilty of it, it's just all about how can I put pressure on the bowler and how quickly can I score, rather than, if I get out now, what's it going to look like for the next guy? Because look what happened. Very next ball, Alex Carey should have been out. And then it could have sparked a real collapse, and we could have ended up being short of England at that stage.
Well, the only batsman I saw bat old school was Michael Neser. Didn't he? He just batted tough. I think he identified, he's only his 3rd test, but his experience just going, I can't get out here. And Carey's playing his shots. It's going to take a good ball to knock me over.
Well, even Wetherill, I don't think he played a rash shot. He got out to a good ball. But he scored quickly because he was ready to put the bad ball away, and there was plenty of them coming. 9 first ball boundaries, 9 last ball boundaries. That's concentration, and that's not being present in what the game needs. And they'll rue that because that just lets you off the hook as a batter.
And just on that point, we already touched on it. You don't have to innovate because they're just not bowling well enough. And they had an old pink Kookaburra ball. So if they just waited for the bad ball, it was going to come.
Yeah, regularly, first ball and last ball.
So is there still room in the game for that's just not good enough? And there was just a little hint that maybe that happened in the England camp last night.
Well, there will be, because if you go 2-0 down, and England are on the verge of being close to that, if Australia nail this first couple of hours, England will go 2-0 down. And that's where I think last night, from what I can gather, it was probably the first occasion where Baz has had to lay down the law because it wasn't good enough yesterday. That first 20 overs, I reckon a grade team here would have been disappointed with what they served up because it was 100 runs scored behind point. That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Nothing in the V. You can afford to. You don't mind getting cover driven because that comes with risk, but whipping off the pads and cut shots, there's no risk. And just talking about little subtle changes, Cass, who bowled poorly, but he has a crack, then gets those wickets, and then he was spent. Archer comes on with the same field and he just blancmange balls outside off stump, and there was interesting. Stokes went over to him, and the next 3 balls were rockets.
Yep.
So I haven't seen a lot in that in Baz ball where he might not have been a rocket, but there was something firmly said to him.
In all that there was to debate yesterday, we saw 2 magnificent catches, and you made a good point. Is it was hard to believe that Marnus Labuschagne's wouldn't stand as even the best catch of the day when it felt like it might have been the best catch of the summer. So Labuschagne in the outfield and Will Jackson the infield behind square. They're just magnificent feats of modern athleticism.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing that has improved. Just your general fielding. Even seeing some of the fast bowlers, the way that they jump around and cut off, is unbelievable. But that athleticism from Marnus and from Jax was unreal. Like normally Marnus, that would almost be the classic catch of the summer, and already he'd be coming second by the end of the day. I mean, Jax was behind him, wasn't it? And then also to have the nous, and whether they practice it so much, not to land and put the ball on the turf. He was very conscious of that mid-air. It was brilliant.
It was technically perfect because you see his left arm brace and hit the ground to make sure that this doesn't pop out when it hits the ground. And so technically he was very good in how he went about it. It all happens quick. So they practice so much of that around the boundary line now in T20 cricket, which he plays a lot of, and it was superb to watch. But then there was some really average fielding as well. I mean, Duckett's catch, that should be taken 10 times out of 10.
And Smith is a below par test keeper. Yeah. Even that route one, I still haven't had a look at it. And people are saying, I think Marnus said it is harder to pick up. It looked like he went to his left, as you said, Gerard, but Smith didn't move at all. I know a lot of keepers that would have died for that.
Yeah. So we love to pick your brain for scenarios. Our captain in the box is Simon Katich. Set me up for the day ahead. Australia 6 for 378, 44-run lead. Alex Carey's there, 46. He's got Nisa, who's more than capable, and Stark as well. And then 2 who need to stick with him for as long as possible if that's the way it goes. Give me Australia's best case scenario.
Best case scenario. Alex Carey gets 100, Nisa gets 50, Stark gets 50, and we potentially lead by maybe 200. Where we're 44 at the moment. There's potentially more runs out. I could see Australia getting 150 lead if these next 2 partnerships do the job and bat well. I'd love to see Alex Carey back himself with 4 more partnerships and be the man to get 100, because I think he's good enough and he's hitting the ball well enough to be able to bat aggressively with the tail, but not in a reckless fashion. I still think he's got enough shots to be able to score with the fields, because they'll attack with that second new ball, and I think that'll present plenty of scoring opportunities for him.
Give me England's best case scenario.
Somehow they get a couple of wickets with this old ball and knock over Australia quickly, dog it and bowl them with the new ball. So at best, they'd take 75 runs behind, I think. And then we need to see the best of their batting. Someone needs to come along for the ride with Root. Crawley was fantastic in the first innings, but if he got knocked over for a duck, it wouldn't surprise me. So it's time for Duckett and probably Harry Brooks. He's the one that was supposed to take it by storm, smashed Australia in the first innings in Perth, threw it away in the second innings and here. I think he's the one that probably owes England more than anyone. And maybe Stokes to do the opposite. Play with freedom. Take him on. I think, he's quite dogged in defence and almost restricting himself. And we know those classic innings that he's played against Australia, it's when he's taken Australia on.
And the timing of the new ball's everything, isn't it, today? Is if England can knock the new ball out of shape by the time the sun sets versus if Australia has a relatively new ball.
You got to remember, they'll only bowl 23, 24 overs, so they need 4 wickets. So I'm optimistic Australia can take them into the next session.
Yep.
And then we're getting that new ball in that ugly session, isn't it, when it's half light and the shades are going onto the oval. So I'm still optimistic Australia can do that.
All right, the setup for the day with Damien, Fleming and Simon Katich, the Bunnings build-up, brought to you by Spec-Rite Merbau Decking. Next, Stuart Broad and Ian Healy will join us. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings build-up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Oh, Mug, how thoughtful. This Christmas, get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Rabanne 1,100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Try Victor and Rolf Spice Bomb 90ml, now $109.99. Don't pay $205. Or Yves Saint Laurent Black Opium 50ml for just $129.99. Don't pay $215. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Beaumont Tiles is proud to sponsor Test Cricket on SEN because cricket and renovations are 2 Aussie traditions built on passion and performance. This summer, make your home renovation part of the season. With over 65 years of trusted style and advice, Beaumont's helps Australians create spaces they love. From the family bathroom to the builder's latest project. Visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style.
New cars, demos and near new. Quality used cars. Great trade-in prices on all makes and models. Wow, they really do have it all at Car City. Up to 2,000 cars on site and even more online. Plus easy off-street parking. Finance available. Even a cafe. For new wheels, you know where to go. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
The tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be 0 carb, 0 sugar and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Australia to resume day 3 at the Gabba, 6 for 378 with a 44-run lead. Stuart Broad is with us in the box. Hello to you, Stuart.
How are you?
Ian Healy's been with the English fans right throughout the morning. Hello, Heels.
Morning, Gerard and Brody. Yes, I had a brunch, a little luncheon with Gladstone Small and his tour group and David Gower. I got in trouble for reminding Gower of his worst ever summer. That's 1989. I didn't know that. I didn't know just because we beat them and your father, Brody.
Is that when he got on the plane? Is that the Tiger Moth?
No, that was out here. That was 91. That was after 1989, a summer in England. We went to England and as the worst team ever and won. But they had a lot of issues. They had South African issues coming up and infiltrating their team and everything. And they didn't play particularly well, but even though they had a very good team which had beaten us through the 80s here in Australia and in England. So I got in trouble with David, and then they're a little bit demoralised, the touring group. They're not convinced that the preparation's right. You know, they're out here and they just would have wished for a much better preparation for this English cricket team and show some fight when the pressure's on.
Did we see a bit of that yesterday in the bowling and maybe in the fielding as well?
We saw a lack of skill with the bowling, I think. When I was watching the bowlers, I thought, on Hills' point of preparation, they looked a little bit undercooked for match fitness. Whatever you do in a net, it doesn't replicate getting into your 7th over and still having to hit 6 balls in a row where you're trying to bowl it. And England conceded 9 boundaries off the first ball of an over and 9 boundaries off the last ball of an over. And a general rule in Test match bowling is get in and out of your over. So that, to me, that's a psychological switch off. It's pretty unacceptable because you're giving all the advantage to the batting group. And it's the most said thing in sports. What are the positives? The positives are, I can't name you too many Australian teams that wouldn't have just buried England yesterday and put the scoreboard way ahead. Someone get 150 and the game's almost done. England are still in this game, 44 runs behind. They need 4 wickets realistically in the first hour today. Get batting in the blue sky and wait for that ball to get a bit older in the night time. So they still have a chance in this game, having had a really, really poor second day.
Dropping 5 catches, one of the things you can't do away from home. You can't do it at home either.
No, I have a bit of empathy in that because however much practice you do with the pink ball, England just don't play with the pink ball. It's only in Australia and maybe the odd one in New Zealand. So they're not particularly used to it. And you never practice with a stadium full of people. So you just lose it for that split second in the crowd. And then you tense up. I mean, Hills will know, I don't want to say Hills will know about drop catches, Hills will know about that feeling of when the nick comes or when the ball goes in the air. As soon as your shoulders get tense, that feeds through your arms and then your hands, and then the ball's going down. It's that if you lose it for a tiny, tiny split second, your body tenses and you're in trouble. So I have a bit of empathy for the drop catches. I wouldn't have done when I was playing and bowling. That would have frustrated me. But ultimately you drop 5 in a day and it's going to hurt you. And it did hurt England yesterday.
That's another thing one of the tourists did say to me, what about Smith's catch? And I said, well, it was one of the best I've ever seen. It's really Will Jackson's catch. And they said, no. Our Jamie Smith.
the drop catch. And they're on that negative mindset. And whilst I don't think Australia's got the English cricket team there, it's on the brink. The rest of this match, every day's play that does happen here in Brisbane has got a lot of consequences for England. If they play really well, that'll be great. If they don't, I think they're out of the series.
So we were talking to Simon Katich about this earlier on, as the Cam Green, England's performance. Where's the modern balance between the stern "that's not good enough" and the relentless positivity to get the good performance the next day?
Yeah, good question. I mean, ultimately, at this level, you're only judged by results, aren't you? So if Australia go and win this test match, we won't mention Cam Green's back away sort of miss of the cricket ball when the bouncers are coming to get bowled. If Australia lose this test match, we'll look at that shot and go, well, that then opened up 2 wickets in an over. That was the turning point in the whole test match. So Cam Green will be getting that ball in his hand and wanting to take quick wickets just to relieve the pressure from that shot. But yeah, I think when you're watching as a fan or as a pundit and you see some of these dismissals, the first thing that springs to mind is a lack of ruthlessness, maybe. I don't like that word weak, but a lack of care of your wicket, and that also leans you into a selfish shot because you're not protecting your teammates. You're exposing the next batter into a tough period. We saw it with Harry Brook and then Ben Stokes in the first innings, and Cam Green just opened that game up for England. That game, if Cam Green and Smith had built that partnership for another hour, this test match is as good as over, because you control it to get Mitchell Stark a brand new ball under lights at the twilight period. But it just gave England, who were out of ideas at that time, a chance to get back in the game. And they weren't quite good enough to really grab it with that partnership at the end of the day, but it's given them hope.
And on the Brendan McCullum side of things, would last night have been the night for a pointed conversation, do you think?
That's my understanding. Brendan's got an amazing way of speaking, motivates a group. But he's also can be direct, and he will be very aware that England are throwing away opportunities at this moment in time. And you don't get opportunities in Australia very often. And this really is one. Perth was a massive one. And Australia haven't played their best cricket here either. Mitchell Stark again was superb. Wetherell played beautifully yesterday, and they all got going. But no one showed that ruthless streak to go on. So there's still opportunities here for England. So I think Brendan McCullum would have said, come on guys, we're still in the fight somehow, but we need to harden up a little bit. We need to sort of focus in and sharpen our brains to what's going on here and get the best out of us, because England haven't got the best out of themselves as a group in any day in this series yet. They've obviously bowled really well day one at Perth, but they batted really badly. So they need to put a day together.
And start winning. That's the next step for this English team. They've got to start winning, and that's how you do it. You don't necessarily do it on day 4 and 5. You do it in day 1, day 2, day 3. Rather than just play attacking and entertaining cricket, play winning cricket. That's the next step. So they might recover. I don't think he's had an impact on Jofra. He's bowled more left arm bowling out there than right arm warm upping. Very good left arm quick. Yesterday I saw him bowl left arm orthodox out there. It was really good. Left arm medium pace there was pretty good too. And then they meandered in here. So no signs yet that they're really intense and going to start really hard here. But let's hope that, I thought it was a very wholehearted response by Cass to come back into that attack last night. His brain would have been telling him, I could end up with none for 150 here if this continues. And he ended up with 3 for 113. And he started to find a plan that worked. I still don't think they're bowling well in Brisbane. This is still a Brisbane wicket, which means driving on the up is fraught with danger until you're into your innings. And if you get in a corridor and gain some control of, let's say, maybe 5th stump, the way they are coming so attackingly at the bowling, 5th stump on the up, have them hit down the ground a lot more. Not cuttable, not easily drivable, and then your impact ball becomes more impactful, whether that be a bumper or whether it be something speared into the front pad. That sort of control has been obtained by one person, Mitch Stark. That's it. So no one has made batting tough. And I expect today to see a bit more control with the bowling. Pace up and control.
So there's a couple of phases, isn't there? There's 7 overs with the old ball, and it's hot, so you've just been out there. And then there's the 2 hours of this first session, and you time it out to 90 minutes into the second session is when the light goes. And in a perfect world, Australia wants a relatively new ball at that stage, or England wants to have softened the ball by that stage. And we saw like a lot's been happening at night in terms of scoring as well as wickets. So there's a lot of intriguing possibilities. I know Australia are heavy favourites this afternoon. There are a lot more possibilities, I think, than that.
I think we'll see England go with the seamers up till this second new ball because they don't have the luxury of wasting 7 overs. They need to use those 7 overs. You can't. I think England are in trouble if Australia are still batting at the drinks break after an hour. They have to try and remove one of Nisa or Carey with this older ball and expose the tail enders to the brand new ball that we've seen has done a bit. In each time we've seen that brand new ball, it's swung a little bit, it's bounced a bit extra, there's cracks on the surface that have just lifted, and once the ball starts lifting to lower order batters, not quite as brave as your Steve Smiths and your Marnus Labuschagnes, and that becomes a problem for lower order players. So I think breaking this partnership early is absolutely crucial. I'd certainly expect someone like Ben Stokes to start, maybe Cars, and then Atkinson and Archer follow them with the brand new ball.
What are you thinking, Hills?
Yes, yeah, I think that Alex Carey's trying to get them before they get you. I'd get it in a wideish corridor to him too. What's he going to do? If maybe early softening up bounces, it's on again, and then your plan is really this. Good length in the corridor, and if he's back in his crease, he'll still be going for it, and you might pick up an error. But I think they've got to use their fielders better, as do Australia. 6 men out on the leg side. I just don't. I've never seen a game with so many leg turns and pull and hook shots, and so few drives, risky drives. Anything that's been driven down the ground has been a half volley. So just pull it back a touch and see if it's still as easy to drive. But I don't think it is. This is Brisbane. Get into it.
Ian Healy, Stuart Broad. See you throughout the day.
Thanks, sir.
Readying ourselves for day 3 here at the Gabba. The Bunnings Build-Up brought to you by Siteco. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Paul Marsh, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association, will join us next.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai. With no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman.
Go! Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
This interruption in play is proudly brought to you by Macca's new Grinch meal. Here to ruin the festive season with your choice of a Big Mac, Chicken Big Mac or 10-piece nugs. A frozen sour drink with pearls that pop and turn it green. Plus, you'll get one of 4 collectible gifts. Ruining the season never tasted so good. So whether you're a Grinch yourself or a big festive fan, you'll love Macca's new Grinch meal. Get yours today. Available for a limited time at participating Macca's.
Luxury isn't just found on land, it's crafted on the water. Cobalt Boats, the world's #1 bow rider, redefines boating with unrivaled performance, timeless design, and effortless luxury you won't find anywhere else. Whether it's cruising the coastline with family or entertaining in style, Cobalt turns every journey into an experience to remember. Step aboard and see why the world calls Cobalt #1. Cobalt Boats, the standard in luxury luxury, performance and class. Book your Cobalt experience today, online or in store.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
At AIA, we're for the doers. Whatever you love doing, we'll help you do more of it. More cricket, more family time, more fun. AIA. Health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. Do it for life.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Tired of slippery pavements and floors with inferior solutions that fade faster than form slumps? It's not just annoying, it's dangerous. Trips, slips, injuries, and the same old costly maintenance. OmniGrip Direct is the smartest surface solution. Quick curing, no smells, and made from recycled Aussie materials, it lasts 5 times longer, saving time, money, and hassle. Don't use inferior products and get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Do it once, do it right with OmniGrip. Visit omnigripdirect.com.au.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Was it a shit pitch on day one, as Usman Khawaja said?
Certainly wasn't my definition of it. And look, I've spoken to Uzi, so we've had a conversation, and you know, I'd prefer not to share exactly what was discussed, you know, in respect to that, but I would say that I was disappointed in those comments. I think if he had his time over again, he'd choose words differently. And I thought it was a good, tough cricket wicket in Perth. Certainly wasn't that definition.
Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, with us yesterday on the Bunnings Build-Up. On day 3 throughout our Ashes summer, Paul Marsh, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association, is going to join us, given we've got the novelty of a day 3 here in Brisbane. Welcome, Paul.
G'day, Gerard. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I was thinking the AFL wouldn't have been able to help itself. They would have fined Usman for sure. Cricket Australia took a different approach. What did you think?
Oh, it was refreshing. I agree with you. I think the AFL would have done exactly that. But you know, I think it's okay for players to have opinions, and we don't have to agree with them. But you know, one of the things I love about this sport is people are able to speak their minds, and Uz is one of those that is very comfortable speaking his mind.
Did you get involved?
Oh, look, I met with the team the other day. There wasn't really anything to get involved in, given you know, Cricket Australia didn't decide to take any action. So, and I think that was appropriate. You know, I just heard Todd's comments there, and that is Todd's view. And I think you know, there's probably mixed views on the pitch in Perth, but we move on.
There's always been mixed views around the day-night test match from a player perspective and the pink ball. How would you define the player attitude broadly?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are mixed views. I think that's the right thing to say. I think some players have, you know, issues picking up the ball, and obviously Steve Smith this week has tried something different. I know he's had historical issues with the pink ball, particularly at night, and I think that is a problem when you've got players who are, you know, struggling to see. I think it's a safety issue, and it's also, you know, it's not necessarily a great thing for the game itself. But I think, you know, we're also trying to balance this out with, you know, getting as many people watching Test cricket at a time where, you know, crowds and audiences around the world are not as strong as they once were, you know, and we're maintaining pretty good momentum in Australia. So I think there's probably a place for it about where it's at, which is, you know, 1 game per series. But I wouldn't say everyone in the Australian cricket setup is in favour of it.
Is a day-night test an essential part of an Ashes?
Oh, look, I don't know if it's an essential part. I think if you had if you project what the numbers might be here in terms of crowds and viewing audiences, I'm not sure they're any greater because of a day-night test match. It's obviously well documented how well the ticket sales have gone across the country, so I'm not sure we would have necessarily sold any more tickets. We may get a few more watching at night. I must say it is good to get home after work and be able to sit down for a few hours in such an absorbing contest and be able to watch it. But, there's a lot of interest in this series no matter what time of the day it's being played.
So Australia are the pioneers of day-night test cricket. It probably hasn't been picked up as enthusiastically internationally as the founders would have hoped. Do you have a read on the international attitude toward it?
Through the players' associations, I've spent a bit of time even in the last week with the guys from the World Cricketers Association, and I think there is a view that there are some parts of the world and some venues that it's more suitable than others, but it's problematic in different parts of the world, whether that be because of due, just viewing, as I said before, can be problematic. I don't think from a World Cricketers Association perspective we see this as the panacea to fix Test cricket. But I think, as I said, there's a place for it, and it's about where it's at the moment. We play it every now and again. There's obviously a lot of interest when it is played, and the game ultimately is a large part of it is about the fans, and I think the numbers suggest that it's well supported.
Heavy competition between state governments in Queensland and Western Australia for the right to open the summer. Mitch Stark gave voice in favour of Brisbane and the historic place of the Gabba. We know that it's only got 7 years to go before this place will be demolished and will be over at Victoria Park. The Queensland Premier is going to join us in about an hour's time. Is there a firm view from the players as to where an Australian Test summer should start?
Wherever they win the first test, typically, and I think they've done that pretty well over the years at the Gabba, but they've also obviously won the first test in Perth. So, look, we do live in a commercial world, and I think it's appropriate for Cricket Australia to be looking at the different options through the different state governments, and the players will adapt. The reality of it is the Gabba has been a fortress at the first test for a very long time, and so you can see why players will have that view, but there's nothing to stop them creating a new fortress.
We had a 2-day game in Perth, and the owner or the operators of the stadium posed the open question: could something have been done on the third day rather than refunding $4 million worth of tickets? Could something have been done on the third day, or is that a pie in the sky idea?
Well, I don't know if you were going to get the 11 players who played in the test match and finished it to come out the next day. I'm not sure what something means. They could have put a concert on or something, I guess, but I'm not sure you're going to get the players who've, that was a very high intensity game for 2 days, and I'm just not sure. I'm not even sure the public would want to see that the 11s from both teams come out the following day. Look, in saying that, I was just reflecting after that game, it's a strange sport in some respects that, you have a scheduled 5-day game that goes for 2, and I can't think of any other sport like it. So I do get the frustrations around it, but, this is the exception rather than the rule. And the reality of it is I'm not sure there was something, that was viable to put on day 3, but I do feel for, particularly those people that travel from all different parts of the world to come and watch something. And, it was such an anticipated game. It was, on one hand, it was just exhilarating, but then it was disappointing. It didn't keep going.
Paul, the change in player contracts within Australian cricket is the old world was the 1 year you were in the contracted group or not, and then we had a modification of that for multi-year contracts. We're entering a different phase with the looming spectre of franchise cricket, and we're breaking the old moulds by the feel of it. What in terms of long-term contracts for Australia's most sought-after Test cricketers, what do you think the possibilities are?
Well, I think we've taken a step in the right direction, and we work really collaboratively with Cricket Australia on this. I think that the reality, and you only have to look in other parts of the world, that we're seeing the direction of travel here as players are walking away from international cricket to chase the 2020 League opportunities. And I think we have to accept that that's what's going to happen here unless we can, make the schedule work such that players don't have to choose, or secondly, provide players with greater incentive to stay with international cricket. And that's partly what this is about, is making players have some long-term security so that they are prepared to commit to playing for their country, which is something that we think is really important. So I think it's great that we've been able to adapt the model in real time when we've seen a need to do so. And I know that all stakeholders in Australian cricket think this is the right way forward.
If it had been hinted that franchise cricket was prepared to offer Pat Cummins and Travis Head 10-year contracts to abandon national duties, is it natural that a state, a governing body in the country might offer 10 years to make sure that they live their careers in international cricket?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a question for the governing body, but I think that's the market that, we're now competing in. So I think, there's some serious offers out there, and I've spoken at length to a number of the players, and this is real. So, we're in a position now where I think we've got to continue to adapt, and it may not be that we have to stand up a 10-year offer to keep the players, and we haven't in the most recent cases, but we certainly need to look beyond the traditional 1-year contracts, as you've spoken about, because it's a slippery slope here, and I think if our players start choosing the 2020 direction, we'll see a lot more going down that path, as we've seen in other countries.
And Paul, it's not frivolous. It felt a bit like village cricket last night. Does a ball being rolled into a pitch causing a WBBL game to be abandoned come across your desk?
Yeah, I've been trying to get to the bottom of that this morning, so I've got a bit of an understanding of what happened. I mean, it sounded like it was awfully bad luck, but not great. I mean, I think we're in a position where we're in an entertainment world, and the big WBBL's had a terrific season despite some of the weather challenges, and it's disappointing that we got to a point where a game had to be abandoned. But speaking to the players from both sides, the view was it was the right decision, albeit a very frustrating one.
Paul, it's good to catch up. I look forward to seeing you in Adelaide on day 3.
Great. Thanks, Gerard.
Paul Marsh is the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. It's part of our Bunnings build-up, thanks to Bunnings Trade. Joe Roots with that memorable century here on Australian soil back on day 1 of this Test match. He's spoken to Fox Cricket in the build-up to today.
What do you take away from the series before this, having played a lot of Test matches over here and not sort of getting that milestone?
I think more than that, it was more about thinking about how I've played over the last 4 years. I think my game's evolved and gained a lot more consistency through the method that I've used, whether it be in England or overseas. I think just being true to that and understanding that, I'm not the player I was 4 years ago. I've come in a completely different capacity. I'm not captain. I'm in a completely different team surrounded by different players who I can bounce off their skill sets as well. So I think just having a really good understanding of my own game and then just being able to trust that and manage that for long periods of time.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up for Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Finder's Super Provider of the Year, judged on strong performance, low fees and great investment options. That's a plus. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
If you're a tradie or business looking for some secure storage before Christmas, call a Wilson Storage Business Hub. And right now, December's on us. Move in December and don't pay rent until January. With a range of Business Hub facilities across Melbourne, secure your business assets and equipment before the break. At each Wilson Storage Business Hub, you'll find the cleanest, safest warehouse storage space with logistical support, freight solutions and nightly patrols. Enjoy no lock-in contracts, 7-day access and great security. Run your business from Melbourne's best business storage network. Visit wilsonbusinesshub.com.au. Conditions apply.
Are you a qualified tradie? Because you just need to show your licence at Air Conditioning Warehouse Sales to get super low trade prices on Australia's biggest brand air conditioners like Fujitsu, Panasonic and Mitsubishi. Plus, we have a huge range of splits, ducted and spare parts that's all in stock and ready to go. So you can grab one or a dozen. Air Conditioning Warehouse Sales, 7 Westwood Drive, Ravenhall. Or jump online at airwaresales.com.au.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee.
With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
We grew up watching classic catches on the telly, impersonating those gags about 2 for 22, and dreamt of hitting centuries in backyard cricket, all in the shadows of the Aussie shed. Best Sheds design and produce quality Australian manufactured sheds. Standard or customised, their batting lineup of sheds comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And in true blue Aussie fashion, Best Sheds gives you a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Best Sheds, raise the bat. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Big call today, Skipper. You declared early.
Yeah, had to. Saw the thinning up top and knew I had to act.
How did you fix it?
The team at Grow implanted my own hair into the thinning areas in one session, and now it grows naturally.
I gotta say, strong comeback for the hairline.
No need for a third umpire on this one.
With over 40 million hairs transplanted in the last decade, Grow helps you declare on thinning hair before it's too late. Search Grow Clinics now. That's GRO Clinics.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
We've got it all this Christmas. Pork shoulder roast, boned and rolled, only $9.49 a kilo.
Gold!
Farm 88 hickory peppercorn beef Weber roast, only $20.99 a kilo.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Merry Christmas from Frank and Mario.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. On SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
Beautiful sunshine on a Saturday afternoon here at the Gabba. It's the hottest day of the test. We'll tip into 30 degrees today. Goodwee batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. It's a sellout. It's dress-up day. The Gabba troopers are in. There's a Christmas party in pink. There are various pyjamas that have been printed, which I've been passing patrons throughout, as well as the English fans who come in their colours. So it's quite the setup for day 3 here at the Gabba. Pitch conditions for Pope Gardening, celebrating 100 summers together in 2025. It's still a beautiful batting strip. The cracks really haven't opened up as of yet. They might by day 4, but we'll wait to see. Our pre-match was for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu Adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. Simon Katich, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Hills, and all our listeners.
Away we go, Ian Healy.
Yes.
See what we get.
I thought they might start with Stokes, or he might start with himself, and he's just done the final warm-up in front of everyone else. No one else is warming up, and he was. So he's not a bad option, I reckon, to start and try to get a little bit of composure into the bowling, and they could fire up from the other end.
Yeah, agreed. The best days of Test cricket start when you go, these 2 hours could determine the whole thing.
Yep. And generally that's what Test cricket's like, isn't it? Every session counts, because if you get it wrong and you hand momentum to the other team, it can be hard to get it back. And we saw it yesterday. England, poor start with the ball, and they just couldn't get back that momentum after the start that Australia got with the bat. So now they have to rectify that this afternoon.
And they know Carey's coming at them. Carey's changed his whole batting style, hasn't he, in the last 2 years, I reckon. And he's 46 not out. I hope he doesn't blow something. I hope he gets that 50. Maybe he probably doesn't. He's not even thinking about it. There's time to get 100 here today. And especially while Mike Anisa sticks around with you. And then Nass can make runs. He's a technician and a tough one at that. So this partnership is another big one. That's the other thing about Test cricket. This partnership's important.
Yeah.
And then you lose that, then the next one's important.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, oh no, they're all out and England are back on top. So that's what we all love about it. So Stokes is going to start. He's around the wicket and they've got a fairly spread field, but more conventional than yesterday.
Ben Stokes getting ready for the delivery of the first ball. Macca's loving the crickets. This was precisely what Stuart brought ordered. Get the captain with ball in hands. There's 7 overs to go with the old ball. And then get to work from there. So Alex Carey steps forwards. There'll be 2 slips in place. Australia leading by 44 runs. Not a cloud in the sky.
He'll notice that the man at cover point is in front. Do you reckon he's better off being behind for someone like Alex Carey who likes to hit the ball and use the pace of it behind square?
Definitely on, a touch behind, yes.
Stokes with the first ball of the day. Around the wicket, Carey clips from his pads. It's fielded at mid-wicket by Crawley. No run.
Stokes has given me the impression that was on the stumps, that line. We haven't seen exactly where it was, but it was a gentle half volley and Carey worked it onto the leg side. So whether it's just got to be really fast to start here, Stokes, and get on the length that he needs. 1 or 2 more of those to Alex Carey, who's looking quite upbeat. He might start disappearing for boundaries.
Stokes in from the Stanley Street ends. Bowls to Carey, back foot punch to point, can find a run. Moves to 47.
That's too easy. Like that. That's not understanding the conditions here at the Gabba. That man should have been behind square. Talked about it before start 2 balls ago, and that's just an easy single to get going. And these are the little things that they probably haven't done enough homework with the local conditions.
Because it was a good ball.
It was a good ball.
It was just short of a length. Carey had to sort of stand above it and just play it out to the offside. Oh, there's a gap. But he is pouring at the ground, Carey. He's walking a lot. Michael Neser is more calm. He's got a genuine ring field. He's got 3 in the covers and a deepish gully type position. Atkinson's got 2.
Michael Neser on 15. Stokes over the wicket to him. Forward defending. Had to get everything behind it. Triples back down the pitch.
And this is a really defensive start. With, first ball you're bowling to Michael Neser. Atkinson's in no man's land there. Like they should have learnt from last night. There was a number of balls that got slashed, particularly Josh Inglis, through that sort of gully and slip region. And he should be up catching. First over of the day. Back yourself to knock him over. He hasn't faced the ball.
Stokes, the 17 overs yesterday. There's the figures of 2 for 94. He bowls to Neser, who's forward defending out to mid-off, no run.
There's certainly been a good discipline length from Ben Stokes to start proceedings. But I think they've been a little bit defensive in the field that they've set to back it up.
Anyway, at least they're aware. They're trying to keep the lead down. Can they get Australia out for less than an 80 lead? That they've got to play all sorts of balancing acts here with field placings, bowling lengths and lines. Yeah, on the radio, you could hear that slap into the top of the bat. That's good length. Stay there.
Stokes to Neser, back foot defence. So runs and time and old ball to new ball. There are some intriguing possibilities.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, the beauty about starting afresh is that you've had a chance to regroup. They would have had a chat in the rooms last night, and I dare say it wouldn't have been an easy conversation, particularly for the coach and even the skipper Ben Stokes, because what they saw yesterday wasn't great. But they've got a chance to rectify that today and learn and right the wrongs from yesterday.
Stokes warming to his work. Neser runs the ball out to points. No run. 1 from the over. 6 for 379. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. So 6 overs left with this ball. Manage your resources and then have your frontline attack, which presumably is Archer and Atkinson when they take the newie.
I think he has to go to those two to start. The only thing that could change that is if someone like Ben Stokes takes a wicket with the older ball and then decides he's in a bit of rhythm, feels good, and then decides to take the new ball himself, because he can control the outcome of what they're trying to achieve, which is dry it up but also take those last 4 wickets.
The hard thing, and it's quite a challenging thing I would have thought, is for Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum to pull everyone into line, because they've been quite blasé. They've been very relaxed in their lead-up. And here comes Cass. He's anything but relaxed.
He's to Carey, who flicks off his pads. It's wide open on the leg side. They should be able to get 2 here as it trickles past the square leg up. Oh, no, Nisa held his hand up and said no. Carey absolutely had a mind to get back to the strike there, but not to be. The lead is 46.
Oh, I think there was 2 there. I think Alex Carey was spot on. He's a gun athlete. He's quick, former AFL player, and he was definitely setting off for 2. I think Michael Nisa had made up his mind that he wasn't coming back. The irony is that Alex Carey was running to the danger end.
Yeah.
It's better off getting sent back than run out.
True.
For the sake of 1 run.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Bryden Cass from the Vulture Street end. Bowls to Nisa, bouncer, he gets down underneath.
Good ball. What do you think? They've believed in and overseen the itinerary of this tour, which is, a very different one than a lot of people think should be valuable. And then they get blown away in Perth and still believe in their process, and then night 2 in Brisbane, it's still not going very well. How do they bring them into line?
It's a good question, Hills.
2 in the deep on the leg side. If Nisa chooses to have a go, he ducks the bouncer, as he did with great discipline last night.
As we said it in the pre-game, Hills, you know what it's like. You can go to training and practice all your skills, batting, bowling and fielding, but the hardest part about training that you can't replicate is the ability to train your concentration in the field and replicate being in the field for a day and a half. You can't do that at training because you only train for a couple of hours.
Even batting for 2 hours?
Yeah, and so switching on and off, even the fielding aspect, having 1 catch maybe come to you in 60 overs of being out there in the field, you can't do that at practice.
Cast over the wickets. Nisa tucks the ball to leg. He'll roll it past the square leg umpire and take a single. He's to 16. Australia 381 on the ball.
Which is why so many past players have questioned their schedule and itinerary for this tour, because history suggests that it is hard to win in this country if you don't have time out in the middle in the unique conditions. And remember, Punny used to say it all the time, it's hard to get better at something by doing less of it.
Yeah. And, with workload management, you might have to bowl 45 balls. But how'd you go? Well, great. Felt great. Coming out beautifully. But 13 of them might have been half volleys on leg stump.
Yeah. Cast around the wickets. Carey let it go.
How many wickets you get? Not sure. And if you're a batsman, how many false shots did you nick? A few. So how many do you reckon you would have made there? 4. So it's very interesting. It's such a mental game, and we're sort of downplaying, we're underrating confidence, for the sake of physical stuff.
So the third man is especially square. If that ball comes again, I feel like Carey will lift that up.
Yep.
It's usually protected for him. It is. He chops down on it, puts it forward of square. And he will just get the 1, keep the strike, and move to 49. 6 for 382, the end of the over. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your 4-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. The Barmy Army of Sung Jerusalem. Darth Vader's arrived with the Gabba Troopers, and Alex Carey's on 49. So everything taking shape in the early stages of Saturday's play. Stokes bowls to Carey, defends to the offside.
And Cato, when you talked about it being hard to win in Australia, it's hard to win anywhere overseas, isn't it? We're not doing very well at it. We're giving ourselves, much less chance of being good at touring England, for example, because of our preparation. And what you'll find this summer, even if today doesn't go England's way and tomorrow doesn't go their way, they'll start coming good around Melbourne time.
Yeah, too late.
Too late. And we've done the same at times as well.
Australia's lead is 48. Stokes bowls to Carey, who punches the ball through points and brings up his half century. The busy keeper on which much relies today. He'll feel that's only half the work. There's a real score on offer here. He's guiding Australia to a lead. How big might it become? Alex Carey with the 12th half century to sit alongside his 2 tons in Test cricket.
An excellent knock after getting that early reprieve. First ball dropped by Ben Duckett at Gully last night. He's looked in very good touch. He'll be disappointed with what happened in Perth, and he's making amends for that up here.
Michael Nisa on strike leaves. So against the pink ball, Carey averages 33. His career is 35, so same. This is his 3rd half century in the pink. Adelaide in 2021. Here against the West Indies, a first innings 65. He's got a 49, a 41 not out, and a good innings on the build here. It's a picture of activity. You can call him skittish at times in what he does, but he's doing the job well for Australia right now. Stokes to Nisa in behind defending.
Good discipline from Ben Stokes so far. I like what he's trying to do here, trying to build up as much pressure as possible.
Thoughts about the new ball in the afternoon, Kat? Is there much to worry about?
Well, look what happened yesterday. Australia faced it in the sunlight, and it played easily for them because England kept serving up absolute rubbish. But it all depends on what happens, with whoever's got the ball in their hand. And obviously Mitchell Stark's been superb this series.
Stokes bowls. Nisa drives and misses. First time he's had a real dip.
But if you were to bat in these conditions, I reckon you'd be pretty happy facing a new ball out there in the sunlight right now.
Just missed that, Michael Nisa. It was there to hit. He looked perfect, didn't he? He was just a bat width inside the ball. A little bit late on it. Didn't sort of seam away from him to beat the outside edge. It just bounced through to the keeper.
Stokes is keeping it tight. Needs to see the last ball of the over. He's back edging and out. Straight into the gloves of Smith. Stokes has the early breakthrough. Nisa's on his way for 16 as England look to curtail Australia's lead. 7 for 383.
Yeah, great discipline from Stokes. Just not giving Nisa what he wanted, and that's a big shot from Nisa. He's tried to force that off the back foot. That's a tough shot here at the Gabba. And in the end, doesn't cover the line of the ball. Back foot just went pretty much caught on the crease. And an easy catch through to Jamie Smith. So Australia lose their 7th wicket now. Nisa departs for 16. And that brings Mitchell Stark to the crease.
That is the end of the over. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. 7 for 383.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
And unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and Land package today.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
This opening session on day 3 for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Michael Neser is gone for 16, 7 for 383. Mitch Starc with a test average of 20. More than capable, but that's the wicket with the old ball that England was searching for. Stokes has 3, as does Bryden Cass. He leaves our Vulture Street end and begins the fresh over to Alex Carey on 50. Plays the uppercut, lifts the cordon, helps it on its way to the boundary for 4. It was telegraphed in the previous over. Carey just let it go by. He wasn't missing out the second time around.
Why wouldn't he? I mean, England have lost their thought process, because how'd they get him out in Perth? He went straight down to that man at fly slip. They've decided to have a square third man and now deep point, and it's like asking for trouble. And now the horse has bolted down the Melbourne Cup straight, the ball before, and now he's decided to put him in the spot he should have been at the start.
It's very odd. Boundary for Azito, brushless power tools, do you? Carey, 54, swings across the line a bit injudiciously. He misses.
I wondered how quickly he would attack, that sort of outrageous attack, knowing that Mitch Starc is now the batsman with him, not Michael Neser, and it's immediate. He's looked for the opportunity over the slips cordon. I still don't think that man's in the right spot, is he? He could go tighter even more.
And probably come in 10 as well, because it's a big boundary down there. Carter's not bowling 150 k's an hour, so is it going to carry that far as well?
Australia leads by 53 runs. Pass to Carey, tucks off his hip. He'll roll it to backward square and get the single. Starc just holds his hand up. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64, 7 for 388.
I'd like to see Alex Carey trust Mitchell Starc. He's a capable batter. I'd like to see him getting another partnership here. Bat normally, because the last thing Australia needs now is Alex Carey throw his wicket away, getting out now, being too aggressive. Because Mitchell Starc, if he bats well, these two could put on 100.
There's a lack of pace when they do dig it in. He could enjoy that. He might have to wear a couple on the body because it's coming.
Starc to see his first ball from Cass. He's in behind defending, calling for the sharp single. Stokes picks up, throws, misses. Carey on the full lunge to get home. That's as tight as you'd want it to be. Stark's off the mark.
Very keen to get off the mark too.
Let's have a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Throw. Oh, he would have been out by miles. But Stokes was a long way over the top of the stumps.
But that's good. It's good by Mitch Starc to make everyone aware, right? We're all still out here. Let's go.
Carey catches his breath and he cuts out to deep point for a much easier single. He's 56, 390 on the board.
All sorts of lengths. They've just given him...
It's too short.
That's no man's land. It's not a bumper. He's just on the back foot, working to third man if he wants, out to deep point if he wants. Off his pads was another one too straight and a little bit short. I've got to have him trying to drive on the up. That's where you need Alex Carey, I think. They haven't worked that out yet. They haven't tested it to see if I'm right or not.
4 in the deep for Starc, who drives on the up, just lands short of Stokes at cover. Knocked down. 7 from the over, 7 for 390. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Thinking about moving, packing or downsizing? Then get a move on before Christmas with Wilson Storage. Because right now, December's on us. Move in December and don't pay rent until January. With the cleanest, safest facilities across Melbourne and beyond, get everything that's important to you safely stored and locked away. Enjoy no lock-in contracts, 7-day access, and our friendly top-rated team. Don't forget, you can order boxes and packing materials online. Simply click and collect, or we can deliver to you the same day with Box on the Run. For the best self-storage Melbourne has to offer, visit wilsonstorage.com.au. Conditions apply.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan foods. Ben Stokes from the Stanley Street end has the wicket that has fallen in this session thus far for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Alex Carey's 56. This is the 78th over. Stokes around the wicket. Carey drives, fielded by the captain in the follow-through. Now, there's an intriguing test match happening in Christchurch at the moment, which looked thrilling half an hour ago, but might be petering out. Tom Morris with a good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
You're right, Gerard. So the West Indies chasing 531 to win. At tea was 6 down. They needed about 119, I think, in the last session to win, and it looked like they might have a crack, but they've shut up shop. They're still 6 down for 435. They need another 96. So it will only be a draw and New Zealand win at this point.
Stokes in, bowls to Carey, cuts. It's protected by a sweeper. So restricted to a single for 57. In the modern world, that's staggering that the West Indies aren't having to go in the last session. No one plays for a draw anymore.
Well, and two guys are set.
One's 190 and the other's 60 odd.
Yeah, 185 not out and 53. Kemar Roach, 53 not out.
Graves.
Justin Graves, 185 not out. And they're shutting up shop. And the storyline of the last half an hour or so has been New Zealand's misuse of the DRS. They've burnt reviews, and then there's been a couple where Kemar Roach was out, LBW, and caught behind, that they haven't had enough reviews to send it upstairs.
Well, the other thing is New Zealand have bowled 149 overs, so they must be absolutely knackered.
I'm stunned that they're not having to go.
Yeah.
There has to be an investigation.
Third comes up to the infield. It's backward point or a wide gully. Stark on strike, facing up to Stokes around the wicket. Stark lets it pass.
Well, the skipper's led the way this morning, this afternoon, I should say. He's just been disciplined in what he's trying to do. Not giving too much width away.
Halfway through his 20th over. 30 degrees here in Brisbane. Bowled himself into cramp last night. Stark rides the bounce, fends it away to point. So he was wholehearted in all that he did, Stokes, if a bit wayward at various times.
Yeah, you can't fault him for having a crack. I think the thing that you probably could fault him for from a captaincy perspective was not bringing the group in after about 20 minutes or 30 minutes of the rubbish they served up and saying, boys, this is not good enough. Just it only takes 2 minutes. Yes, everyone can see it, but it wasn't good enough, and they had to do something about it rather than waiting until the break to then try and rectify the damage. The damage was done.
Stark plays and misses. That's a good ball. Perfectly pitched past the outside edge. More than 22,000 in for the start of today's play. As well as that test match, Tom, there's a bit of shield cricket happening. They're getting queries. What's happening at the MCG?
Well, Mitchell Marsh is out for single figures for the second time in the match. So he was dismissed hooking for 4 after making 9 in the first dig. And I've got my eyes on Australia A as well, where Nathan McSweeney is 154 not out, batting at number 3 at Allan Border Field. Bo Webster was dismissed a short time ago for 44. Australia A 5 for 391 in reply to 166.
Last ball of Stokes over. Stark sees it, runs it away to the deep point and takes a single to keep the strike. 7 for 392. The Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Australia's best off-road caravans are kicking it up a gear. Actually, make that a few gears. Lotus Caravan's 2026 range launch is happening today. Loaded with features, packed with power, and then some. And luxe interiors the wife will love. Be one of the few to see next year's models and new floor plans. All new models have huge upgrade standard. First to order is first to get delivery. Lotus Caravan's 2026 range launch is happening today at Freestyle RVs, Cooper Street, Somerton.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. 2 to go before the new ball. Cass is in. Bowls to Stark, who leaves a rising delivery. Tom just finished the good oil for us for Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
So, yes, Western Australia are 3 for 32. So they trail Victoria by 29 runs with 7 wickets remaining at the MCG. Sam Whiteman's 17 not out, and Jaden Goodwin, Cat, is 4 not out.
And Matty Elliott's son. Sam Elliott?
Yeah, took 5 from the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah. 4 wickets.
He just has a happy knack. Whenever they play him, white ball, red ball, just comes in and takes bags of wickets.
Every time he plays. And they rotate him as well.
Yeah. Cass from down below us, the Vulture Street end, rolls in, bowls to Stark, who cuts, pierces the infield and gets a boundary. Beautiful piece of timing through cover. Stark's first. He moves to 6. Boundary for Azito, brushless power tools do you. It's 7 for 396. Damien, Fleming, welcome in.
Gerard, Cato, Tom, listeners, what a beautiful shot from Mitchell Stark. Getting a bit of room, which unfortunately Cass has done throughout this innings. It's close to a no ball as well. Is it called? No, just behind there. But yeah, runs are crucial here for Australia.
Stark lifts it up over cover and goes bang bang. Dispatched to the boundary. The Australians take to Cass once more. Stark is 10. And that will bring up the 400. 7 for 401 in the 79th over.
Well, that's the corridor of carnage. That is just so wide and it's halfway down the pitch. That is just going to go every day of the week. You might as well come over and bowl at Mitchell Stark's body. You can't let him free his hands like that.
It's poor bowling. And considering the previous over, he nearly had him caught at cover from a fuller length delivery. It is poor bowling.
It was called as a no ball the previous, so that's 9 from 2 balls. When Mitch Stark gets a taste of it, he does tend to go. Cast to him. Stark defends. Out to cover. Stokes fields athletically. No run.
And that's a good ball, 138 kilometres an hour. You know, his inability to bowl even 3 of them in an over is astounding, really.
And if you can't deliver what is needed for the situation, Ben Stokes has got to rip him off. So, mate, it's not what we need. Rip him off, get someone else on.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen has the pitch map, and it's fair to say he's throwing it all around the place. Stark defends from the stumps. That might be the first one that he's put in the corridor.
Yeah, not one of them is in the line of the stumps. Because I don't, you know, there is someone where only a certain percentage was hitting the stumps. I'm not big on that statistic because a half volley on leg stump, in theory, is hitting the stumps, but that's going to go for 4. A good ball on 4 stump line isn't going to hit the stumps, but that gets a lot of wickets. But you are not going to get any wickets if you cannot get it anywhere near the stumps.
Lead is 67. It's because last over, he won't get the new ball. Driven by Stark, but he picked out Archer at mid-off.
Yeah, and there's no real clear plan when you look at the field. It looks like more of a one-day field, just hoping for Mitchell Stark to make a mistake here. One slip, ring field, couple of sweepers out. If they've got a clear plan, they would be targeting a specific area, and you're spot on, Flem. It's targeting probably a leg stump, a middle stump line to Mitchell Stark because he wants to free his hands at pretty much every delivery.
Yeah.
4 in the deep. Pass to Stark. Just nibbled at a ball that goes past the outside edge. 7 for 401. The Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
This Christmas, Trojan is the ultimate stocking stuffer. Just like a consistent fast bowler, Trojan hits the right areas with practical and affordable gifts that DIY legends will use time and time again. How's that? And Trojan has a wide range of options available for under $20. So there's a Trojan gift for every DIYer and every budget. No ideas, no excuses. This year, hit a 6 with Trojan under the tree. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in-store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
Last over with the old Kookaburra. SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. Damien Fleming on duty for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. 7 for 401. Stokes in from the Stanley Street end, bowling to Alex Carey. Just drops the ball under his eyes, calls off the single. Tom, you've just been trawling through some stats for us for pay.com.au.
I just thought I'd have a look at Ben Stokes' overall bowling stats in Test cricket, and he's just, yesterday actually, jumped into the top 10 wicket takers of all time for England. So he's got 238 wickets at an average of 31. He's just gone past Alec Bedser, who was 236, and now he's 10 off Matthew Hoggard.
Yeah, good stats, that. Alec Bedser was a medium pace bowler in the 40s and 50s.
Stokes into Carey, punches out to deep cover and takes a single to advance the score to 402.
And I was reading a book on Sir Donald Bradman, and he bowled Bradman in Adelaide with what Sir Donald said was the best ball he faced in his whole career. And he was an in-swing bowler off a short run, big man, but he perfected the leg cutter, particularly in Australian conditions. And I think it was the in-swinger to middle leg stump with leg cut, pitches, and then hits the top of off stump.
Good artistry to that.
Yeah, and when Sir Donald says it's the best ball he ever faced, that's right up there.
Stokes to Stark, full, defended to cover, no run.
And the way Stokes is going, there's plenty more in him. He's a very gifted bowler, isn't he? And he can swing the ball both ways, and that hasn't been a factor, unfortunately, for the fast bowlers in this test so far. Hopefully the longer Australia can bat, hopefully into the next session, we might see a bit of swing with the new Kookaburra ball in the middle session, which, as I said, has been so minimal. And it's normally such a predominant factor, isn't it, with day-night cricket, the swing with the pink ball.
Stokes trying everything around the wicket to Stark, who runs him away through points. It was a good glide. He'll be able to pick up a couple as Jacks has to depart to field. Starks to 12. He's got it ticking along. 7 for 404. The pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au it, and earn points.
And just with the Vicks there, I see Sam Elliott's got 2 cheap wickets again in the second innings, and another, so he is starting to fly at first class level. Mitchell Perry's another one for Victoria. They're saying at 25 years of age is at the peak of his form as well. So it's good to see this next generation pushing their claims.
This partnership's worth 21. Stark plays from his pads on the on drive. Later Archer, no run.
And that's why we're so still intrigued with Sheffield Shield cricket, isn't it, Gerard, that we want strong performance. We want people pushing the current team to keep their spots. And no doubt with an older team, we're going to see changes in the next 6 months to 18 months. And we want ready-made replacements to come in. I think Jake Weatherall's looked really good. Hopefully he can back up in the second innings. Brendan Doggett got 5 wickets on debut. Hopefully he can get a little bag in the second innings to help bowl Australia to victory.
This will be the last ball with this ball. Stark sees it, takes it off his hip, away to mid-wicket for a single. 7 for 405, half an hour of the day's play. That's the first phase looked after. Australia's lead is 70 as Colo's going to come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Most important passage of play here, Damien Fleming, as Gus Atkinson takes the second new ball from the Bolter Street end at 7 for 405.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. England want to finish this Australian innings off very, very quickly and to minimise the lead. More aggressive fields, though, for these stroke players, Stark and Carey. Mate, opportunity to find the boundary.
Well, it was to Stark on 13. First ball with it, squares him up, ends up at, well, just between cover and point. They sneak through for a single. Good running. He's 14-7 for 406 the score.
And 7 down. If I'm Atkinson, who's had a poor innings with the ball, but if you can sneak a couple of wickets to give you a little bit of confidence to go into the second innings, you take it.
He banked up a few maidens yesterday, Atkinson, but when they weren't maidens, it was going around. Yeah.
He hasn't actually bowled well around the wicket to the left-handers. I feel like he bowls better over the wicket.
So 1 wicket to fall this afternoon. Michael Neser caught behind for 16. This pair put on 23 since. Carey facing Atkinson, driving out to backward point on the bounce. Good stop there by Zach Crawley as we have Stuart Broad join us as well for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Good afternoon, Broady.
Well, England have got the breakthrough they needed and have been led quite beautifully by Ben Stokes' skill with the ball. But bowling is about partnerships. And Cast was again off his game, wasn't it? Bowling short and wide to Mitchell Stark. But this brand new ball, it feels like the whole test match is on this little period right now.
So he's away from us here, Atkinson. Into Carey on 58, bowls here and plays with one hand off the bat down the pitch, collects in his follow through.
Straight away, you can see the extra bounce and it's just hitting the bat a little bit harder, this new ball, but they've got to maximise it, England.
I can only assume Ben Stokes is carrying on, so I can't see any other bowler doing any loosening up or mobilising. So I can only assume Ben Stokes is going, I'm in a rhythm, I'm feeling good, and I'm going to do this for my team.
I'm just on Jofra watch right now. Hands on hips, sort of kicking the ground. That's not suggesting he's ready to bowl 150 kilometres an hour with this Kookaburra ball.
No, he's not moved a muscle, statuesque at mid-off.
Looking like a scarecrow.
Here he is, Atkinson bowling to Carey, full, and for the second time in the over, there's a single to cover point. 59 for him, lead at 73 at 7 for 407.
I agree with Stokes carrying on. He's been brilliant today. It shows what happens in Test cricket if you hold length for a period of time. But I would have been tempted to give Jofra Archer the new ball from this end instead of Gus Atkinson. Not necessarily because he's bowled fantastically well, but he's got a bit of a fear factor about him to the tail enders, hasn't he?
Definitely. I would think Mitchell Stark's happier facing Atkinson than Archer.
So 2 left in the over. Atkinson up and bowls. Stark plays defensively to mid-on.
I'll be interested to see whether Stokes does get a little bit of swing. There hasn't been a lot in this test match, but last night, he was still, trying to bowl out his, and some of the innings still went with that old pink ball. He's very gifted swing bowler.
He's one of these bowlers that obviously bowled a lot of test matches with him. The ball might not be doing anything for anyone else, but he finds a way. He gets a bit of movement or a bit of extra bounce that finds the edge.
I think he's got a very good wrist release.
Atkinson to finish. 2 singles from the over so far. Bowls to Stark and beats the bat. Tried to play it on the up through the covers, not successfully. 14 for Stark, 59 for Carey. Australia 7 for 407 on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Did you know Steve Smith has an oat milk brand?
No.
Yeah, it's Aussie made with Aussie oats and no seed oils.
OMG, what's it called?
Well, that's it.
Huh?
OMG oat milk goodness for everyday Aussie champions. Get yours in the fridge at Woolworths.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The Australian batsmen are Carey and Stark. The Australian team for Australian made by Australia support Australians, and it will be Jofra Archer taking up the attack, so not much of a warm-up required for Joff. He bowled a fair bit earlier on, and here, as in the warm-up before play today, sorry, bowled some left arm seam up as well for what it's worth.
He does that a lot, doesn't he, in the warm-up? He used to do it for the Hobart Hurricanes.
For RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. New bowlers Archer, bowls here. First ball deflected by Carey, going back and trying to ride the bounce, maybe trying to put it over the cordon, but either way it went nowhere and got big on him. Only 130 clicks, so a loosener in terms of kilometres an hour, but it did come back off the seam.
I don't think I've ever seen a bowler not loosen up before bowling.
He didn't move at all.
He didn't move, did he? He didn't move.
Maybe it's just an internal sort of warm-up for him.
Maybe we're missing a little shoulder shrug that's going on.
Or maybe Stokes made the call at the last minute. Stanley Street end, bowling to Carey is Archer, and he gets it down where he wants it this time, into the cordon on the bounce. But there's Harry Brook with 88 on his back to his left, no run.
Well, Stokes did have a word to him last night. I don't know what was said, and then he bowled 3 rockets after that.
I wonder what the feedback would have been from Brendan McCullum last night to the bowlers, Brody.
I think there'd have been a direct word at some stage, don't you? A bit. It's Test match cricket, guys. We can't bowl like a unit like that. Yes, someone's going to have an off day.
So Archer in, bowls to Carey, round the wicket, glances it fine, beats Smith, who lunges across. It ends up with Atkinson at fine lead. They get through for 1. He's 67 for 408. I mean, in your experience with McCullum as the head coach, how was it? I mean, is he the kind of guy to provide that kind of robust feedback on a bad day, or is he, with this team especially, more likely to leave things be?
My understanding is there was a couple of robust lines, but a very motivational talk of where we're at in the series and what needs to be done. It was a really interesting bowling performance, because what I loved about playing a team sport and being part of the bowling unit is if you personally had an off day, you got looked after by your mates a bit, that they would carry the can and hit their straps.
Archer to Stark, 2 slips to gully, bowls here. Stark wafts again outside the off stump, same as the way he finished the previous over. Misses.
Very rarely does the whole bowling unit have an off day. Does that make sense?
Definitely. I think it's generally just one, and the other 3 take up the slack to a degree. It is different conditions. Generally in a day-night pink ball test, there's more grass on the pitch, so you have bigger margin for error. And they're saying after 12 overs, it's getting so soft.
Yeah.
Archer up, Stanley Street end, bowls to Stark, again swings harder, but the result is the same. It beats his bat, trying to fly it through the offside.
But the pitch maps are as scatterguns from yesterday, wasn't there? There wasn't like a lot of bunch of balls on a really good line and length, and a lot of width, and definitely when they come around the wicket to the lefties, you want to be making sure you tuck them up. They allowed them to free their hands so much, and Cast did it again today.
Change in field, deep backward point goes back for the final ball. Archer delivers it to Stark, and he gets it fine for 4. Got inside the line and tucked it beautifully. Really good batting from Stark. The ball that needed to go. Boundaries for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. Australia now 7 for 412. And that's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Our first session at the Gabba, as always, for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Gus Atkinson, second over of his spell, second new ball. Bowls to Carey on 60, leaving wide of the off stump. Australia have now hit 54s and 5 sixes in the innings. Atkinson wicketless into his 20th over. How much latitude do England have here, Brody? How long before this becomes problematic as far as the Carey innings in particular? Carey is on strike to him. Atkinson bowls, wider of the crease, takes on the short ball, keeps it down, gets it straight enough, but the man from deep square leg's got some work to do. They turn for 2, and in the end they're happy with it. Nope, they want 3. Carey takes on the arm, assertive running from the South Australian, up to 63. Real sense of purpose. 7 for 415. The lead's up to 81.
I had 80 as a number in my mind of once it gets above that, it's a bit dangerous. It's amazing how quickly the lead has grown. 44 overnight. It's those little, Josh Archer's last ball, little tickle around the corner, 4. You don't feel like you've done much wrong, but it's 4 and it keeps moving. And if this gets over 100, this is a real problem for England.
Atkinson up this time to Stark. plays it out to cover off the front foot, no run.
I think Simon Katich had some stats yesterday. The amount of balls, first balls that went for 4 and the last balls.
9 and 9.
Yeah.
Unthinkable.
And they're sort of like your bowling mantra, isn't it? Start well, finish well.
Yeah. And how do you build pressure? Get into your over, get it out of your over, and you do that as a pair for 4, 5, 6 overs at a time. You give the batters nothing. You create pressure on a group, and then they make a mistake.
Yep.
That's been in Test match cricket for 100 years.
But they've had a release, haven't they? Too often.
Australia now putting the pressure on, as they do so well in pink ball cricket. Atkinson bowls to Stark, goes a crack at it. Great take from Smith in the end, diving up to his right and dragging it out of the sky.
We do know England always look at the positive way into a game, and this still looks good for batting. So even if the Aussies get 120 ahead, they'll be saying, okay, well, let's go and get 400, find our way to get 400, and this Gabba pitch can change quickly. That's just leapt off a length, and Jamie Smith's taken it in front of his nose. We don't know what day 4, day 5 looks like to bat on this surface right now, so give yourself a chance. You never know, 200 runs ahead could be a good score.
Leg slip jumps in, Atkinson bowls, and Stark stays at home, plays from the crease to cover point. Stokes collects, they get through for 1. He's 19, leads 82 at 7 for 416.
And the big factor we haven't seen in this Test match is the pink ball behaving at night, the new one. No team's had that opportunity. So England could be in that opportunity tomorrow night if they bat well. And we know wickets fall in day-night cricket with a pink ball nice and new.
It's not without precedent for the second half of pink ball games where there are far more runs than the first half as well. I mean, England have the chance to believe if they can finish it. It's crucial here. Bowls here and caught behind. Well bowled by Gus Atkinson. In the channel to Carey. Straight into the gloves of Jamie Smith, his second catch of the day. Giving him that tempter on that 6-stump line, and Carey tried to flay it through backward point, but he falls for 63 just when they needed it. Brody, 8 for 416.
And a big smile on Gus Atkinson's face, his first wicket in Australia, and he's had to toil and work hard. I don't think this has gone in that cleanly for Jamie Smith. It's had a bit of a wobble and a hover, but Ben Stokes at cover charges in, still believing his team have got a chance, and that is a big wicket. 8 for 416. Carey's played great, played really well for 63. Really useful runs at number 7. But he'll be disappointed to have nicked that. Bit short, bit wide.
He normally nails those. I don't know what's happened. It's a little bit nuts. Yeah, I mean, that's in the normal zone that Alex Carey cuts for 4, isn't it? So maybe a little bit of extra bounce. It was a big edge, wasn't it?
Big.
And such a big wicket. So unless Stark really gets going here, you can't see Australia really accelerating too many more runs. Boland, his feature shot is the forward defence. Brendan Doggett looked like he could swing the bat a bit in Perth, but it's Mitchell Stark who can be so dangerous.
Yeah, England with a brand new ball. As an opening bowler, you're expected to finish this pretty quick now. That's your job.
It's a nice time to bowl, Stuart, isn't it?
You toil against Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne for these moments now to pick up a couple,
It's a partnership of 33 between Carey and Stark. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. It'll be Archer bowling at Stark. It was the final ball of the over where Atkinson got the wicket. Stark 19.
I was just saying last night too, Stu, when Archer bowls his in-swinger to the left-hander, he really gets round arm. It's really obvious the changes between when he's trying to bowl, hit the seam nice and high with his the in-swinger. And on that last ball, he actually bowled with that round arm, which was on the middle and leg, and it was easily leg lengths for 4. I like him to bowl nice at 12 o'clock, get the outside edge.
2 slips, fall back. Archer bowls to Stark, who withdraws at the last moment. Good pace.
That's the different delivery. That's a higher release.
He's not a natural away swing bowler to the right-hander. Jofra Archer his record against left-handers is much better, where he can move the ball across to left-hander. Yeah. I feel like he gets a bit of extra bounce when he's doing that as well.
We saw that then, didn't we?
Tom Morris with us for Marshall batteries. Holler for a Marshall battery.
Gus Atkinson, the first player born in England to take a wicket in this series.
Archer delivers here and Stark tucks it behind square, but declines to take the single from the second ball. So a sense of what's to come. They'll, to the extent they can, protect Boland and Doggett this stage at least.
Courtesy of Will McPherson, who of course was born in England himself.
Yes.
Okay, right. One for England.
Good one, Will. Listening to our coverage next door in the press box, I'm sure.
Just handball the controversial ones to him.
Yeah.
I'll do the safe ones myself.
I'm sure he'll be pleased to have seen caught Surrey, bowled Surrey in the previous section as well. Here is Archer around the wicket, bowls to Stark down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it, and Smith does well. It would have been 4 byes had he not gloved it well. A long way to go.
Doesn't take long on social media. There's a lot of people going with that now, Tom.
The other one that's going around is from Tom Decent. Australia has never lost a test at the Gabba after making 400.
Okay.
So that'll be new ground if England can win from here.
These are the situations where Australia have prospered in pink ball cricket. Get a first innings lead and go to work. Stark, 2 slips behind him. Archer to him here, round the wicket. He beats him defensively. Wasn't trying to do anything more than keep it out, but it jagged away off the seam.
Am I also right in thinking, just to find a little bit of positivity in this moment, that no one's ever lost a test in pink ball cricket after scoring 325? England got 325 first innings, didn't they? So
300 plus.
300. Anyone who's team scoring 300 plus have never lost pink ball cricket if they get that in the first innings.
Did you tweet that or get that out on social media, or just verbalised on media?
I heard it. I've now repeated it, and I might get it on social media if England win.
Where'd you hear it?
Can't say.
You say it enough that becomes true with these stats, believe me. Archer bowls here, Stark goes back and rides the bounce through to mid-wicket where there's a gap. He'll take the single for it's the penultimate ball of the over. Stark 20.
And for all the low scores we talked about, the first one here against Pakistan, Pakistan in the 4th innings almost chased 490.
Yeah.
They got 450. It was amazing.
And
they should have won it.
Asad Shafiq,
shouldn't they?
Didn't Warner get his triple century with a pink ball? Was that pink
Adelaide.
ball Adelaide? So it's, when it leans towards the batters, it can certainly lean towards the batters if you get a dud ball.
And a lot of it gets down to how much grass you leave on there. So 3 millimetres, I want more on it than 3 millimetres.
I mean, your point, broad.
8's the standard.
Yeah.
But even if you went to 6, the ball hasn't moved as much as I'd liked.
There have been 2 triple tons in 25 pink ball test matches. Azhar Ali got one as well. Short leg, 1 ball at Boland here. Archer, it's an important one, but it's in the channel outside the line, and Boland pulls the bat inside the line. Ends the over. Stark back on strike on 20. Boland yet to score. Australia 8 for 417. They're leading by 83, and that is all on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 646464. Atkinson picked up a wicket with his most recent delivery. Won't bowl here because Stokes wants to make a change. He's going to send Zach Crawley down to deep third man away from backward point.
That's actually a catching position as well, I reckon, for him to start with this extra bounce. Maybe get him a bit finer than he is now and put Ben Duckett a bit more behind point on the boundary as well.
He's going to throw the bat at it if he gets any width.
4 men back. Atkinson round the wicket. Stark edging, doesn't get to Smith. Nearly did. About a foot away from being in the frame. Would have been 2 in 2, having had to wait so long to get a wicket.
How's that not carried?
Yeah, interesting. Maybe a bit of weight out of the bottom hand, perhaps. We'll see a replay here on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
It didn't bounce much, did it?
No.
137 kilometres an hour, so...
Yeah, I think Atkinson can't believe it either because we've noted the extra bounce with this new Kookaburra ball.
So running in, away from us in the hot Brisbane sun. Atkinson around the wicket. Stark swings for the hills and misses. He was trying to plonk that into the Liquorland installation at deep mid-wicket, but no contact made. That's the way he's going to play. He's played this role a lot over the years, Mitch Stark. Made a very impressive half-century Fleming, a game that we were doing this year, the World Test Final, 58 not out. His first 50 for 5 years. They didn't win that test, but boy, he gave them a chance.
Yeah.
He does know how to bat with the tail. A lot of that was done with Nathan Lyon. Atkinson goes again. 2 stuck. 2 slips behind him. Plays defensively. Out to mid-off to Archer where there's no run.
Well, bowled. He's not giving him any width at all, is he?
This is where it gets interesting, though. Halfway through the over, Mitch Stark's not taking the single, trying to take as many balls as he can. You feel like you have more chance of a wicket, actually, with the final 2 when you bring fielders in and you think he's going to try and find a boundary and then nick one and get a single off the last ball to keep the strike. And that's where the sort of feeling of the over changes.
83's the lead. Atkinson delivers. Stark clunks it out to mid-wicket where there is one, and he takes it. Collected it mid-on in the end by wide mid-on by Bryden Cast. So he's 21, 8 for 418, lead 84. 2 balls for Boland to negotiate. What's the ball you're going with here to experienced bowlers at the tail? What are you going to give Scotty Boland?
I'd go bouncer then length. That would be my preference. And Scotty Boland tries to sort of sway the bouncer, so I'm trying to get that bouncer nipping back over leg stump, not over his head, actually in at the crest on his chest with a short leg in. Actually, I think Ollie Pope's just put his helmet on to go into short leg. So, and the reason for bowling the bouncer, yes, you're trying to get him out that, but it's actually to get his weight back for the next ball that's into length at the top of the stumps.
See what he does. Atkinson over the wicket, 3 slips and a short leg, bowls to Boland, goes short, not far away as you prescribed, right on the sternum of Boland. Doesn't quite get to Ollie Pope, but wasn't far away. So
it's a good fielding position and well bowled. It's a big bowler who does sort of look to press forward. He's not going to take it on.
Atkinson's fastest ball of the over, 141 kilometres an hour. Senses an opportunity. Deservedly so. Pope goes even closer. He's almost standing on the cut strip at short leg. Last ball here. Atkinson delivers. Boland beaten in the channel. Well bowled. Just as Stuart broadcast. Unlucky that Atkinson doesn't pick him up. 8 for 418. The lead's 84. Stark's 21. Boland yet to score on the Toyota scoreboard. The Tyre Power scoreboard, my apologies. Save on Toyota tyres.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
And Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
This is the first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Archer bowling here to Stark with the field spread, +2 slips. First ball's forward straight and defended back down the pitch from the Stanley Street end.
I'd like to see a few more runs. I'll see Mitchell Stark get going here. Bowling's tight. Certainly not letting him open up the arms and hit through the offside.
Tom's got his hand up for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall Battery.
We'll just look at this New Zealand-West Indies game. So West Indies have properly shut up shop.
Archer in. Stark plays it out to cover off the back foot, no run.
They were chasing 531 to win, and they were 6 down at tee, needing 119 in the last session, and they've completely shut up shop. So Graves is 192 not out. Kemar Roach has his first Test match half century at the age of 37. He's 56 not out.
This could open up the gates for Kemar Roach, I think.
But the third new ball is due in 2 overs, or less than 2 overs now. But New Zealand doesn't have Matt Henry to bowl, so that will be their last crack at it.
More Nathan Smith, 2 bowlers break down in the Test for New Zealand. Archer in here, and he beats Stark with a ball that nearly takes the stumps as well. Went over the top of middle stump.
So the West Indies need to survive another 5.4 overs. 6.4 overs, sorry.
Okay.
Done well. Would have been an extraordinary win chasing 531. Would have broke all the records.
Should they not have gone for that?
I think the problem they've got, Brody, is that they've got 3 legit number 11s next. So had they lost Roach, who's usually a number 11, to be fair, it could have got ugly.
Yeah, but 2 bowlers down, New Zealand gets flat.
I'd like to go for it.
Yeah.
So Greaves on 192 not out.
Yeah, true. Could have milked it a bit. Stark's 21. When will he really go? There's a gap at deep mid-wicket if he wishes to go that way. Archer around the wicket to him, and Stark withdraws when he sees the balls in the channel outside the line of the off stump. Waiting for his moment. 4 balls in. Brody, you want the field converge a wee bit?
It's a tricky one because Stark's not hurting you. It's not hurting the scoreboard. So one is not a problem, and then you have Boland, a crack at Boland for one ball. The general rule is with 2 balls to go, the field comes in, the batter will try and hit a 4 and try and nick a 1.
Certainly, yeah.
So only one team's playing the game a little bit here. They're still back with the 2 balls to come. Archer delivers to Stark, and Stark plays out to the offside to cover point where there's a sweeper, and he gets a single that England don't want him to get, which means that Boland only has to see off 1 delivery. 22 for Stark at 8 for 419.
He might have in his mind, Stark, that the longer he just plays this game and he's out there, the closer he gets to the twilighty period with a newer ball.
Definitely. In no hurry. There's plenty of time left in the test match, but the longer they can stay out there, there's more opportunity, I think, for the new ball to move.
In saying all of that, if they keep the lead under 100, I think what your point was before, Brody, when you came onto commentary, they'll believe England, surely. They'll have to believe. What choice is there but to believe that their batting can put pressure on Australia at some point? Archer delivers. Last ball of the over, and Boland plays it nicely. Deflects it out to backward point. Ends the over. 8 for 419. There'll be 1 more before drinks. I think there will be. Boland yet to score. Stark 22. That's on a Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyota tyres.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Gus Atkinson to continue. Our coverage is for Octet Smart Business Finance, and we've got Brody and Flem with me for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. 3 o'clock local time, but we're getting the extra over in before the drinks break. Stark on 22 facing Atkinson, and he plays it out to fine leg. First ball of the over though, so no single. Fine leg, deep square, mid on back, far enough for a single, deep point, deep backward point that works.
Flem worth a bouncer? Stark's not going to duck a bouncer now, is he?
Oh, definitely.
Worth a high bouncer, see if he top edges it to fine leg? Or is it not worth the risk because you risk a 6?
I think the wicket's the way to go, isn't it? The quicker you can get in there and bat now for England, face the new ball in hot conditions, get it banged up for the second session.
Atkinson in. Bowls here. Stark, middle stump line defends to cover. No 1.
Because he looks unfazed at the moment, Mitchell Stark, doesn't he? Like there certainly is no hurry from his end.
Which England opening batters should be looking at and going, all right,
yeah,
this is okay. If it was jagging around all over the place, keeping low, going through the top, the opening batters are probably feeling quite nervous right now.
Yeah, they'll like what they're seeing. Big innings for Duckett, isn't it? To get going. He's got a great record.
And Crawley building on the confidence of day 1. Atkinson up, bowls here. Stark leaves alone. It bounces through to the gloves of Jamie Smith. Perhaps again a sign to England that there are runs here.
Duckett and Crawley average 45 as an opening pairing, and they do that at good pace. So if they can have one, I mean, they haven't got going at all in this series. One of them's gone for naught in every innings. If they can just have one of those first 10 overs for 60, you eat into that lead and then you just play. It's such a crucial first 10 overs for the England batting group.
So Atkinson to the crease again, bowls here, and Stark takes it on, flays it out towards point. I don't think that's where he wanted it to go, but it's all good. They're not taking the single anyway.
Yeah, the scoring rate in the test's been really fast anyway, isn't it? Australia are going at 5 and over. And if they can get off to a flyer and batter that Kookaburra ball, Brook coming in against a soft ball, 50 overs in, can he emerge into the series and play some of those blinders he's played in England?
So 2 balls left in the over, and as it's been throughout with this pair, they're staying back for Stark. They're giving him the signal if he wants it from the bouncer. Here it comes. It is the bouncer. He gets underneath it. Well called, Flam. Well directed bouncer too. Didn't have a chance to get inside the line of it.
I'd like a better bouncer. I hope the next one's more accurate.
He should go again. He should go again. And actually, it's quite interesting because Stark could be thinking, well, that was slower than I was expecting. If he bowls another one, I'll take it on.
Yep.
So if you do an effort ball now and get it high, Stark goes to take it on, that's when the wicket could come.
Interesting, the radar's got it at 142 clicks, but yeah, lived experience was that he was able to get under it pretty easily. The captain comes up to Atkinson to have a chat. No signs of the field changing as yet.
I'd certainly go another bouncer.
Might be a discussion whether they put a mid-wicket in for one that might beat Stark for pace if he takes on the short ball.
And not worried about long on, not mid on.
So they're sending Cass, as you suggest, Brody, up to a...
This is either the double bluff or they're making it the most obvious thing in the world that a short ball is coming.
So fine leg goes fine. A deep backward square comes into more a long leg almost. Plus that mid-wicket. 2 slips round the wicket. Last ball of the over. Atkinson here and Stark. Well wide of the off stump. It is the bluff, if you like. It'll complete the first hour of play on this third day. Australia leading by 85. They've lost Nisa for 16 and Carey for 63 to Stokes and Atkinson, respectively, in that first hour of play. Boland there, yet to score. Stark's on 22. All those numbers are on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres. We're going into the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley taking over from me, and a special guest as well. He'll have the Queensland Premier with him.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Anytime is 7-Eleven time, particularly at 6:50 p.m. when the game is about to begin and you need something to bite on that isn't your fingernails. Get game day snacks delivered anytime at 7-Eleven. Find out if we deliver to you.
Stokes bowls to Carey, who punches the ball through points and brings up his half century. Ball of the over. He's back edging and out. Straight into the gloves of Smith. Stokes has the early breakthrough. Deeks is on his way for 16. If they can finish it, it's crucial here. Bowls here and caught behind. Well bowled by Gus Atkinson. In the channel to Carey. Straight into the gloves of Jamie Smith. It is the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia's progress for the loss of 2 wickets to 419. 7 overs in on the new ball, and the lead is 85. Boland is yet to score, and Stark is 22. So the first hour, England got 2, thereafter 4. And Australia's building its lead towards triple figures. We'll mix in with this passage of play. The Queensland Premier David Christofouli is with us. Premier, welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Thank you very much for having me, Gerard, and good afternoon to your listeners.
What time for sport in this state? Champions AFL, NRL, NRLW?
It's not much we haven't won this year. It's going okay.
What's it do to Queensland, to Brisbane, to have champion teams like that?
It's amazing how victories in sport can translate to how people are feeling, and that's the truth. Sport is one of those things that make you feel great, and it's the highs and lows. And yeah, we've had a remarkably good year on that front. Started with State of Origin, which is always nice to beat our rivals across the border. But yeah, no, good year for AFL, good year for NRL, and looking like a reasonable position to go 2-0 up against the old enemy.
Do you enjoy the cricket?
I love the cricket. I enjoy this job. Unfortunately, the one I wanted was to play Test cricket for Australia, and I wasn't good enough for that. So this one's a good one I enjoy. But I tell you what, that's sitting here watching that, you give anything to roll the arm over out there, I can tell you.
What were you sending down in the nets the other day?
Rubbish. Right arm rubbish, the same that I used to send down when I was playing. No, I I was a batsman, Gerard, not a very good one, but a very patient one. I didn't have a lot of skill, but I had a good temperament. I never gave my wicket away, and I bored many attacks into submission. No cover drive to be seen, just a lot of dabbing and poking. But no, bowling was not my forte. I used to sit at about 2 or 3 slip, and very rarely roll the arm over.
Found the kindred spirit there. Jofra Archer begins after the drinks break to bowl, and Bouncer flicks him away around the corner and gets the single to get off strike. Boland's first run, 8 for 420. Pivotal time in this state for sport, on obviously being the Olympic city. Went through a fractious few years. How have you landed now with the policy in the new stadium?
There's a sense of optimism, and it was a difficult decision for me personally. We went to the election hoping to be able to do something here or next door to here. That wasn't able to be done because of the lack of time, as well as not enough space next door. So we are embarking on building a new stadium at Victoria Park, and it will be a generationally brilliant asset.
Archer's around the wicket when he's bowling to Stark, and he leaves.
And it's vital that we get that right. In the end, it's going to be the centrepiece of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and that's huge, that's great. But for mine, the long-term benefit of being the home of cricket, the home of AFL, a place where we can get 63,000 people into events, it's going to be special. And a world-class city like Brisbane deserves world-class facilities, and we're building facilities right across the state.
2 slips in place, plenty in the deep. Archer to Stark, who's standing up, cutting the ball out to third for a boundary. Oh, he timed the ears off that. Crawley took off to his left and couldn't reach it. Valuable runs. Stark goes to 26. Public acceptance of it. Is there now? We totally understand that money for stadia is hard, but once it's been announced, is there an acceptance and excitement around it?
It always is, but to put it in perspective, we're spending $7 billion on sporting infrastructure for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. We're spending $9 billion on the Bruce Highway. We're spending $18 billion on hospitals.
Stark readies himself, digs out the Yorker. Good Yorker too.
Indeed. So we're on the cusp of something really special in Queensland. You can feel it. You can feel it when you go around. People are genuinely optimistic. And the Olympic and Paralympic Games, it had reached the point where people were genuinely concerned about whether or not we would get things right. And when government changed, people were saying to me, I just don't want to be embarrassed on the world stage. Now, that to me, you shouldn't be viewing it as embarrassment. It's a golden opportunity.
Archer in from the top of his mark. Stark meets and turns to leg and picks up another run. 8 for 425.
He's hitting them well.
He is.
Yeah, so the opportunity for the eyes of the world to be on us is remarkable, and we will get that right. But it's not just about stadium. It's about road and rail and a 20-year tourism vision. It's about using the Paralympics to improve your accessibility as a city, which is really good for business and tourism development, as well as the way people feel. It's about making sure you get your arts space right, your social infrastructure. It's going to be really special, and there is a real buzz at the moment around the place. There really is.
Archer will get one look at Boland at the end of this over. Boland leaves. So 8 for 425 at the end of the over. Where are you in the design phase, and when do you have to break ground to be ready in time?
We're already doing core testing on the site. The successful architect will be announced very, very soon. You'll see work in earnest beginning next year. And look, people often say to me, do you have time? And I answer it this way. Of course it would have been great had we started a few years ago, but I can't control that. But what I can control is where we are now. When Sydney were given the Games, the 2000 Games, that was in 1993, so that was 7 years before. That's about where we are now. So I say to people, we'll get this right, and we do have an opportunity to make this world class in every way, shape and form. And the delivery plan that we've put in, it allows regional Queensland to get some love. So there's some wonderful events like sailing in the Whitsundays and Townsville, which will be tremendous.
Atkinson starts the fresh over to Stark, who defends.
equestrian in Toowoomba, rowing in Rockhampton, archery in Maryborough, the Gold and the Sunny Coast have both got amazing events. Cricket, now they haven't announced cricket yet as a sport, but I tell you what, I'll throw my toys out of the cot if they don't. So I think about Harrop Park in Mackay, and if you want the ultimate, you imagine this place here in 2032, the final being the T20 between Australia and India, and then this grand old girl gets to say goodbye. That would be something really special. So this venue will stay until 2032, and then it will be an amazing urban redevelopment part of the city, it'll be something special. And next door we'll have a world-class arena, which is going to be quite frankly amazing. And a city the size of Brisbane deserves one of those.
Starks on 27 as he faces up. It's down the leg side. Do you need to get this stadium through to 2032? Does it need a little bit more than a lick of paint here and there?
There'll always need to be your normal maintenance, but there's no point throwing a bucket load of money at it. There's many areas of this place that you look around and you say it could use some love, but you're not going to throw good money after bad. But it certainly won't be an embarrassment on the world stage. And we've just invested in Harrop Park in Mackay, which is a very good venue, and we'll play the test match against Bangladesh next year, which will be an amazing thing for regional Queensland to see a quality game like that.
Stark readies himself, digs out the Yorker, away to long on, won't take the single. So what does it do to your place in the pecking order, but while this ground is still your cricket ground for test matches?
Well, as you know, we won't have a test in Brisbane next year because of the uncertainty with what was happening with this place before the election. That does disappoint me immensely. We have got that back in the cycle the year after. We've done a deal with Cricket Australia that the first test of the 32-33 summer will be back in Brisbane at Victoria Park.
Atkinson to Stark, ducks the bouncer.
And we will also arm wrestle, so the deal with WA goes to 27-28, so we'll begin the arm wrestle about bringing it back here. I think the case writes itself. I think Test cricket is best when it goes for longer than 2 days, if you're listening, Mike Baird. But look, we'll mount a credible case as to why I think the first test of the summer should be here for a myriad of reasons, including the record of Australian teams. But also, there's a sense of identity as Australians that's what happens. On Boxing Day, you go to Melbourne. First test is here.
Australia's lead is 91. Stark ducks the bouncer.
And obviously, Cricket Australia can't be blamed for not having a test next summer. They weren't given the runway and the guarantee that this was here. They do now. They have that. We've given them the commitment that this will continue to serve the people of Queensland until the new stadium is built. And I just think that the option for, as I said, we have secured the first test of the summer in 32, which will be just after the Olympic and Paralympic Games finish, which is going to be just absolutely tremendous. But I would like to see the first test of the summer return here in 28. It would be something very, very special.
It's a little bit of the cat and mouse happening here as England try to keep Stark on strike with the last ball of the over. There's been plenty of bounces in it. So let's see what Atkinson's got in store. He's got 5 dots so far. Stark drives the full ball, doesn't beat Archer, and Archer does enough to prevent a single. So they do trap Boland on strike for the fresh over. 8 for 425. Do you know, I'm just trying to think through the cycle, November 2032, who will the opponent be? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
In the future cycle. Yeah.
I don't know, but it will be very special. So, and it'll be a race against time because the games will finish a couple of months before. So track will go up, turf will go down, but we'll be ready, and it'll be amazing. It's going to be an amazing time, and I keep saying to people, the Olympic and Paralympic Games, it's going to be great for the city, for the state, for the nation, but it's what happens before and after. If you get it right, and I'm very confident we will, the quality of the infrastructure, we're talking about having passenger rail go all the way to the Sunshine Coast Airport. We're doing faster rail to the Gold Coast, as well as updating the road corridor. We're fixing the Bruce Highway up and down the spine of Queensland. We're developing sporting infrastructure, grassroots sporting infrastructure across the board. And then there's a tourism plan to develop new tourism opportunities. It's going to be alive.
Jofra Archer bowls to Scott Boland, who's in behind defending. The Queensland Premier is with us on SEN Test Cricket. So to the nitty-gritty, a lot of that's big picture. We have natural pitches or drop-ins in the new stadium?
You know where my heart would be, and I'll be pushing very hard to have a natural pitch. I think it's completely achievable. Obviously, the Lions are an important part of the new agreement. Of course they are, and we're working very well with AFL. But that will be part of the case we'll mount to Cricket Australia.
Archer to Boland, in behind defending. He thought about the single too, didn't go.
I just think it just adds to the identity of a venue to have a natural pitch, and I think I don't think there's as much magic in having a drop in, and I think that's one of the great things that people have come to love about the Gabba, about the consistency of the wicket, and I believe we can replicate that, and we will produce a world-class stadium which will be great for viewing, great accessibility, which this one doesn't have.
Archer to Boland, leaves.
So the opportunity to redesign a stadium to get your accessibility for all people of all ages and all abilities is great. We can get it to make sure that it's close, and we create a really great buzz. And we'll have 63,000 people, 60,000 during the games, 63,000 post, which will be, it's a good quality size, venue. It's not, it's nothing to be sneezed at. You get 63,000 screaming Queenslanders, and we'll do some damage.
Boland's keeping his wicket intact as he blunts the attack of Archer. We're going to have two major stadiums being built at the same time. Was it important to be in market first before Tasmania starts its work now?
Oh, they'll deliver theirs. That it's at the other end of the country. We're big enough and mature enough as a nation to be able to build two. There's no doubt about that. And I wish them well. I really do. I think it's good on the government for doing it. It's a great decision, and it'll help open up their opportunity to be in the AFL, and it's good for the country.
Boland, just a little step back as he blunts the attack again. The speed of Archer, not worrying him at the moment. He's doing a good job.
But it's important that we do get it right, that we get the design work right, that we get it well located. What will be there at Victoria Park, and the reason why Victoria Park was such in the end, the right decision to go, we're going to be upgrading the aquatic centre next door, the showgrounds, the Brisbane Showgrounds, where Bradman played his first test. That will be upgraded, and there'll be some athletes' villages there as well. So there'll be a good buzz around that precinct. We're improving our public transport to and from there. So it'll be something which is a great legacy play.
Boland looking to survive the over. He has just. They're up and asking for LBW, I fancy. It flew through to Smith. They converged to have a little chat, but it all seems half-hearted. They have reviews up their sleeve, but I don't think that looked like one that would have been successful. So Boland survives 6 balls from Archer. We go back to Stark, who's on 27. It's 8 for 425. The tyre power scoreboard save on Toyo tyres. Well, roofs are all the rage. What will you do with your design? Are you looking forward to seeing a few different prospects?
Of course. I'm not going to tell you that it's going to be a fully enclosed stadium. It won't. But it will be. It'll have good covered seating area. It'll have world-class replay screens, which I think is an important part of the experience. You want to be able to go to a match, and you want to be able to make sure that you're not craning your neck to have a look around at a B-grade screen. It's all about making an amazing experience, because in the end, people have many choices on how they can absorb their sport. You've got to try to make it as fun-filled as possible to go to a game. There is something magic about coming to watch a test match live, though. There really is. There's something truly magic, and this is a great place to watch it as well.
Over number 91. Australia leads by 91, and Cass has come back into the attack, immediately defended by Stark. Through all of this process, the only one who's sort of closed their eyes and thought of a 100 metres final in your new stadium with the local boy Gout on the blocks. Has that sort of played a role in, if it's going to be the biggest moment in Australian sport, potentially, what do you want it to look like?
I keep replaying that in my mind, what that would be and what that would do for us as a nation and a state, for the great multicultural story of the country. It would be unbelievable.
Stark on 27, sways out of a very high bouncer.
And as a young kid growing up in country Queensland, I remember Kathy Freeman and how that made me feel. she was a girl from Mackay, just down the road from where I grew up, and that was just one of the most amazing moments in sport, full stop, let alone athletics. One of the most amazing moments in sport. Can you believe how incredible that would be? Now, the worst thing we can do is heap so much pressure on him. He's a young man. He's a kid. He's just leaving high school. So, but boy, oh boy, he's got some jets on him.
Cast around the wicket, bowls. Stark nibbled at it, got through untouched.
And I'll tell you the other thing, he's a frighteningly good young man too. A very, very humble young man. He's well aware of the weight of expectations, but he's grounded, he's humble, and he's got a bit of growing to do too. So people keep comparing him to Bolt at the same age. Well, if he can end up being the same size as Bolt, he's going to be something very, very special for all of us.
He would indeed. Cast 3 for 132 as he bowls to Stark, who's tucking the ball to leg, no run. Well, Queensland needed a visionary in these moments, Premier, so congratulations on what you've laid out on the way to 2032 and how it will transform the state. Have you ever fancied calling a ball or two of Test cricket?
Yeah, I have, but I don't think...
There's two left in the over. You should.
I don't think any of your listeners have. So
go on.
No, I'm going to leave it in your hands, because if it is a dismissal and I'm completely and utterly muff it, you know what will happen. My mates will never let me live it down. So I'll leave it in your hands.
All right, Stark. The couple to come in the over, sways out of it. It was all rather harmless. Premier, thank you for stopping by. Good luck with all that's to come.
Really grateful for the opportunity, Gerard. To you and your listeners, thanks very much. Have a wonderful remaining few days. And it's day 3 and there's still time to go. Isn't that special, Mike Baird?
It might even take us to day 5.
Wouldn't that be special? Just the way Test cricket should be, Mike Baird, if you're listening.
Queensland Premier David Crisafulli with us on SEN Test cricket. The scoring's totally dried up, so that was actually rather helpful. Let us get the conversation fully explored. Australia's lead remains at 91. Cast is looking for just his second maiden on what's been some hard graft. He won't get it. Swatted away high in the air. Archer stumbled. He was coming in from mid-off to take the catch. He put in one false step and he didn't get there. Stark survives on 28s. He muffed it. 8 for 427 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
And unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and Land package today.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered serve. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, Ididi.
Yes, Ididi.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan foods. He could have used an extra wicket to try to bolster those figures, Bryden Cast, but it wasn't to be. Our experts for Eufy PoE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Ian Healy, royalty in these parts. Welcome in, Heels.
Thanks very much, Gerard. Lovely chat with our Premier.
Bharat Sundaresan rejoins us as Ben Stokes does as well. He's in and bowls. Stark turns him away to leg, but he won't take a run.
Finally, we're seeing some old school Test cricket where Australia have decided this didn't have to really worry too much about scoring runs. When you take whatever is on offer, but drag this day closer to the tricky part of batting, because we've yet to see the new pink ball being used under lights.
Yeah.
Forget about new, even semi-new.
Yeah. Timing is everything here. Australia just soaking that up. The lead is 92. Stokes desperate to do something about it. Stark off the pad down to fine leg. Won't go yet. Second ball of the over.
And just speaking to some of the Aussie players this morning, Heels and Gerard, like they could sense that this is a weary English attack.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're like, well, we know we have them for the taking, and there were a couple of maybe if we lost 2 less wickets, they were the ones batting, but we would have been in a stronger position. But they still feel this English attack. They could see them kind of really struggle. The pace was down for all of them.
Stark drives. It was a lusty swing, but it was hollow as it trickles away to mid-on, no run.
And also, it looks like Mark Wood's not going to be fit for Adelaide, so there is a potential that the series is over by the time he's fit again to play in Melbourne. So I'm sure that's how it works in an Ashes series, Heels, where you're playing the game in front of you, but you're also keeping an eye on these things with the opposition, because it's not that England have a lot left in the reserves in terms of quality.
Stokes is in his 22nd over. He bowls to Stark, who just had the short arm jab. And Stokes got his hands over his face. How did that not clip the off bail on the way through?
So they're all out there, all right? And they've just got to get better.
Yeah.
They've got to play to their potential, or closer to their potential, and more of you play closer to your potential than the opposition, and you win, maybe.
And just so many of their bowlers are also, Atkinson's been regularly playing Test cricket, but the rest are in and out. Bryden Carson has played a lot of Test cricket. Archers, we spoke a lot about him yesterday, Gerard. He's been kept on cold ice for this.
Yeah. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. That was ever so close to the off bail through the gate. Stark edges short of Brook at the floating slip. He is living dangerously now, Stark. He gets a run, and it adds to the frustration of Ben Stokes, who's doubled over mid-pitch. Just can't get what he's looking for, not for want of trying.
But he has created pressure by good length, staying on a good length. And the last two, we've seen one come back in and one stayed out and got the outside edge of Stark. Alex Carey, finally they bowled up to him on the front foot, but a wide slashing drive was his downfall. But where was it until then? They were bowling short and at his body, or short and wide, full and straight, just not in the right spots often enough.
Nisa and Carey, the two to fall, 16 and 63 in this session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Boland defends the last ball of the Stokes over. So Stark will have the strike. Australia leads by 93. The Tyre Power scoreboard save on Toyo tyres will bring Colo in to take you through to tea for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing SharkBite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with SharkBite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Only 8 runs in the last half an hour, but they're really dragging this out. Stark 29, facing here, cast bouncer predictably, but it sails over about the 5th stump line and is happy to leave it be. Adam Collins in with Ian Healy, one of our experts for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Baz with me too. G'day, Hills.
G'day, Colo. Yeah, it's they've got this funny old leg side field and bowling wide outside off short balls, and somehow they've got to get Mitch Stark to take a single, and they get it bowling more often. He's not going to hurt you. He's dead batting everything. And let's see if you can drag him into a shot.
Just 13 balls Boland's face in a pretty long stay. Over the wicket now, cast, change of angle, but out of the armpit. Stark deflects to square leg where there isn't a run. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the leg side and 4 on the off. The leg side fielders include I suppose it's a catching man round the corner on the leg side.
No.
I don't really know what he's doing there. He's in no man's land, isn't he? He's not saving one.
The guy who picked that up, there's no need for him.
Yeah.
I wonder what it is for the smash ball shot. He has come straight since that he was fielding last ball.
Stokes a deepish wicket where he's giving him one, mid-ons wide as well.
Leave that open. Let him hit one through there.
So cast to Stark. He's 29 from 69, playing the waiting game, ducking the bumper. That's a sharper and better directed one than the one that started the over.
That's the lowest I've ever seen a tall man duck. Did you see that? You didn't notice that? He went down under his pad.
He'd be good at the limbo.
Mitch Stark. His knees went out and he ducked right down to his knee roll.
Yoga, Hills.
Yes.
Yoga. That's what yoga allows you to do. You know,
Pilates. No, well, is he a yogi, Starky?
Get him into a hot vinyasa with us maybe before we go to
certainly
Adelaide.
professional, isn't he? He's probably into some
Why not?
Pilates or something, for sure.
A lot of these fast bowlers are now into their
Yes.
Pilates.
Yep.
Pilates has become like it's been in vogue now around the world for fast bowlers.
It was Shane Watson, wasn't it, who was the pioneer on that front from an Australian perspective. Short leg going in now. That's Ollie Pope under the lid. Still 4 on the offside, 2 of them back on the rope. Casts over the wicket to Stark, and he sways out the way of another sharp bumper that was, broadly speaking, in line with his lid. So 2 in the over. That'll be his last bounce, so we've got 3 balls left in the set. Tommy Morris has got something for me too. We'll come to him. Yeah, well, let's do it now. Come on, let's go. Yeah, so we're talking about the West Indies and New Zealand game, which has ended in a draw. So West Indies batted for 163.3 overs.
Wow.
Graves, 200 not out. Unbroken seventh wicket stand of 180 in 68.1 overs. It was the second highest 4th innings total ever in Test cricket. I love that, behind the 654 for 5, which will never be broken, the 11-day draw.
Can you find out Graves' average, please?
Yep. Cast, 2 left in the set. Bowls here over the wicket. Stark deflects to short leg where Pope is, but he's not quite close enough to be in the frame.
Justin Graves was one guy who sort of, if you could say, stood up to Australia, even though he was batting at number 7 in that 3-match series. Amazing, isn't it? He was 27 all out 3 months ago.
I know. So his Test average is 31 now. Before this innings, it was 22.
Wow.
And he did show a little bit at times, Graves. Just a little bit. You know, there's something there, and he's delivered on that promise today to get.
He's got a great strike rate with the ball.
Yeah.
That's him, isn't it?
So a draw at Christchurch. Cast to finish here, all dots so far. Another one here, a maiden. Stark goes back and defends into the pitch. Stays at 8 for 427. Stark 29, Boland 1. The lead is 93 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
Right now, Chadstone Toyota, purchase any Toyota certified pre-owned vehicle and get an extra year of roadside assist absolutely free.
But hurry, this offer ends December 31.
T's and C's apply.
Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
My Way Travel and Events proudly bring you premium packages for the 2025-26 NRMA Insurance Ashes Series. Head to myway.com.au to book your package to the Adelaide and Sydney Test.
My Way Travel and Events are an official reseller of 2025-26 NRMA Insurance Ashes Series packages.
SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. A session where Australia have taken their lead from 44 to 93. Totally out of step with the frenetic pace the game was played at yesterday. Their run rate's gone from 5.2 to 4.6, and Stark very cleverly dragging this as deep as he can, because that improves the chance that he'll get to bowl under lights this evening, I suppose, Baz.
And look at just the body language, or more than the body language, just the energy levels of the English fast bowlers. Ben Stokes is a beast. He'll keep running in over after over. But you look at Jofra Archer, you look at Bryden Cast at the end of, after each delivery, how much energy it took for him to drag into the top of his mark. They're doing more damage than just what pertains to this Test match.
They're the joint leading wicket takers for programmed commercial painting. Hit painting maintenance for 6. Stokes at the top of his mark, 23rd over. 2 slips the gully, man round the corner. A crack at Boland. His 14th ball. Defends it. He gets 1. That's great batting from Scott Boland. Single from the first ball of the over. And the crowd know what's going on. Leads now 94. He's 2. 8 for 428.
No, and Ben Stokes is not happy with Jofra Archer at all. He just moved him. He brought him in exactly for that reason, so that they don't sneak that single. And Ben Stokes just stood there looking at Jofra Archer, then put his hands in the air, and Jofra Archer just...
Oh, the body language is... I mean, you don't often see Stokes blow up at his own plane.
No.
Seeing it on the screen.
3 weeks late.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Instructive there. So the field spread once more for Stark, and this is the last thing that Stokes wanted in this over, was that he doesn't get to launch into Boland. 8 back, near enough anyway. Round the wicket, Stokes, and Stark placed a backward point, no run. We expected when Boland walked out heels that Stark would live a little, but trusting Boland's defence, and it's paid dividends so far.
And he's totally absorbed the new ball, hasn't he? He wasn't there before this, so maybe he's taken some fear out of that for the Englishman.
Don't forget Scott Boland's night watcher efforts in Edgbaston.
That was heroic. What a ridiculous final day that was, and Boland a big part of it at the very start before the rain came. Here Stokes round the wicket, wide on the crease, bowls here, hits Stark on the pad, hits him on the full, and he's turned down Stokes. It's a ball that's ending up at backward point. They don't take a leg by, and they don't consider a review. They got two up their sleeve, but that must have been going way down not to really consider it.
Yeah, it looked like it hit him on the full as well. You see on the replay. Yeah, the angle would have taken it way past leg stump.
LB shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland Choose to Drink wines. They've been rare in this match. Tommy's still with us. All his numbers on the pay.com.au stat sheet. Pay.com.au at earn points. Back with you after this ball, Tommy. Halfway through, Stokes is over. Up and bowls. Stark. Beaten outside the line. Well bowled. Great response from Ben Stokes. Can't believe that he's not found the edge. There must have been some kind of delivery based on the body language here. We'll see it again. So on the angle round the wicket. Straightened up off the seam. Well bowled, Ben Stokes. Tommy?
Well, last one on Justin Graves. Yep. Remarkable innings. Just the 7th batter in Test history to score a 4th innings double century. Remarkably, 4 of the 7 are West Indian.
Yeah, Kyle Mayers a couple of years ago on the break.
Yeah.
Who are the others?
Sunil Gavaskar 1.
Gordon Greenwich.
Yeah, and Nathan Astle did it as well. He's quick double ton.
Greenwich at Lords.
Yep.
Bill Edridge.
Stokes round the wicket. Bowls here, and Stark helps it off his hip to find leg. Being the 5th ball of the over, he will relish the chance to get down the other end. Beneath us, Atkinson does the fielding. Stark up to 30. 8 for 429, lead of 95. Only one ball at Boland.
Just demonstrate your body language as much as you like, Ben Stokes, but that's pathetic delivery.
It is.
That's horrible. And he's tired, I'm sure. Doesn't appear to be. He's got full of beans and full of life, and his run-up looks rhythmical and good, but none of them are holding a line or a length where they need to be. Starkey has not created any damage hitting off drives. So get it in that corridor, nip one away, nip one back, then your bumper becomes better.
It's been the story of their innings, hasn't it?
Shocking.
Partnership's only 13, but it's done exactly what Australia wanted. Boland facing one ball, short leg back. Stokes bowls, beats him outside the line of the off stump. Stokes again throws his head back. Stark back on strike on 30. Boland 2, 8 for 429 with the lead 95 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
Got a skid steer, excavator or other special plant that needs a trailer? Rogers Willex has been manufacturing quality Australian machinery and plant trailers for over 50 years. With branches in Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne and Perth, there's a trailer solution for you. Visit rogerswillex.com.au.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
The leading run scorer in Australia's innings has been Jake Weatherall with 72 from 78 yesterday, laying the foundation for this first innings lead. That's for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. Poor old Bryden Cast. Go again, 23rd over. They'll speak of this bowling performance, I suspect, with Bryden Cast for a time. Heels. He's going
Reminds
at
me of
9s.
Merv Hughes' first innings here. He got none for 123.
Yep.
Dropped 2 catches and made a duck. And he goes, I wonder what's going to happen when I really do bowl bad. He thought he bowled quite well.
Cast away from us, Vulture Street end, and Stark's able to sway out the way of not a bouncer, but a short enough delivery. There's a short leg in for the start of the over, which wasn't the case the previous time Cast was bowling.
Yeah, just going back to body language, often you can read a bit too much into it than required, but just looking at them, just at the end of the delivery, all the fielders just turned around, looked away, rather than look at the bowler. They're feeling the pinch. It is hot out there.
Their best moment was Will Jackson's catch, and they look like a group that needs something to happen so that they can show their passion. You've got to get in early with your passion and make things happen.
It's 40 overs ago too. Cast bowls here. Stark goes back in defence. Nice high elbow. He's batting really well here, Stark.
Hey, this is a bit like his World Test Championship final innings, isn't it? Adam, he batted for a long time for that half century.
Came in when Australia was stuffed at 91 for 6.
Yeah, they had a long partnership with Josh Hazelwood, who was heartbroken when he just got a little adventurous and hit the ball straight to cover.
Forgot he couldn't bat.
Yeah.
So even though the partnership's only 13, it's the 68 balls. It's the game within a game. in pink ball test cricket, which Australia have been so good at getting their tactics right. They've won 13 of 14 in this format. Cass in, bowls to Stark on 30. He plays and misses outside the line. No footwork on that occasion. Just gently drifted away off the seam.
Yes, speaking to, again, like my chats with a couple of the Aussie players, they were a little surprised that Matthew Potts wasn't playing this game.
Were they?
Felt like he could have been someone who does that Nisa role. Not the quickest, is he, Adam? You've seen more of him than we have.
The thing with Matty Potts is that his pace doesn't drop spell to spell. He's super fit. Super fit. So he's a good option for hot conditions. I think that's why he's on the trip. Seldom lets England down. Cass halfway through the over bowls here. Cass goes back, my apologies, Stark goes back and defends to cover where Atkinson fields no run.
But as well as Bryden Cass did bowl in Perth, that was a pitch just suited for his style of bowling, the big leap and bangs the ball into the pitch. With the pink ball which goes soft so quickly on a hard surface, but flat surface, it's just style of bowling, I don't know. Even just looking at him at the nets, I wondered if he's going to have an impact.
They thought they could go bang-bang here with Boland and Doggett. Doggett's next for Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks. But it's not to be. Stark facing Cass and getting it up and over the top of cover. Work to do for Archer to cut it off. He won't get there. It's rolling down the hill for 4. A rare boundary. But that's a punishing one. It takes the lead to 99. Stark to 34. 8 for 433. The fans love it. Boundaries for Azudo. Brushless power tools. Do you?
It's an outrageous shot. Really good front foot, but then he just leans back on the shot a little bit and the hands come through. It's like a golf shot. He's just crunched it with broken wrists.
And the psychological barrier of nearly having a 3-figure lead. 99. When they were 8 for 416, they would have thought, well, that'd be a brilliant outcome. Or a chance of it. Big chance. Cass round the wicket, change of angle. Stark tucks it. Pass mid-on, deflected down to the rope. It'll be 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. It's parried to the rope by the captain, Stokes. He got a hand to it. Kept it out of the goal, but it still went down to the rope. The lead goes beyond 100, 103. It completes the over. 8 runs coming from it. 8 for 437. Stark is 38. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Build with Mimosa Homes, Melbourne's premier new home builder. Offering fixed price contracts and backed by a 50-year structural warranty, Mimosa Homes, designed for life, built to last. Visit one of their 50-plus display homes across Metro Melbourne and Geelong. mimosahomes.com.au.
Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-646464. Stokes is going to continue. I suspect Stokes is going to bowl till his job is done. Yeah. The lead's 103. Boland, 2 slips to gully behind him. Delivers and Boland plays it into the offside. Wants one, but Atkinson's equal to it. Charging in from point.
Look at Joffrey, he's ready too this time. He was ready. Just got the hands off his knees, and he was all over it. Not having the captain give it to me again.
How about that shot last ball of the over from Mitchell Stark? Delightful clip. He's running hot for a ream, steady, hot and strong.
It is. I mean, just down the ground. We've seen some classy shots down the ground from Root and Marnus Labuschagne, even Cam Green. But yeah, this is right up there. He's doing a both with Stark in this Ashes. Batting and bowling.
Yeah. 16 wickets in the series already. Bowling here is Stokes. And through the cordon with control goes Boland. That will be another boundary. 3 in the last 4 balls. The wheels might be falling off for England here. 107 becomes the lead. They've not been able to do the job this morning and finish Australia off. They needed to win the first hour and the second hour. They did the first bit, but now at 8 for 441, they threatened to let this get way out of hand.
They could get a stream of the New Zealand innings by West Indies.
That's such a trademark Scott Boland shot if there is one.
Steered it right in the gap. Stokes to him again, and Boland nearly chops on. Tries to go twice in a row. Living a little. He's on 6 now. Partnership's 25 from 75.
Yeah, it was him living a little. I've never seen him play a shot in anger so far.
That's right.
He's fun to watch, Scott Boland. He's got plan A. He's got plan A.
Oh, and he's just working on plan B with that one. Another 3 years, he'll have the cut shot.
So Root, Brook and Crawley, the catchers behind the wicket. Stokes bowls and going back in defence. That's more the Scott Boland we know. 2 left in the over. He'll be thinking 2 more defensive prods, and we get back to Mitchell Starc with only 13 minutes until the tea break as well. Tommy Morris has got stats and scores and whatever else with him. To my right, please go.
Well, I'm watching this Australia A game. England Lions were bowled out for 166. In reply, Australia A 5 for 481. The captain, Nathan McSweeney's 179 not out. Xavier Bartlett is 71 not out from 54 balls. For 6 fours and 5 sixes. Yeah.
Of late, the last 3 weeks. He's got plenty.
A couple of your Queenslanders there. I know that McSweeney now plays for SA, but for your system, Hills. Thank you, Tommy. Pay.com.au score sheet. Pay.com.au at earn points. Silly point in now. 2 balls to go. Stokes bowls and Boland round the corner, just past the diving duck at a backward square. Didn't reach him on the full. They get through for 1. So he's off strike. Now that presents an interesting question for Starc here. What does he do from the final ball? 8 for 442. I say it didn't carry. I don't think it did, but the body language suggests maybe it did get to him. No, it bounced about a foot in front of him, diving to his left.
No, I think it's just Ben Stokes. He's feeling it.
So it went through the hands. I suppose the frustration there is that it's back to Starc rather than getting 2 cracks at Boland, despite Duckett's best efforts in diving a long way to the contest.
Last ball of Stokes, as you say. If they keep Boland on strike, what do you think about Will Jacks?
Well, I was thinking
Jacks
that this
one
morning.
down here.
I nearly said it when we came on today. I wonder whether Jacks will bowl with the old ball. Give them something else to think about that they wouldn't be anticipating.
Well, Scotty Boland, what's he going to do to him? Is he going to try to hit him? Are you going to get an error from him, or is he going to get you? Get into the contest.
Yep.
That's why they're playing him.
Yeah, sure. 26th the partnership. Now for Starc, last ball. Duckett goes to backward square on a 4-man on the leg side. Stokes bowls wide on the crease, and Starc drives it through the covers. One of the shots of the day. Bisecting 2 fielders to perfection. Starc into the 40s. He's up to 42. 8 for 446 to finish. Another busy over for Australia. That lead keeps swelling up to 112 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. This lead is getting daunting for England. 44 this morning, or this afternoon when we started rather. 112 now. And it does mean they've got a big mountain to climb even before they can get back in the black in their second innings. And they'll have Mitchell Starc to confront soon enough. He's already up to 42 here.
And this is that kind of partnership where you can turn a series, right? It's just, you can see it's demoralizing the English. Ben Stokes has given it his all. It's still Bryden Cars. Wonder if they could have tried someone else at this end.
Yeah, Cars in his second spell of the day. He's bowled 23 overs all up. Bowls here to Boland, who goes back and defends. Dead bats. It's a cover point, no single.
Everyone in the lower order has played his role. Michael Nisa had a big role to play last night.
Yes.
That could easily have been a big collapse than what it was. Mitchell Starc once again standing up like he has been doing with the ball, this time with the bat, and Boland he's given nothing away. Must be making Jason Gillespie proud next door. Yes. The old school Jason Gillespie style tailender.
It's a great call. It's a Gillespie-esque innings, isn't it? Hanging on and doing his bit. Facing here, 2 slips, cast bowls to him, full and straight and pushed into the onside where Archer's a very close mid-on to make sure there's no chance of a single early in the over.
And our listeners could have heard the feet scraping on the crease there. That told me right there that Scott Boland's better at in-swingers than Jason Gillespie. He was just a sitting duck waiting for someone with reverse swing to just clean up his front foot. He put his foot straight down and just outside the crease, gone again.
Here's a question for you, Hills. Like, who was your favourite tailender to bat with?
Oh, Steve Waugh.
In here. Cast bowls. Give a length to Boland, who opens the face, tries to steer it past backward point, but doesn't quite get the angle.
Who else did I have?
Paul Rifle and you.
Pistol, Flam.
Yeah.
Good. They were great value.
And did Paul Rifle not play a role in getting you to that 100 here when you batted together against the Windies?
Yeah. Yes. He certainly had a good partnership. Flemo's fun. I think Flemo as well. Did he play that match?
Got 70 odd against.
Might have been against England.
The
next year. And he played a cover drive and hit his back with his bat, and he wanted to go down. Flemo, get up.
He'll tell us all about it if we ask him later. Carson halfway through the over, bowls to Boland, who pushes to cover where there's not a run either. So 2 balls left in the over. They have to make this over count. This is drifting desperately for the visitors.
Warney was always fun. Warney, the man who had the most number of bats in his kit bag or in the dressing room per run scored in the game. There's no question. No one's made less runs and had that many bats ever in the game of cricket. But loved playing and missing, didn't he? You had a little square up, little. Ooh, you're right, Warney. Yeah, mate. Yeah.
112 the lead. Cass in, Boland, wide of the crease, plays it back into the surface, and it isn't far away from being problematic. It ends up with Ben Duckett at backward square. Could have taken his leg stump out, but it's been that kind of day for England so far.
And I remember, was it the Chennai Test Hills in '98? You batted for a long time.
With Gav Robbo.
Yeah.
Robbo, he's always swimming between the flags. That's one of his great sayings. Good stuff, Hills, eh? Stay between the flags. Stay between the flags. But that's the hottest day I've ever played in. We were soaking wet.
Kumble at his peak, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Love Robbo talking about that series as well. He's done a bit of it with SEN. Talking to Prasanna, who said, lengthen your run up, go in quicker, and you'll succeed in India. He did it. He took 4 for that day in that same match, Chennai. Hello, Robbo, if you're listening. Bowling here is Cass. Last ball of the over. Steered down to third man. He's declining the singles now. Boland's playing the game. He's 7, Starks 42. The lead's 112 at 8 for 446. Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
Hi, Jamie Dury here. The days of getting home on a hot day to a hot house are over, with My Dear Air Conditioners giving you up to a 7-star energy rating. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-646464. There have been 4 boundaries in the last 4 overs, so a change in bowler in turn. They're going to spin at long last. Will Jacks gets his second over after a fairly calamitous one 24 hours ago. Change of bowling for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. But believe me, guys, he is better than that over.
Yeah.
Trust me on this one. He's going to have to try and get a couple of you. Finish him off.
Well, Stark will get him. He'll be trying over there. They'll put a fielder there for sure soon, mid-wicket, slog sweep. He'll be going for him. And that's why it's probably better he bowls to Boland. But see if he wants to take a single early in the over and see what Scotty Boland wants to do to him.
Hello to our friends in New Zealand on Sports Nation. Have just joined from that remarkable West Indies draw with the Black Caps. So they'll be a bit flat about how that's ended, but a test match where Australia have advanced their lead from 44 to 112 today, losing 2 wickets along the way, but this partnership has added 30. Starks on strike on 42, facing Jackson, playing him out to deep backward point, no single.
Just the way he's batted so far, I wonder with 4 minutes to go for the break, if Stark does take him on, the maturity with which he's batted. Will be tempted.
He would be. The gaps there.
Jacks has got a slip catching, everyone else spread for Stark. Lunges forward and defends. He might be playing for the break.
Yep.
And why not? Because 40 more minutes. I mean, you think of it in these terms. If they don't lose a wicket in this over, they've got to take the 40-minute break now. If they lose a wicket, they'll extend the session, which will in turn mean that if you're trying to delay Stark bowling, the best thing he can do strategically is knock these 4 on the head. We will see.
Yep.
I'll try and slog one now. I've said that.
Now that you've said it and short leg is in place, maybe that is the ploy.
Yeah.
Kind of get him to do something different. He's just been comfortably putting that big front foot stride out.
He's got him in a better position now. He's moved square leg around to mid-wicket, more towards mid-wicket, and brought long on up. bring him up a bit more so that it's more of a temptation for Starkey to go over.
And Jofra Archer has no idea what is expected of him.
Fairly conventional off-spinners field here. Jacks bowls to Stark off the pad, past Ollie Pope at short leg. I think the crowd thought it might have been an inside edge. Didn't sound like it through the cans.
We've spoken a lot about the impact it will have on the English bowlers, but the batters will be feeling it as well in their the bottom of their feet, won't they? In their legs, heels.
Bit of penultimate over before the break because he's getting through it quickly. Stark goes back to thrash and misses. Ends up in the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Yeah, you mean the English?
Yeah, English.
Oh, yeah. They've had a decent length of time on a hard Gabba outfield. It's run very quickly, which means not much under the grass.
2 left in the over. Wider on the crease. Jacks bowls. Stark plays the short leg. Well taken by Pope, who flings it at the stumps, and they get through for one. Oh, Stokes will be tearing his hair out. That means that Boland can defend this one. They'll get one more over before T, where Stark will be facing. So I understand the thinking from Pope. It was a sharp take and he wanted to keep the pressure on, but no one able to get there to cut it off.
And Ben Stokes just ran past Ollie Pope, looked the other way.
Oh dear. Pope made a blob on day one. A couple of days waiting to make an impact on the game. 8 for 447, lead 113. Stark now 43. Been out there for 89 balls. I'll get Tom to run us through some Stark bits and pieces in the next over when it comes to his batting. So 90 seconds until the scheduled break. In England's interest to bowl this ball, I'd say. 3 catching men. Delivers here to Scott Boland. Important delivery. Boland shout for leg before. Couple of noises. They bail out. Goes out to short mid on no single. Ends the over. They're not going to review. 8 for 447. Stark on 43, Boland on 7. LBW shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. It's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Save on Toyo tyres.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside? Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have the workwear brands you need, including FXT, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and more. Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
Mitchell Stark has been running hot for Ream in recent overs, Australia's favourite, but steady, hot and strong. He's 43. He's facing Cast last over before the long break. 4 back, Stark defends, and as we said before, this will surely be the play from here. Tom Morris.
So Mitchell Stark's 43 not out, and I think he's got a fascinating career arc when it comes to batting, not just bowling. So 10 half centuries between 2012 and 2019, none between 2019 and 2025. And if he makes a half century here, he'll have 2 in his last 6 test matches. And his record at number 9, not just average, which you'd expect given he's going to get more not outs, but his run-making ability at number 9 is far superior than what it is at number 8.
Great stuff, those numbers on the pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au, and earn points. Cast to that man Stark, short legs back, round the wicket, bowls here, Stark leaves alone.
So 7 half centuries at number 9 and 3 at number 8.
4 against England, but all of them were in 2013, 2015 and 2019. So it's been a while since he's had a day like this against the old enemy.
Yeah, the day of control. He quite often goes out in a blaze of glory, doesn't he? He can hit a few boundaries and keeps going, gets out, holes out somewhere, but something's clicked and he's hanging in. The short ball is now not worrying him. Quite often he's been beaten into submission with body bashing, but he's evading and playing very smartly today.
Cast with the 4-man back, slip, short leg to catching men, round the wicket, beats Stark with a good one. Cast in his 25th over. 3 for 141. Big lumbering quick. The reason he's in the squad is Stokes, his county teammate, loves the way that he can ask him to do tough jobs and bowl in a hostile way. He did a great job last week at Perth. They would give for him to end up with a 5 for 141 here and get 2 to finish off the session. It'd be an unusual 5 for him. It did happen.
Yeah,
needless to say.
That's all right. Take it.
Still hold the ball up.
Yeah,
why not? England's leading wicket taker in the series too. Change of angle over the wicket he'll be. 3 left before tea. Cast away from us, Vulture Street ends. Delivers to Stark, and Stark is squared up, but drops into the gully where there isn't a fielder, and there's also no interest in taking a single.
Scotty Boland wanted it, but he got sent back. But how much detail do you think they came to Australia with, the likes of Bryden and Cars? Right? So Perth bowling, Brisbane bowling, Adelaide bowling, because they're not practicing, so they can't. When do they get their knowledge of what length to bowl in Brisbane?
The thing is, it felt like they got it right at Perth right away, didn't it? They hit the length that Australia struggled at times to in, well, really talking about Scott Boland really in that sample on day one. But by the way, it's a change of gloves here for Stark with 2 balls left in the session, which is a little bit odd.
Callum Vidler, the 12th man there for the Australians.
You'll have to do that. 2 balls to go in the session, change your gloves. I mean, Bharat's made this point, umpire Holdstock and umpire Sycat, they haven't been that interventionalist when it comes to people coming onto the ground. England's over-8, -4, so no matter what happens here, they're copping a world test punishment with points. Cast 2 left in the session. Bowls to Stark with the new gloves. Full and not straight enough, though. Hits him on the boot. Yorker length. Spills out to the onside. Again, they declined the single. 1 ball to come.
Interesting, you declined that single. You've been taking that single for how long? 40 minutes? And just because of the break,
yes,
you think Scotty's going to have to face it when he gets back.
Tell you what,
back out there.
Stark has done it so well. He's our player of the session for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists.
Can they get one now?
Last ball before tee. Back round the wicket to Stark. On 43, leads 113, and Stark goes up and over the top of cover. What a great way to finish this passage of play. It won't quite make it to the rope. Didn't quite get all of it. Atkinson does the fielding, but they add 3 more. That'll take Stark to 46 as they dine. What a great session for Australia. The lead growing from 44 to 116. The 450 up as well. One more chance for the Brisbane crowd to wave the flags and acknowledge the performance of the Australians in this first innings. 8 for 450. Ian Healy will go through the fall of wickets here. Classics for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. They were Michael Nisa caught behind for 16 from the bowling of Ben Stokes. And Alex Carey caught behind the bowling of Gus Atkinson for 63. Had Australia at 8 for 416, but this pair have put on a subsequent 34. What valuable runs and valuable time this has been to take it out of the game, to get the match on Australia's terms, Hills.
Well, a whole lot of patience has gone into that last partnership, mixed in with a surprise weapon at times, i.e. that last ball. Everyone thought Stark had shut up shop, and even Scotty Boland was pretty static at the non-striker's end, and he plays an expansive cover drive over the infield. So it's been very good shot selection by Mitchell Stark. I think he's had a little bit of luck. He's played and missed it a few, but that's to be expected. And another illustration to me that Cast just hasn't got his length right at Brisbane. He's either short, and that's been his safest length, short and at the head, but then he's full, not good length when he's trying to pitch up. He just hasn't created pressure, but he's certainly been very wholehearted in his effort.
All the numbers on the card for IMAR. Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR. Thank you, Ian Healy. You stay put. You'll be analysing the session that was with Gerard Whateley in a moment at the tea break. We'll also be catching up with the Roots, I'm told. Looking forward to that. This is SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance in Australia. At tea on day 3, 8 for 450. Mitchell Stark on 46 and Scott Boland on 7.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
And Henley Homes, hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Butchers, the meat specialists.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Down the leg side, he's feathered it through. And
Just like Test cricket, Beaumont Tiles is an Aussie original. For more than 65 years, Beaumonts have worked hand in hand with tradies and builders to shape the style of Australian homes. With trusted trade pricing, expert service, and the biggest range of tiles, bathroomware, and hard flooring, Beaumonts delivers style built to last. So visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Australia's best off-road caravans are kicking it up a gear. Actually, make that a few gears. Lotus Caravan's 2026 range launch is happening today. Loaded with features, packed with power, and then some. And luxe interiors the wife will love. Be one of the few to see next year's models and new floor plans. All new models have huge upgrade standard. First to order is first to get delivery. Lotus Caravan's 2026 range launch is happening today at Freestyle RVs, Cooper Street, Somerton.
Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai. With no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman.
At AIA, we're for the doers. Doer who volunteers at their local cricket club, who makes dubious umpire decisions in the morning, and dubious potato salads for the lunch break. Doer who pads up and packs up, and next weekend does it all over again. So, whatever your do is, and whyever you do it, AIA wants to help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Mervu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top-quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Archer to Stark, who's standing up, cutting the ball out to third for a boundary. Boy, timed the ears off that. Stark facing, passing, getting it up and over the top of Gabba. Work to do for Archer to cut it off. He won't get there. It's rolling down the hill for four. Pass around the wicket, change of angle. Stark tucks it. Pass mid on, deflected down to the rope. It'll be four more. Back-to-back boundaries. Bowling here is Stokes, and through the cordon with control goes Boland. That will be another boundary. Stokes bowls wide on the crease, and Stark drives it through the covers. One of the shots of the day. Bisecting two fielders to perfection.
The tea break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Macca's.
This interruption is proudly brought to you by Macca's New Grinch Meal.
Have a hunch Australia are timing this all to perfection. 8 for 450 at the tea break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's loving the crickets. Play resumed at 6 for 378, and it was just as much about time as it was about runs. Soak up the whole of the sun and then set sail for England right about dusk. Ian Healy.
And they've earned the right to do that. There's been a lot of hard work going to that session. 95 balls for Stark. Bowling plenty. They seem quite content out there now. So and Neeser and Carey were the two wickets that England thought they would want, and then the tail doesn't really like the short stuff that much, but they've got through it. And now Mitch Stark is playing aggressive cricket with great shot selections. He's throwing his hands at the ones that are there to throw your hands at, and lofting or hitting down the ground, along the ground. It's been good stuff by Starkey. They've earned the right to be on the right side of the conditions.
The Australian side of things for Australian made by Australians, support Australians. It is a peculiar scorecard. Head 33, Weatherald 72, Labuschagne 65, Green 45, Smith 61, Inglis 23, Neeser 16, Carey 63, Starks 46 not out, Boland is 7 not out. So when we sort of set up, yes, there you go, old school Australia makes 500. They might make 500 without a century.
Yeah, and when you see it on the scoreboard up there, it's so jam-packed, isn't it? The column's full. It's been a low ego type performance here. It's been a gritty performance at times. You know, Marnus and Steve Smith had work to do, and they did it. They didn't go recklessly at anything, and until it was, until they were well into their innings. It's been reasonably hard work, and they've made the Englishmen really toil, which is a good thing. That was their goal at the start of this season, make the Englishmen bowl 3 spells a day. Well, they did even more than that yesterday, and they've made them back up today.
So the value of that: Archer 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 87. Atkinson 23 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 85. Cast 25 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 144. Stokes 24 overs, no maidens, 3 for 113. Not just for today, but for what comes next. These are big overs, aren't they?
Yes, and if the English batsmen get a lead, and those bowlers have got to go out and try to defend 150. If they can make 300, which is probably bare minimum, they've got to make 300, then you might be having to bowl at 150, and now here comes Travis Head again. So they've got to be spot on. They haven't been spot on in the second innings yet, and many times in this first innings, but you never know when it's going to click for them. It might just happen. The Australians have been very good. Even at times where you thought they were labouring, you look at their outcomes. Alex Carey 63 off 69, Cameron Green 45 off 57. Why the hell did he think he had to get on with it? He's 57 balls for 45. Steve Smith, who took a lot of short bowling to him and came up with things to do against it, 61 off 85. Even Marnus was 65 off 78. So they've just pushed it along in partnerships all the way along.
The player of the day contender for RWC Ray White's commercial property specialist. So this is Mitch Starc. It's a bit of a throwback, isn't it? He has been an accomplished batter at various stages. This will be his 12th half century. If he can post 4 more runs, we know he's got a test high 99, and he really has controlled things rather perfectly.
Very much so. He's ducked inside a few. He's worked them around the leg. And he's played and missed a few when they've got their length and line right outside off because he's, going at them. But not too many. He's had a little bit of luck with those. That's it. The rest has been really middle of the bat stuff and good leaves.
It's been nice watching the two of them go about it too. When to take singles, when to trust. And what Boland's seen 27 balls and he's been chanceless. He's actually played a couple of nice shots by the end of it all.
Yeah, and he's got no problems taking the strike now. So that's good. Keep that going. And what have we got, Doggett, to go?
Yeah.
And he's an athlete. So he's probably more handy than number 11. So he'll be a good partner for whoever he's in with. And, Australia would like it to be Starc because he's probably more devastating in what he can put on to the English attack. But, they're getting tired. It's probably not as hot out there as if you're in around near the boundaries. The breeze gets into the Gabba. And so it's nice and sunny and blue sky, but I don't think it's as hot as they're making out.
So I think in a perfect world, Australia would love to bat 50 more minutes.
Righto, you think then.
Take the 10 and then they'd have an hour, and that's when the shadows cross and the last half hour is really in the tricky lights, and then get the full 2.5 hours under lights. And there's little murmurings in the back and going, 3.5 hours might be enough, with a new pink ball under lights.
Do you think anyone in the Australian dressing rooms, gutsy enough to sort of say, come on, fellas, 50 more minutes we need?
Do you know who it would be?
They're getting way too greedy.
No, do you know who it'd be? It'd be Mitch Starc.
Marnus.
It'd be Mitch going, hey, I'm setting this up. Just give me the new ball as the light fades.
Is that 50 minutes with the 10-minute changeover they'll be saying? So have I got to go for 40 or 50? Surely England are more conservative in their celebrations and everything generally than us, aren't they?
Yeah.
So they look a bit flat out there today, but they might not be. They might be okay. There's been some bum touches and little high fives, and there has been enough enthusiasm. They're not as obvious as the Australian team at doing that.
Yeah.
But I think their attitude's been okay today.
All right, the dig for Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts available at Bunnings Warehouse. For all that you've just said positively there, it's got to be Jofra Archer, doesn't it? He's a bit dozy in the field. As the only real chance from Starc was just a ballooned top edge that he stumbled as he was heading in for, and he wasn't in the right spot to save the single, or the captain was cranky with him. Cranky.
Look, you need your fast bowler steaming out there this morning. It's like leading, if the captain, can I lead us out? That type of thing. Taking the ball, old ball or new ball, doesn't matter, I'm bowling. And he bowled left arm in warm-ups, orthodox as well as seam up. And he was stiff as a board by the look of him, the way he was moving around warm-ups. That filters down through the whole squad.
Yeah.
The young men see that and they go, oh, there's our spearhead. And that's what Ben Stokes will now be fighting. He's tried to rein everything in. We're in the Ashes here.
Yes.
This is the Ashes, and but everyone's sort of saying, well, this is new from you, and of course Stokes then he reverts to doing it all himself, and that's when he bowls himself into another reconstruction, and he's got to be really careful. He puts himself in the fielding position that dives a lot. And slides, and then he bowls a lot of overs at a time where you don't need a whole lot of overs now. You don't need to be bowling those overs. Anyone will do, and get some pressure on by getting some control about you. But they just haven't had consistency of delivery, and it's looking pretty obvious to me that the preparation has been as poor and minimal as they're saying. I was hopeful that they'd been doing some sneaky practice.
Yeah.
But I still don't think, I'm with Simon Katich, that practicing nets is nothing compared to match play that your stats count for.
Yeah.
You go and play Queensland, for example, and it's a first-class game, and your runs go on your career.
Yep.
Way too often now, international teams are dodging that. and making a 4-dayer a 2-dayer and swapping around here and there when you have enough.
They don't seem seasoned enough for it for the moment. Sherlock Wheelbarrows, tough loads made easy. Good on your heels. Enjoy a bite to eat.
Thanks, Gerard.
T8 for 450. The lead is 116. Joe Root's parents are going to join us in a few moments' time. It's a tea break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at better prices. And Macca's, loving the crickets.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like backyard cricket helps grow our future Ashes stars, we're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
Cars with tyres, cars with wheels, all kinds of cars. And the very best deals only at Car City. Cars for nanas, cars for tradies, and the busy mums with 3 babies. Only at Car City. Cars galore, far as the eye can see. They've got the car for you.
And the car for me?
Only at Car City. Don't forget the jingle. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Australia's best off-road caravans are kicking it up a gear. Actually, make that a few gears. Lotus Caravan's 2026 range launch is happening today. Loaded with features, packed with power, and then some. And luxe interiors the wife will love. Be one of the few to see next year's models and new floor plans. All new models have huge upgrade standard. First to order is first to get delivery. Lotus Caravan's 2026 range launch is happening today at Freestyle RVs, Cooper Street, Somerton.
Think about how you use your car. Do you just drive from A to B? Is your car your office? Or do you go off-road? How you use your car will determine the type of brakes you need, because not all brakes are the same. Bendix have developed brake pads in Australia to suit your vehicle and driving style. No other brakes can say that. It's time to think about your brakes. Next time you change brakes, fit Bendix brakes. Don't accept anything less. Bendix brakes. Put your foot down with confidence.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's 2 things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com.
Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. on SEN Test Cricket.
It's the tea break for Robot Building Supplies. The robots got it and deliver. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Macca's loving the cricket. Australia 8 for 450. This test match will always be distinct for the first test century on these shores for Joe Root. His parents have followed around so much of his career. They're over with Tom Morris for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall battery. Tom.
Gerard, thank you. We're high up in the bleachers here at the Gabba. It took us about 25 minutes to walk around, Bharat and me, but it is worth it because we have Matt Root, the very proud father of Joe, who's here all summer, and he looks very relaxed and very tanned, it must be said as well. Are you enjoying the cricket?
Well, I was enjoying it yesterday, not day one, Tom. It's not going so well for us at the moment.
How was it feeling when Joe made 100 and brought up his 40th test ton, but significantly his first test ton in Australia?
Yeah, it seems a long time ago now. Australia 450 for 8, but nice to get the 100 in Australia. Stop the Australian press from having a go and digging a bit deeper. But I'm pleased for him as well because he worked hard for that innings. Went in at 5 for 2. Mitchell Stark was seaming it about quite all over the place, and he dug in. He decided it was quite judicious in the shots that he played. And I think, he deserved the 100.
And just about like the reaction from the crowd and the Australian players as well. I know they are pretty anti-English, most of this crowd, but it felt like in that moment they all were with Joe, for a brief second anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the Australian crowd are great in the sense that they appreciate, good sport. And I think there's a lot of skill in that innings. Nobody else has scored more than 72, I don't think, in the match so far. The Australians tend to be quite appreciative of good play, so fair play to them.
6.5 years ago, I interviewed your dad. I went to Sheffield Collegiate Club. He was sat there with his mates watching Joe bat on TV. The one thing he said was when he used to take him for cricket as a junior cricketer, he knew whether Joe had a good day or a bad day because if he had a bad day, Joe did not answer any questions about cricket. Has that changed? How much cricket does he talk with you guys now?
No, he's pretty much the same. But I remember I used to send my father off with a video camera when I was working, and he'd be ferrying both boys, Joe and Billy, both around playing for Yorkshire age group. And he'd forget there was a microphone on, and we'd sit down and watch it afterwards with the kids. They were quite small at the time, and they had to turn the sound off because some of the expletives, when we played bad shots.
Tell us, when Joe was a young boy, was he always destined for this sort of career, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. He was very focused, practiced really hard, on nets on a Tuesday night. He'd still be batting well ever someone would bowl at him. So he had the commitment. It was just a question of whether or not, when you get sort of 17, 18, 19, other things come into your life and the distractions. But, he managed to stay focused. That's all he really wanted to do, play cricket.
And he just seems under Ben, since he gave up his captaincy, he's just enjoying his cricket more. He's smiling more. He just seems to be in a great place. And you can see that with the runs he's scoring as well.
Yeah, certainly a lot more relaxed. I mean, his scores, if you look back at when he was captain, are actually pretty good. I don't think he's performing any better now than when he was captain as a batsman. But he's certainly a lot more relaxed. And he had a lot of things to deal with, like COVID and that sort of thing. But yeah, he's definitely more relaxed now.
It might be a hard question to answer because you seem so inherently modest, but how does it feel to be the father of one of the greatest test batters of all time and absolutely the greatest England test batter of all time?
Well, people who say, you must be very proud, you must be so proud. I'm only as proud as any other parent that watch their kids do well in sport. It's the same emotion, it only goes so high. But so it was great to see him doing well, but it should just be so nice to see the team do well and pull the series back a bit here.
Is there anything about him away from the cricket that you still see young Joseph in? Is that something he does or something he says where you're like, okay, that's never left him?
Yeah, it can be quite stubborn.
Who did you get that from?
Probably me actually. But on the golf course, that's probably the only time we ever fall out is on the golf course.
I love that sort of stuff. Those recollections are great, Bharat. What do you remember about interviewing his grandfather 6.5 years ago? I mean, that's an amazing memory from you in itself.
No, it was amazing because I went there. It was a World Cup game. It was happening somewhere else in England. I was doing this camper van thing. And he sat there with his friends having a gala time, holding court like Don can. And the one thing I'll never forget about Don is then I just put a camera in front of his face and just talk about what it is like. I didn't have to ask a question. Like Don just, I'm sure it doesn't surprise you, it was a 5-minute monologue. But just the love for within the Root family just came through. And he's not the only cricketer to come from there. Michael Vaughan from there, Richard Kettleborough, the umpire, is from the same club. And it's a beautiful part of Yorkshire as well.
Yeah, and Jacob Bethel's father, Graham, played in that same team with me and Vaughan. But no, my father comes from a family of cricketers. His father was one of 5 boys. They all played cricket. So, it goes back a long way.
Is it true that your wife went into labour when you were listening to the 1990, one of the 1990 Ashes Test matches?
That's right, yeah. Joe was born on the 30th of December. So I think it was the last day of day 5 of the Melbourne Test, yeah.
Amazing stuff.
Good test as well. You guys won, so...
So here for the summer then?
Yeah, here for the whole series. So yeah, we go back, I think 9th of January.
Matt, really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on SEN Cricket. I love those recollections. Gerard, back to you from somewhere up here in the very high levels of the Gabba.
That's lovely, lovely. The father of Joe Root there, what has been a memorable test match, but they are now living the team journey, and things have taken a turn against England. So the next couple of hours are pivotal on that front. Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall battery. Ream is steady, hot and strong. You can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. Australia 8 for 450. Mitch Stark and Scott Boland to resume after this tea break shortly.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Australia. Do you not like money? Because if you're not with a low-fee super fund, you could be giving away money on high fees, instead of spending it on things you might actually want when you're retired, like more holidays, golf days, gals days, whatever days. Learn more about Vanguard Super today. Issued by Vanguard Super Proprietary Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD at vanguard.com.au/super and decide if it's right for you.
Wow, you shouldn't have, really. Win your loved ones over this Christmas with gorgeous scents from Chemist Warehouse. Like Hugo Boss bottled 100ml, $69.99. Don't pay RRP $155. Rabanne 1,100ml, just $89.99. Don't pay $175. Or Giorgio Armani C100ml for $179.99. Don't pay $310. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Australia's best off-road caravans are kicking it up a gear. Actually, make that a few gears. Lotus Caravan's 2026 range launch is happening today. Loaded with features, packed with power, and then some. And luxe interiors the wife will love. Be one of the few to see next year's models and new floor plans. All new models have huge upgrade standard. First to order is first to get delivery. Lotus Caravan's 2026 range launch is happening today at Freestyle RVs, Cooper Street, Somerton.
This Christmas, Trojan is the ultimate stocking stuffer. Just like a consistent fast bowler, Trojan hits the right areas with practical and affordable gifts that DIY legends will use time and time again. How's that? And Trojan has a wide range of options available for under $20. So there's a Trojan gift for every DIYer and every budget. No ideas, no excuses. This year, hit a 6 with Trojan under the tree. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in-store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Surge Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai. With no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman.
If you're a tradie or business looking for some secure storage before Christmas, call a Wilson Storage Business Hub. And right now, December's on us. Move in December and don't pay rent until January. With a range of Business Hub facilities across Melbourne, secure your business assets and equipment before the break. At each Wilson Storage Business Hub, you'll find the cleanest, safest warehouse storage space with logistical support, freight solutions and nightly patrols. Enjoy no lock-in contracts, 7-day access and great security. Run your business from Melbourne's best business storage network. Visit wilsonbusinesshub.com.au. Conditions apply.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octex Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com.
Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Rogers Willex. Trusted Trailer Solutions.
Australia used the first session of day 3 to their advantage, 2 for 72 in 26 overs. It's grown the lead to 116, 8 for 450. Mitch Starc shortly to resume. He's 46 from 95 balls, including 7 boundaries. And Scott Boland has blunted things at the other end, 7 from 27 balls. He too has a boundary. Around our Shield venues, there's some lopsided stuff going on. Western Australia 4 for 79 in the third innings of that match. They lead Victoria by 18 runs only with 6 wickets in hand. That's at the MCG. It's been a rain-interrupted day. New South Wales 7 declared for 471, and in reply Queensland 6 for 58. So that's grim for the Bulls. Tasmania against South Australia. Tasmania 195, South Australia 426 and Tassie 2 for 35. So trailing by 198 runs with 8 wickets in hand. And this Australia A score is remarkable. They bowled the England Lions out in 50 overs for 166 and a 6 for 531. And the understudies, Nathan McSweeney, 214 not out. And that is the innings that he has needed to thrust himself back into the frame for the day that Steve Smith retires. He was always thought to be the number 4 rather than the opener. He's got to build his work. That is an impressive way to do so. Damien Fleming has retaken his seat as we wait for this middle session of play. Hello to you, Flem.
Yeah, hello, Gerard, listeners. Yeah, the first time I saw Nathan Sweeney, it certainly looked like a number 4 for me and a fine player. And he probably hasn't gone big, has he? Played a couple of tests for Australia. He'll come back a better player. So, yeah, we just want strong performances for Australia A. We want strong performances in Shield cricket like Jake Weatherald. Has had a couple of really good years for Tasmania. Started this summer. Well, gets into test match cricket. His confidence is up. He's at his best and it's been pretty seamless for him. And it's taken a couple of good balls to get him out. So this session here, this is real character building stuff for the English, isn't it? For Australia, can they just grind them out for another half an hour, 40 minutes and just get this shade coming across the Gabba and see what Mitchell Starc and co can do with the new pink Kookaburra ball.
Weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. It's 28 degrees off a top of 30. There's 3 ways this can go. It can either be a neutral day as England will bat themselves and then we'll all come back tomorrow. England go crazy in the Bazball way, or Australia go right through them with the new pink ball through the dusk and night periods.
Yeah, and that's what we've loved through the series, isn't it? You couldn't call it it's been a quick, short series so far, but it hasn't been boring. There's been a lot of highlights throughout and really we're going to get that opportunity for the pink ball to get bowled later in the day as opposed to in the bright sunshine on a coarse wicket, banging it up early, and it's soft after about 12 overs. As I said, it's a character-building test for England, firstly with the ball, but also with the bat. I think of someone like Duckett, who's been a brilliant player in this Bazball era in England, mainly. He's missed out with runs. His fielding's been average. His partner Crawley's hit and miss. Brook, I think it's a big innings for Brooks. He needs to go big and show why he had such a big reputation coming here.
Ian Healy is going to join us for the first little phase of this session as well. And Jamie Smith's come out with a helmet. I was watching Will Jacks warming up, so maybe they will bowl well, it's generous to call him an all-rounder, I think, but their part-time spinner, maybe you'll get a bit of a bowl. I haven't trusted him so far.
No, and the other thing I've noticed as well was Jofra Archer was rolling his arm over more than he did this morning or before the match. So is he going to take a few hard yards from the Vulture Street end? You two are getting very greedy. Just during the break, Gerard talked about 50 minutes. They got a bat for 50 minutes. You've said the same thing. Gee, we want a lot now, don't we? We're 8 down. And we think we can just wander out and make 50 minutes.
Haven't you seen the way they batted pre-lunch? Bolo's in career best form. He's flying at the moment. Wait till he hits a boundary. Or he has got one boundary. Jax was spinning the ball.
Right.
He's not a great spinner, but there's spin out there, which is now to the Australian selectors.
They're
definitely turning it.
Yeah. If they do the damage with the new ball under lights, it'll all be academic. So let's wait and see. The Australian Open leaderboard as well at the end of 3 rounds. Rasmus Niergaard Peterson, 14 under, 2-shot leader from Siwoo King. Cameron Smith, Carlos Ortiz, 12 under. Adam Scott's in the group at 10 under, 4 back. And Rory McIlroy got himself to 5 under. But the lead just got a bit far away. So that's where things were at the end of the 3rd round at Royal Melbourne.
Hello. And now what I'd like to see Will Jacks try to do is throw a few up, especially if it is spinning, to Starkey. Try and initiate an error.
So Stark's on 46. He's got a half century in the offing if he can complete his good work. Jacks just wanders up to the umpire. To give the all clear. Just roughs the hand on the surface, and we're ready to play. So Jack's around the wicket, Stark back. Just pulls out a ball that spins past the outside edge. SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance.
It's turning acutely. What have we done?
Slip and a leg slip,
Gerard.
In the far reaches beyond that. Stark tried to clip off his toes and flopped away. No run.
He's a big turner of the ball, though, Flem. No, that one just turned and bounced, and Jamie Smith took it high to his left.
Stark leans a long way forwards and blunts any thought of spin. Stringer just played the first 2 hours masterfully, and now see how they go about it for the next little bit. Stark lets it pass.
Look, fielding change. Ollie Pope was at leg slip. Now he's going to point. So 4 balls, fielding change.
Terribly likely to be in the action there, was he? So
there's a single anywhere. Are they trying to stop him making a single, do you think?
Yeah.
That person's not. Ollie Pope's not in a position to stop a single.
Stark swings hard out through deep mid-wicket and brings up his half-century. Mitch Stark has been masterful with the bat here in circumstances to set up for the assault with the ball. And for all the wickets he's taken, he's now got the chance to raise the bat. It is a bit Botham-esque, you know.
It is. So he's raising balls, he's raising his bat for milestones. It's been a brilliant start to this Ashes series from Mitchell Stark.
Favoured slog sweep pretty well across the ground. He's back to cut, and he'll find a run at point to keep with the strike. Oh, great stuff, Mitch Stark. 8 for 455 on the capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. This session is going to be for Rogers Willex Manufacturing since 1896.
It's a perfect over, isn't it, Heels? You get a boundary and get a single off the last ball to retain the strike. Mitchell Starc.
Have a spell, Will. He spun and jumped, and then didn't produce anything after that. So now Mitch Starc goes in search of the 61. The McGrath 61 at the Gabba.
Okay.
What's Mitch's top score at the Gabba, I wonder? Tom's not here.
I'll find that up.
Would you
I'll
please
do it.
Would you please, Clem?
I don't want him getting to 61. I don't want him to get to 72.
Yeah. Oh, we talked about our partnership too.
Yes.
How you wanted.
Was that your? No, you got a couple hundreds at the Gabba, didn't you?
Yeah. And you wanted some treatment on your back from hitting from your follow-through.
For the follow-through. And I was coming back from a bit of a back problem from the previous Shield game as well. So that didn't help.
Smashed your shoulder blade.
I do that with golf too.
12th half century of his career, the first since the World Test Championship, and he's defending the first ball of Atkinson's fresh over to the leg sides.
The other thing I remember about, I think it was the day before, wasn't it? Ali Mullally missed a run-out chance. Was that for Steve Hall?
I think so, yes.
We're losing a few wickets.
He's got a 52 here at the Gabba against India in 2014. So just one run away from that.
11 years ago. So he hasn't got McGrath yet.
Higher score of 99 with then an 84 at the MCG against Pakistan, leaving outside the off stump. 68 not out at the Wacker, 66 not out in Manchester, 61 in Pune. Oh, I remember that. Gee, there was some happy hitting in that innings.
How many sixes in the MCG? 80. Is that where he hit a lot of sixes?
Yeah, just planting and delivering.
You were going to do all this research, Flem, and you've just gone, let Gerard do it.
Yeah, well, I'm adding special comments. I don't have time.
So where was that? 7 sixes, 3 fours and 7 sixes in that knock. Atkinson 1 for 85 around the wicket, bowls to Starc. Dead bats to the leg side.
I don't think Bolo will get to 61 Heels.
Well, he's probably planning on cutting loose when Doggett comes in.
Okay.
And that's where it might happen. The English bowlers, Fleming, is this what you expected? I had in my mind, I had them closer to Wood and Archer than they, Atkinson and Cast than they are.
Well, their records are fantastic.
Yes.
In England.
Yep.
Atkinson bowls to Starc, covers it up well.
I thought Atkinson would take a lot of wickets out here just because of the extra grass. I mean, he was unlucky in that first innings in Perth.
Yep.
Then he just got caught, got Travis headed, didn't he, like the rest of the attack. And there hasn't been as much movement in this surface.
Yep.
So he definitely needs surfaces that move. And Cast, I just thought he'd be more accurate. You know, he's obviously, when he bowls his really good ball, it's quick and bouncy, but...
Starc drives, got it past Atkinson in his follow-through. Archer won't get there, under the side screen, touches the rope for 4. Another boundary off the blade of Mitch Starc, his highest score here at the Gabba. The opening boundary of the session for Azito Brushless Power Tools. Do you? It's 8 for 459 plus and no ball. So you can tick it along to 460.
And the other thing the English former players were saying, Atkinson's pace is quite up there, whereas he just looks like an English medium pacer today.
I thought he was going to be more like a 145 than 138.
Yeah, that's the way they described him.
Yeah.
Starc, rising delivery, plays it to the offside masterfully and ambles through for a single, leaving Boland 1 ball to survive.
That's the ball they haven't gone back-to-back even with. That's really good bowling, that delivery. And if you can trust that you're going to bowl that again, you'd bring that fielder in. You don't need one out protecting the boundary. But they just haven't sort of instilled trust in what's next.
Yeah, they find it. They can't bowl to their fields at all.
Like many
an England team there coming apart here at the Gabba.
Yeah,
It
normally
usually
in the
happens
first
in the first tests.
Yep.
They're living this fate in the second test, I fear. Atkinson over the wicket, bowls to Boland, who got all tangled up but kept it out. And hands the strike back to Mitch Stark. The Capital.com scoreboard, smart, fast, seamless, as Australia leading by 127.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. Princess Leia has paraded in.
Yes.
And the Gabba troopers down below us. Feel like business is really going to pick up in about an hour's time. This is the waiting period. Stark is leaning forward, defending the first ball of the Jacks over. Fourth over of spin in this test match. Stark bides his time, defends. So there's the deep mid-wicket and the straight long on, and there's a big gap. You'd have one back there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and if he hits it square, the boundary's getting smaller there.
His hitting zone is in the wide open space.
That's 100 metres, isn't it? Gap.
Stark waits, stands up, knocks it away to cover.
And they've got a 200-metre gap on the cut shot. So that Stark just intimated he was going to go on the back. Now he's going to close that down.
Yep.
He moved, whoever that is, Zach Crawley probably, to there from back here.
He can be square at two, Atkinson. He was like a fine leg.
Stark was just going to try to get something on it, and it's four.
That's a correction on the field there for sure and certain. Stark waits, cuts straight to the adjusted fields. Pope picks it up. Don't think Stark would have taken the single there, but it would have run an awful long way.
Jesus, lead's getting big, isn't it? 127.
Yeah. Stark stays and defends from the stumps. One to come in the over. So Stokes calls them in.
Why would Jacks throw the ball to...
Yeah, don't know.
Did you notice that?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you keep the ball? And he's got to throw it back to him. Weird. Baseball.
I think the captain hasn't got enough to do. Shine this, Skip.
Designated China.
All right, so cow corner's now gone into place for the last ball of the over. Stark thinking back, runs the ball to Pope at point and can't get the single that he would have been looking for. A maiden from Jacks, 8 for 461 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. to midnight for a limited time at participating Macca's.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan foods. 8 for 461. Stark 56. Boland has the strike. He's 7 from 28. Gus Atkinson 24 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 91. 2 slips in a gully. A Ringfield. Boland's back to cut on the bump to points. Hit it firmly enough.
Big Bolo is just starting to unleash here.
I think that was a back foot drive or a drut.
It looked like
it was sort of vertical, half horizontal.
It looked like Steve Waterman.
Yeah.
He's just borrowed a bit of Tugger's back foot punch.
I can't believe they've got a man there.
The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Pope had to do a bit to haul that in.
Yeah.
He was hiking. Atkinson to Boland. Under edge. That's the way to get into the boundary. The French cut past the stumps.
for 4. Azito brushless power tools do you. And all of the Australians double figures so far. No pressure, Brendan Doggett. That's 11 for Boland.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so close. Inside edge, past the stumps.
He took for granted how much effort went into the shot before.
Yes.
And he thought, oh, this is just flowing now, and nearly got himself out.
I reckon it was more like, gee, that felt good. I'm going to try it again this ball.
It was the wrong ball. It was way too close to him. He probably didn't even know.
What's gone on here? Towers. Oh, then a piece of paper had blown onto the field. Joe Root's gone to collect it, scrunched it up, put it in his pocket. Comes back to first slip. All Bolo do here. Partnership's worth 49. He's back and dropping the ball to points. No run. Damien Fleming and Ian Healy in for UFI POE systems. Professional grade security for complete home protection. The shadows just creeping towards the middle of the field. Australia have just timed this out so well.
And you just get half a day to unleash too, don't you?
Circumstances couldn't be more ominous for England. Atkinson to Boland, pushes forward and defends to cover. Safe as houses.
Look at this.
Victorian Bradman.
What? Well, Bill Ponsford.
The other, they'll fight fire with fire. England will be fighting fire with fire tonight. The Australians will be desperate for every single wicket. They'll be trying to create chances with all sorts of pressure. It's going to be a wonderful evening to have a look at and just see how England go.
Yeah.
And resisting some natural instincts of theirs. And can they knuckle down?
Boland from the crease has everything behind it. Defies Atkinson again.
It's the middle of the bat again, Bolo. It just shows how many overs are we into this second thing? 23. 23. It's already getting soft, isn't it? So even for the Australians, they got to strike with when it's in that first dozen overs when the ball's still hard and maybe swinging a little bit because it gets soft very quickly.
They've got a silly point in again. One ball left in this over. I worry about the third slip where he came from.
Atkinson to Boland, clips from his toes, or Stark sending him back as Boland desperately wanted the single and
the
Mark
Warlike.
That's all good fun. 8 for 465. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in store dedicated to you and your trade. Whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Scoreboard's running its poll. Best cartoon, Bluey in a landslide over Pepper. That's a very local decision, isn't it?
Yeah, wow.
I'm surprised it's even that close. 75% to 25%.
The Peppers play cricket?
Jacks to Stark. Defends the first ball of the fresh over. This session for Rogers Willex Trusted Trailer Solutions.
We are very lucky to have Bluey.
Yes.
Queensland. Absolutely. Wonderful assets. They seem to contribute well to our society.
Stark forwards, blunting any forward spin away to mid-on.
And it's just the voice in the house, isn't it? That's all we've got, really. And the creators, are they all from Brisbane, do you know, Gerard? Or just the voiceover and the concept came from Brisbane?
It feels very local to Queensland, for sure. Yeah. Stark turns away and he'll take a single down to backward square. And give Boland a look at the slow bowling. It's a 50 partnership for Mitch Stark and Scott Boland. It's the 6th 50-plus run partnership of the innings. 77, 69, 50, 95, 54, and now 50 from 124 balls.
Probably their first, would you say? 50-run partnership? Look at the big quicks just having a little bit of a chat. A little high five there as well.
Scott's never got that far before.
Where's their scoreboard acknowledgement?
Yeah, it's all bloody run by batsmen in this game.
It is. Boland back, covers the stumps, chips it away to mid-wicket, no run.
He'll be down padding down the pitch soon. Scotty Boland. Not sure what I'm doing, but I've seen them do it.
He's starting to look in good form, Scott Boland, changing the field every ball.
Jacks resets himself, comes over the wickets. Boland on the drive, beautiful through extra cover. Whack the half volley all the way to the rope for 4. Scotty Boland's running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. He's 15. And this lead growing by the minute at 132. And finally the acknowledgement of the 50-run stand for this pair.
It was delayed, but that shot wasn't. He's downloaded the Victor Trumper app. That was a classic cover drive from Scott Boland. Class.
Last ball of the Jacks over. Boland just lets it hit the pads.
Don't bowl that to me.
8 for 470. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. Australia's lead is 136. And they're just toying with England in the shadows here. Stark sees the first ball of the Atkinson over and he sees it off. 1 for 95 after 25 overs for this bowler. Could they sidecart them all, Flem?
I think that'll be the goal. Get that the bowling averages up, but the worry is Scott Boland is just starting to unleash a few shots that I've never seen Big Bolo play before. He's known for his forward defence, not back foot punches through the offside for 4, and then classic cover drive in that last over off Jacks.
Atkinson to Stark, rides the bounce, pushes it out to point, just declines the single for the moment. Probably fair warning for Stuart Broad. AIA, protect what matters. Stuart for life with AIA. Being a bit mean to England at the moment, Stuart. And everyone's loving it around the country. Brett has just simply texted through, this is, in caps, magnificent. Welcome back.
Yeah, the body language has gone as the players, I think the batters are scared of this shadow coming across the field. It's been absolutely perfect from Australia. Not necessarily taking the game away from England on the scoreboard. The runs are...
Stark beat. Lovely ball from Atkinson. They're asking behind. Atkinson was less interested in front.
Lead 136. If you sort of have a look at that, England would still be thinking, okay, well, if we can get 320-ish, it gives us something to bowl at. But it's the time of day. We know. I mean, this is why I don't like day-night cricket, because now we're just playing for a twilight period with a new ball. I've been in that situation in New Zealand where we did the same. We played for a new ball in the twilight period. We got it. I bowled an okay spell, exactly the same as I would with the red ball. It nipped all over the place. We got 4 in the blink of an eye. So you're not doing anything particularly better.
Stark drives. He's picked out Archer at mid-off. Won't get a run.
I don't think Test match cricket particularly should be based around playing for certain lights that batters find difficult necessarily. But, ultimately that's the skill of the game, of being able to get yourself in a position to control that. And England won the toss and batted, and that's a huge advantage in these games. And they've not been able to capitalise on any of their positions in this series so far. I think that's probably the most disappointing thing from Australia's point of view. But Mitchell Stark, his face now, 120 balls. He knows he could bowl underarm with a pink ball under lights and get wickets. Yeah. So he knows that he's just playing for that light.
Every ball, every minute, every over gets him closer to that peach time to bowl with the new ball.
Stark drives lustily. Wide of mid-off for 4. Hammered it. And adds to his pile, which now stands at 61. And as good as there's been, the boundary for Azito brushless power tools
He's got such a good swing of the bat. You can see why he could hit a long ball when he's playing golf. All momentum going through the ball. He always provides a full face of the bat.
Last ball of this over. He plays it out through cover. That's the ton up for Atkinson. He's timed it so well. It threatens and gets the big dive at the end. Might have just saved it. Wholehearted from Cass. It'll be checked just to see how many that will be. Presumably 3. We'll tell you exactly what the score is in a moment. TheCapital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Tyre Power's Big December deals gives you the power to save on a huge range of Toyo tyres. 'Tis the season to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, plus more Big December deals store-wide at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. It was a boundary. So Stark to 65, his highest test score in 9 years. A couple of boundaries in that over. Scott Boland's with plenty around the bats. Blue Jacks bowls to him. Boland's beaten past the outside edge. I love nothing more than our audience, lads. So here are 2 texts which came in almost synchronised. Toby in McKinnon. What's the highest innings score in a test without a player making a century? And at the same time, Damien from Bells Beach texts, Boland beaten past the outside edge. 485 is the highest test score innings without a century. And for Australia, it's 480.
So you telling me that they haven't set us up for that?
They did not set that up. They came through independently. Boland does get back to it this time.
That's the beauty of cricket, isn't it? These obscure stats that come up every now and again. So it's a very big total, isn't it, without a 100 from an Australian batsman.
Boland defends. Of course, that's not to rule out. Once Mitch Stark goes, so I think they're playing for an hour, for 50 minutes, right? So I reckon he's got 20 more minutes after this. And he might just open the shoulders and see if he can better his 99.
It's been a long time coming. When was that, Tom? Was that 2013 in India? Long time ago.
Boland's on 15. He's back, turning to the leg and keeping it to ground. Short. Nothing. Pope under the helmet. So thank you, Damien and Toby. You're working beautifully. Synchronised. 0433 98 11 16.
Yeah, keep them coming, please, listeners.
Boland's back. Defends. Sees off Jacks with a maiden. 8 for 478. TheCapital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. Let's bring in Colo for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time at participating Macca's.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit ufi.com/au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. Adam Collins in, got Flem and Brody with me. These are big numbers on the board now. 8 for 478, the lead's 144, exactly 100 along from where Australia were when they started today. They lost 2 wickets relatively early. And the important one there felt like Carey on 63, but now Stark on 65. He's played this superbly as the shadows lengthen across the Gabba. And Gus Atkinson starts off away from us. He's 27th over. Bowling here, and Stark playing out behind point, declines the single.
What could England tactically, and what could the bowlers have done differently? Because these sort of partnerships are really frustrating for anyone at the end of an innings.
Yeah, I mean, Australia went through it too, didn't they, with Archer and Root. I think as an individual bowler, you want to get your game going straight away and progressively through the day. I just don't think they've owned their stock ball at all. You know, to be bowling 80% of your deliveries, you know, on a line hitting off stump.
Atkinson to Stark delivers here. Stark plays in the same direction. Same result. Declines the signal to deep back.
Or just outside, off stump. And a length that's going to be about bail height. And then add a few varieties. I haven't seen a lot of change-ups from either team. Cast did bowl an off-cutter that Head got out to, just stuck in the pitch a little bit there. Or sometimes when you set T20 fields, why don't you bowl T20 deliveries? I'm bemused at times where countries the bat T20, but we're not bowling it. And all these modern day bowlers and like that, they've got all the skills for T20 cricket.
Atkinson to Stark. Tries to chop through the offside, but doesn't get much of it. Out to point, no run.
So with us, you know, a softer ball. But so my general philosophy with bowling is, if the pitch is providing variations, you know, simplify it and just give it a chance to do that. If the pitch is not providing variations, you have to at your end. I'm not seeing a lot of variety at the bowling end.
Even to an extent where you could say to Jofra Archer, okay, let's go nose and toes here.
Yep.
You're either going to bowl the really fast bounce or you're going to hit the base of the stump.
Yep.
And to a tail ender, they've got a chance of missing that.
Yep. Atkinson bowls up to Stark. Stark cuts far harder. Deep point, plucked out. He does take one for it's the fourth ball of the over. 66 for him, 8 for 479.
And you'd know more than me, but most bowlers these days would have a Yorker that hits the stumps, the wide Yorker, to make them reach. They'd have to have at least 2 slow balls, if not 3. Bounces that are bowled at different paces. You know, and I've thought that with the Australian team a couple of times when opposition teams have blocked out, while we don't even, just from one end, bowl T20.
Yeah.
Just to change it up. See, I'd be looking to bowl a slow over spinner here with the bat pad in play.
Silly point. Atkinson back over the wicket to bowl and 2 balls at him. Short ball, he sways out the way.
I think
particularly after a bouncer like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's an interesting point is now England have been in the field 3 hours, is it? 2.5 hours?
Yeah.
In the blazing heat.
Yep.
And they'll just, when you get a bit tired, your mind can wander and they'll be going, oh, how unlucky is this? We're going to get the new ball under the lights. You know, you just put a little bit of negativity in your brain to a tired brain and a physically tired body. It can be trouble. Stark will be thinking, do you know, I could have these boys 3 down, 3 down very quickly.
5:15 local time. Sun sets in about 70 minutes from now. Atkinson bowls here and going back is Boland. Nearly ends up, well, not nearly on his stumps, just went into his boot and flicked away, and Pope collects it from silly point. It ends the over. 1 run from it. 8 for 479, leads 145 with Stark 66. Boland's on 15, and that is all on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Do you require a pintle hook for your truck or a towing eye for the trailer? Rogers Willex manufactures a range with a capacity up to 13 tonnes. Order online now at rogerswillex.com.au. Rogers Willex, engineered to perform and built to last since 1896.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
SEN at Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. A text in from Sean in Rye advising us that Mitchell Stark's the first Australian to get a 50 and a fifer in the same test since Mitchell Johnson did so here in 2013 in a memorable match-winning performance. Tom Morris has got all the other numbers for me. Some of them might be related. For Marshall Batteries, holler for a Marshall Battery.
Well, unfortunately, Stuart Broad's lost a test record today. The most test runs at number 9. So Broady made 1,389.
Jack's 7th over starts here at Stark. He goes back and plays it to mid-off, no run.
Mitchell Stark is now 1,397. So he's just pipped you, but Mitchell Stark doesn't have a ton at number 9 yet. You do.
What's the cricketing etiquette there, Stu? Do you email him or text him to say, well done?
Jack's bowl, Stark forward defensively.
I was a better number 10.
You like 10?
Yeah, 10 was that was my niche. Yeah, preferred 10. Bit of extra time off the feet.
Yeah, you're a lot better batsman than me, but I like no higher than 9. Because if you lose 2 wickets, you're thinking about padding up, aren't you?
Jack's bowls and carving away. Stark should be... what he might consider too. Happy with 1. He's 67, 8 for 480.
I would argue Stark has underused his talent with the bat. If you can play innings like this, what is he, 6-7 off 129. He's a 36-year-old player. He's not got a Test match 100. He's batted in a batting group that has scored a huge amount of runs above him. He'd have had some easy runs out there at times as well. I think he's got more talent than his batting record suggests.
Because he's pretty orthodox, isn't he?
Jack's round the wicket, 3 catching men, bowling to bowl and defence.
And he's also got the power to go up.
Yeah.
So, I'd say he... What's he averaging now? Is it low 20s?
18 overall.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He was in the 20s. He should average 25.
He went through that spot of 6 years without a half century.
Yeah.
After 11 in 6 years before that.
Jack's changes angle over the wicket, results the same, bowling defending to short leg. There was a time when Stark's average was closer to 30 than it was to 20. It's a long time ago now, but that run of form he went on, which included magnificent innings at the MCG with 8 sixes. Jack's bowls here and beats Boland on the outside edge. So he came forward to it and went past quite neatly, but no reward for him. 146 the lead at 8 for 480. Boland 15, Stark on 67 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com.
Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Sherlock Wheelbarrows and Carts, trusted by generations of Aussies. Built tough to last, season after season. The original, still the best. See the full range at sherlockLastLonger.com.au, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. So Stark has been declining so many runs to take time out of the game. He's played it so well. Will he unleash at some point? Atkinson round the wicket, 5 back bowls to him here. Stark does go. Goes straight, goes hard. It's 4 more. Boundaries for Azito Brushless Power Tools do you into the 70s. 71 for him, and the lead is up to 150. Excellent.
8 more of them and he's 100. Geez, his strike rate's starting to get up to now, isn't it? He loves clearing that front leg and he swings through the ball with power. Long levers.
I feel like I've just been watching the same plan for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Where are these? Where's the change?
Atkinson round the wicket delivers. Stark plays it to cover where there is one, but he won't take it because he's doing things completely on his terms as the shadow just covers the part of the pitch where the batter's at. So another tell that we're not far away from that witching hour.
But you're right, there hasn't been even a body line plan. You know, he does get inside the line, Mitchell Stark, so coming over the wicket, just bombarding his body. Is he prepared to take it on through the leg side? He prefers, as I said, to get inside the line and flay it through the offside.
109th over. Tired boys. Atkinson bowls, short ball comes, but it balloons over Stark and signalled wide by umpire Sycat. 8 for 485. The crowd love it. Lead 151.
Harsh call.
Harsh call. I always think that, but I thought that about every wide over the head. But so we've got Jofra Archer and Ben Stokes, Ben Duckett, mid-on, mid-off, an extra cover, and they are, how would I explain that, on the circle of an ODI game. They're sort of halfway-ish, just past halfway. I don't particularly understand that position. Either stop the 4 or stop the 1.
One or the other. They've been betwixt and between with about 4 fielders for about 4 hours. Atkinson round the wicket. 2 Stark, wider on the crease. Goes up and over again. This time over mid-on. Stark to 75, and just as Stuart Broad called it, they're not up, they're not back. And Stark's gone over both of them in the space of 4 balls. 8 for 489. He's 25 away from a ton. Whisper it. Here we go.
You talk about tactics, Broady. He's not bowling to his field. The field is set. You can bowl a wide full ball, get hit through the offside and put it on to Stark, whether he wants to take the single to put Boland on. You know, now, if he's going to bowl full, he needs an in and out field with long on or long off, and then bring in a standard field on the offside.
Nothing really changes other than Archer going 5 metres back.
Just
not
take the
15
now.
back. 3 left in the over. He bowls to Stark. He swings and misses. It's like we've all worked out at the same time that the game of taking 1 for deep point is over.
Mitchell Starc wants to give himself a puncher's chance.
Well, there's also times when you feel like a bowler's gone and not snapping, not moving, tired, heads down, and he's thinking he's bowling absolute throwdowns there. I'm going to take every bit of it.
Bolo's gone down for a chat. But what would he be possibly saying to Mitchell Starc there? I tell you what he did, the first ever. Tom, you're the stats man. Has he ever changed gloves through an innings? He did it before the previous over.
Gap at mid-wicket, that's what he's locating. Bowling here is Atkinson, but Starc defends.
He has new gloves and he wants to use them, Tom.
Only at Frankston Peninsula.
Are you sure even about that? I'd like to know his highest score in district cricket.
I reckon
He's got new gloves, Stu.
Boland's just gone down to Starc and said, rein it in, mate. You know, we've got a nice partnership going on here. What are you doing?
Well, his highest score is 20. Bolo, so he's only 6 off that.
It's the longest partnership of the Ashes, 25.5 overs.
And that is a very, very good stat from you, Tom. Marshall Battery's mobile and store service, holler for a Marshall Battery. The longest partnership in the Ashes so far, and it's Scott Boland who's involved in it. Speaks volumes about where this game is at for England. Last ball of an expensive over. Atkinson looks knackered. Bowls here to Starc, who plays defensively. Gets the quick single. Takes it on. The throw hits Starc on the back, but he won't mind. Carter's throw that was. Starc's going to call for a drink between overs. The lead's up to 156. Starc's on 76. Boland's on 15. All of that is on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
And unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and Land package today.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
8 for 490 the score. Our coverage for Octet Smart Business Finance. 156 the lead. Stuart Broad, Damien Fleming with me. And yeah, did hit Starc sufficiently that they've got the medical staff out there. And
just to explain that little bit of cricket happened there, and that shows when you've really got a team down and out and in trouble, is Stark's on strike, he's at a couple of boundaries in the over. Stokes brings all his fielders in to try and stop the one, and Starc just taps him on the head and gets one. You know, that shows you're tired, it shows you're not thinking, you've been brought in to save the one and you still give him one.
How hard is it to get that back if you're Ben Stokes right now? I mean, we're getting an impromptu drinks break, which is always a frustration in the middle of this second session for Rogers Willox Manufacturing since 1896. Cat's hit as well. He captained so many teams across the journey. Went 110 overs, all these hours in the sun. You're holding on for dear life. What can Stokes do to keep them vaguely where they need to be? Thoughts from either of you?
Good evening, Colo, Broady, all our listeners. Yeah, it needed to happen earlier.
Yeah,
that's the hard part. I think it highlights the damage that was done yesterday, and that's where I felt Ben Stokes has had a tough time of it since that first innings in Perth. You know, Australia ambushed England in the second innings. They were ready and waiting for the shorter deliveries, and then the same here in Brisbane. But yesterday's efforts in the first 20 is where he needed to probably pull the team aside for after the first half an hour and say, this isn't good enough. What are we going to do about it? How are we going to do it? And then be a big part of it himself. And he was part of the problem as well with the lines and lengths that he bowled early on with that new ball. So it's difficult now. I guess the challenge for Mitchell Starc is how is he going to go backing up with the ball after spending so much time at the crease? I mean, Broady, how is it when you made runs? How difficult is it then to go and open the bowling after an innings like this?
We don't have long. You have 10 minutes to get sort of all fresh, get all your kit on, change your socks, get your boots on. But it's the confidence that you've impacted the game. You know, he's flying. He got 6 in the first innings, 70 odd not out now. You get that ball in your hand, he's just relaxed. You just flow in, and he's in such a rich vein of form. I think it just does him the world of good. And he's actually reduced the amount of work he's got to do with the ball today while he's batted.
Jack's bowls to Starc after the interruption. He ended up putting a bandage, or the physio put a bandage on his arm, on the right arm there. So not his bowling arm, but that was the reason for the pause. They've towed themselves down and ready to go again with the shadow all the way across the pitch. So we're not far away now from it's getting that much harder. Starc try and take Jacks on. Long on's up. Goes back here and punches it to cover no run.
Well, it's the second time he's got a 50 and 5 from the same test match. First time he did it was in his 5th test in Perth way back in 2012 against South Africa. But they lost the test.
They did indeed. We know Catch again. Stark pushing into the offside, no run. And that was the last test for Ricky Ponting, wasn't it? That's Simon Katich's numbers from pay.com.au. Pay.com.au and earn points. Always good with the numbers, Kat. Thank you.
Stole that from Swamp.
Don't tell us that. I know that. The audience don't need to know. Stark goes back and takes one from Jackson. Good point. 77 for him. Partnership 75. They've been out there for 161 balls together. 8 for 491.
We talk about captaincy, and Stokes had a couple of bad innings as a captain with a couple of decisions. There was one moment I thought today he bowled really nice 4 overs, picking up Nisa with the old ball. In my opinion, he should have taken the new ball. He's the only one who swings the ball in this group. He's the one who gets it slightly full of a length. I think that was an opportunity there.
Jack's over the wicket to Boland. 3 fielders up. One of them's a short leg. Pope, who dives to his right to deny a single.
But ultimately, I'm a genuine believer that as a captain, you're only as good as your bowlers. Your bowlers can make you look like a bit of a plonker at times when they're bowling both sides of the field.
Jacks delivers Stanley Street end. Boland goes back and defends from the stumps. Jacks completes his 8th over, 1 run from it. 8 for 491. Partnership 75 with Boland 15, the lead 157. Stark on 77, and that's all on the capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
We have a change of bowler for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. It's Bryden Cars, 3 for 144. Stokes has turned to him time and again. And we've got Tom Morris, got something for me for the Cobram Estate, Australia extra virgin olive oil.
It really is Mitchell Stark's Ashes so far. He's averaging 87 with the bat, more than any other player for either side, and 11 with the ball, less than any other player for either side.
Can you find out for me, Tommy, the last time we've had a 6 for an 80 for Australia? Now, might require some tweaking on your spreadsheet there, but it'll be a long time.
My spreadsheet,
yeah, your spreadsheet. Your browser, Twitter, Google away. Here's Cast over the wicket. New spell, field back. Stark swings wide of the off stump and misses. There are a handful of 5 for an 100 in Test cricket, of course, famously Ian Botham one of those, but that's another thing that is in the offing for Stark if he keeps going.
Tom, can you find out when was the last time a player got naught or meant for 150 in a Test match?
I'll just add it to the list, Brody.
Cast sneaking towards it at 144.
So we've got fielders back at, well, let's call it fly slip, deep point, long leg, deep square leg, and, well, not all the way back, long on. We'll Stark try and clear him again. Cast bowls. Stark goes back, plays it up over the top, running back to the fight. 2 men crash into each other, and somehow Stokes has held on. Stark is gone. It was Duckett and Stokes converging, and boy, oh boy, that was nearly calamitous on a couple of fronts. They nearly took each other out, but now they can laugh about it. Stokes puts his arm around Duckett, and ultimately we get the chance to celebrate Mitchell Stark's performance. 77 for him, caught at Whitish mid-off. 9 for 491 becomes the score, and this partnership, which has been so brilliant between Stark and Boland off the course of about 170 deliveries, finally comes to an end. Cast gets a 4th.
Yeah, fantastic knock from Mitchell Stark. He's been superb this whole series. He's led the way for Australia with the ball, and now again with the bat. There was only one winner in that catching contest, and it was always going to be Ben Stokes. Ben Duckett had no chance. Thankfully, it wasn't a heavier collision. It looked like it might be at one point, but Ben Stokes, I think he had the elbow up ready to protect himself.
That would have summed up England's day, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Wipe out 2 of the top 6 and trying to take a catch. But, there's only one winner there, Ben Stokes. Dad was a rugby league player. Stokes is sort of set like a rugby league player as well, and Ben Duckett maybe a scrum half. But, the sort of cast... Well, the slow ball, I think, was it a cutter? Damien Fleming's been calling that for a long time, short and wide.
Oh, gosh, watching the replay on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and their heads were the most likely body pass to clash there. They were on the same plane as he took the catch. It could have easily been taken out by a Ben Duckett headbutt, reminiscent of a part of the storyline 8 years ago in Perth. So Cast is on a 5 for Brody. With 4 balls to go. 5 for 150 would be an interesting analysis, going at about, I don't know how many runs it over, plenty. Here he is at Doggett. 2 slips a gully in the short leg. Can he finish it? Bryden Cast wide of the crease, ducks the bumper.
It'd be an interesting lift of the ball to the crowd, wouldn't it? For a 5-fer.
Yes. Bowled the most eventful over of the Test match in its own weird and wonderful way.
And fair play to him. He's kept coming back, hasn't he? Stokes has probably brought him back a few too many times, but he keeps getting that ball. He keeps charging in, giving energy. You can't get wickets if you're not bowling.
That previous partnership in the end was worth 75. Stark and Bowen, the longest of the series. Cast bowls here and forward. Comes Doggett competently. High left elbow. Out to Jofra Archer at mid-on, no run.
The other thing you talk about, Stokes' captaincy, and part of this is not just him, but also the hierarchy with selection. You know, they almost robbed Peter to pay Paul with the bowling lineup because Mark Wood was out, a genuine bowler, genuine wicket-taking option, and they've replaced him with more of a part-time spinner in Jacks and someone that can bat at number 8. So they've tried to strengthen the batting, given it's a pink ball test. You know, that has probably had an impact too on the weapons he's had at his disposal with the ball.
2 left in the over. Cast bowls to Doggett off the hip, gets himself off the mark as well. Deep backward square, work to do to cut it off inside the rope. Does so just. Will Jacks out there. So 2 for Doggett, 9 for 493.
I think in selection, you can never, I don't know what the word is, legislate or whatever for every bowler bowling as badly as they have. Normally, someone might have an off day, but you get protected at the other end by other Test match bowlers. But I think it's shown maybe a lack of experience in the bowling group a little bit, a lack of leadership in the bowling group, because they've not managed to settle and change a plan. It feels like it's just continued to spiral against them at times.
Castle finish here, bowls to Doggett, and he beats him on the outside edge. So at long last, a successful over for England. 9 for 493 after Stark fell for 77. Doggett's 2, Boland's 15. We say goodbye to Brody. He's one of our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-6464-64. I'm not sure if Brody's still in the back of the box, but text in here. Brody, with that last comment, you've almost made me start to like you. There's a bit of that going around. People love Stuart Broad in Australia now for the work he's doing on telly and radio. Great to have him. Jack's here, Stanley Street. Bowls to Boland, and it bobbles up off the shoulder of the blade, but bisecting short leg and leg slip. Hand off the bat.
It is great to have him. He's been absolutely superb. His knowledge of this England group and the way they go about things, and even the modern game, having just come out of it himself, has been great to listen to.
So here's Will Jacks, bouncing up, bowling here. Boland goes back and defends. Tommy Morris has been running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite that's steady, hot and strong, with some great numbers in the session. He's got one more for us here.
So Cat and Collar, I think we're barracking for Doggett to get to 10 here, because if he does, it'll be the first time since 1992 that all 11 players,
Jacks bowls, Boland defends,
in an Australian 11 have reached double figures. And that Test match was famous, of course, Colo, for Shane Warne's bowling heroics against Sri Lanka.
Yep, the last hour of play. They came back from 291 runs down to win that Test match, Australia. Warne's first big break.
So Moody, Taylor, Boone, Jones, Markwar, Allen Border, Greg Matthews, Healy, McDermott, Warne, Whitney.
Oh, what a night out that'd be. Jacks bowls here and well forward, lunging forward is Boland.
Who would you tag that night? Who would you tag?
Oh, gosh, there's so many options there.
That is a serious crew.
9 for 490. Probably Mo.
No, I'd go the Whit.
Yeah, Whit, yeah.
The last time it happened in international cricket was 2019. Yeah, for South Africa. So
where was that? You know what? That's okay. It's all good. All your numbers are for pay.com.au. Pay.com.au at and earn points. Thank you, Tommy. Now, Doggett, can he meet the challenge of reaching double figures and do something fun? He's on 2. Jack's bowls here, and he's beaten on the outside edge. Jack's had that one just go bouncing and overspinning past the edge. Nice bit of bowling. Unlucky. High release point.
Yeah, it's nicely bowled, that. He bowls at a good pace.
Good cricketer, Jacks. Bowls here. The Doggett is forward and plays out towards deep backward square. Inside part of the bat. Gets his 3rd run and maybe his 4th. He wants 2. Boland isn't coming. Boland's done a lot of running. He's staying put. Doggett 3. 9 for 495. 112th over. So that lead to 161. And it completes the over as well. All those numbers are on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com.
Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
The Ashes on SEN for 4:20, Australia's original fan food. Cat with me in this second session for Rogers Willox manufacturing since 1896. Pride and cast on a Pfeiffer still. Has another over, 4 for 146. Gets a crack at Doggett on 3. Leads 161. Bowls here. Doggett goes back and defends off his middle stump.
I reckon if he had 4 for 196, he might make sure he doesn't get the Pfeiffer because it goes up on the honour board, and you don't want to have that up on the honour board with a double side cut.
Who was your teammate that had that?
No, Brett Lee deliberately didn't make sure. He made sure he didn't get the Pfeiffer at SCG against India in early 2004 because he didn't want it to be the double side card up on the SCG honour boards.
Just remembered that. I thought he got the Pfeiffer in the end.
No, he had Pfeiffer.
Okay. That was a particularly punishing innings. 700 plus for India. Lunchman at his best. Casts up. Bowls here and riding the bounce going back is Doggett. No run to Whitey off. The crowd are applauding every defensive stroke here. And Bryden Cast, we're told by Nick Savage on social media from News Corp. Cast has conceded 146 runs in the innings, the most from an England seamer on Australian soil since 1954. Wow, that's a long time ago. In 54, that was a famous test match here at the Gabba where Len Hutton sent Australia in and they made 600. The keeper dropped Morris on naught, 160. Away from us here, Cast delivers. Oh, down the leg side, catches up with it, Doggett, goes fine. They get a single. Just 9 for 496, wasn't far away from Jamie Smith. Of course, the difference there was that having been thrashed by an innings, England won that series. Frank Tyson and so on. But yes, I love those little bits of history. Thank you, Nick Savage. His numbers, as well as Tommy's, on the pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au and earn points. Three balls left until they'll probably have a drink. Shade all over the ground. Sun will set inside an hour. Mitchell Stark surely in an ice bath or something like that. Cast bowls here and pushing forward is Boland. Tom?
Can I give you one more before we go?
Why not? Live a little.
Highest test innings totals, not to include a century. This is number 6 at the moment. 496.
What's the highest?
531. Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh in 23-24.
Here we go.
Yeah.
That could happen.
Yeah, I mean, the next 500's next. So if they get to 501, it'll be top 5 of all time.
Cobram Estate, Australia, extra virgin olive oil. Tom Morris all over it. Having a good day.
So we need 35 more runs for the record.
Yep.
Back it in, sports fans. Leads 162. Cast bowls here, Boland. Those the short ones coming and ducks it. Not the most elegant duck from Boland, but that's okay. He's been out there for 56 balls, Scotty B. What a performance.
Oh, and the other thing about this innings is it highlights how many runs England left out there in their first innings. You've got Joe Root left stranded on 138 not out. If he had 1 or 2 more to support him in that top 6 or 7, England get 450 and we've got a very even contest.
Yeah. I think when they came back, when they get that 8th wicket, as you're describing there, it did feel like we were like 10 minutes of good cricket away from Healy being on. Bowling here to Boland is Carson. It slips past underneath the bat and also into the keeper's pad. Spills away. Drinks are being brought out onto the field. That'll be for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. In that passage of play, Mitchell Stark was dismissed for 77 after a 75-run stand with Scott Boland, who's still there on 16. Brendan Doggett is on 4. Our coverage is for Octet Smart Business Finance, and after the break, it'll be Gerard Whateley coming in for me.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octex Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com.
Limiting criteria and conditions may apply.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
And Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. Henley.com.au.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Cinepec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or cinepeconline.com.au. Cinepec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bold. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
SEN's Test cricket coverage of the Ashes is powered by Octet Finance. Discover how Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps power your business transactions locally and overseas. The Ashes, right here on SEN and the SEN app, thanks to Octet.
Stark swings hard out through deep mid-wicket and brings up his half-century. Mitch Stark has been masterful with the bat here. Into the Boland. Underends. That's the way to get into the boundary. The French Cup. Stark drives lustily. Wide a mid off before.
Stark try and clear him again. Cast bowls. Stark goes back, plays it up over the top, running back to the fight. Two men crash into each other and somehow Stokes has held on. Stark is gone.
He made 77, Mitch Stark. As Australia are timing this out rather perfectly. 9 for 496. The drinks break taken for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan in for UFI POE Systems, professional-grade security for complete home protection. Bharat, welcome back.
Evening, Gerard. Kat, just looking at the English players during that drinks break, a lot of stretching, not just for the bowlers, but even the batters. They'll be feeling the heat as well. It's been the hottest day as well, so Australia have done everything right so far.
Yep, and they're not conditioned because they don't play much cricket.
Yeah.
They just train. So you can't replicate this at training. Been on your legs for 113 overs, been out in the Brisbane heat. So Australia have exploited this beautifully, and we questioned this before the series started, and it's playing out. There's no substitute for being out there in match conditions to harden your body and to harden your mind and be prepared for the hardness of a test match.
Will Jacks, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 24, begins against Doggett, who smothers the spin. He's on 4. A few things to hope for as Doggett to double figures, Australia to 500. It'll be the first time since the Boxing Day Test of 2022 that they've made that total on home soil. Forward goes Doggett. There's an easy single to take out of cover. And then with an hour to go in the session, there's the sweet spot is 30 minutes away.
I love the fact that Australia are making England have to bowl them out because it sends a message to them. And it's a long series. This is what awaits them if they keep playing like this.
Boland back strokes the ball to straighten the wickets.
And that's the thing, right? Kat, we saw it early on in the 2023 Ashes where Australia were doing them and not reacting and not trying to play like England, and it hurt them, and that's what gave them that 2-0 lead.
Boland whips around into the leg side and takes a single to beat backward square.
And this is how you do it, really grind them down. And I'm sure it's very easy for everyone to say, oh, if Mitchell Starc and Brendan Doggett can look so comfortable out there, the English batters, it never works out like that.
No.
Doggett's on 5. Back. Cuts. Well, he's beaten Archer initially at cover. It picks up speed and gets there. Doggett's to 9. Boundary for Zito. Brushless power tools do you. We're all in on it. 500 up for Australia. It's old school, Cat. 500 at home. Industrial-sized runs.
That's how you win test matches. That big in your first innings, you put scoreboard pressure on the opposition.
Doggett back, defends.
I know it's a modern game now.
Sorry, last ball of the over. So 6 from it. Cat picks up in a moment. 9 for 502. The Sharkbite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Sharkbite Max.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com.
Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet. Smart Business Finance. 9 for 502. Cass to Bolins. Defends the rising delivery. He called for a single dog and sent him back. It wasn't there. It would have been mad capers. It was sort of up for soon enough.
I was just about to say, obviously the game has changed and we are seeing a modern form of Test cricket now, and obviously this pink ball cricket, but one thing that has stood the test of time throughout 150 years of this is the fact that you get big runs in your first innings, and when I say big as in 450, 500 plus, it wins your games of cricket. Because at some point that will play out, hopefully tonight, with some heavy legs from the English batters, some fresh legs from the Australian bowlers, and favourable conditions.
Cast to Bolins, forward defending, to cover no run.
But if there was a track that you wanted to bat on day 3 of a test, I'd still take this one every day of the week. This thing is still very good to bat on if you apply yourself in the right fashion, and Australia have done that. And I dare say there will be a few of the English batters that should apply themselves on this wicket the second time around.
It's against probably one of the more inexperienced Australian bowling attacks on home soil for a long time. We're missing out on over 1,100 wickets with no Lyon, Hazelwood and Cummins.
Lead is 168. Cast to Boland, ducks the bouncer.
The other thing it's saying, there's still just over 48 overs remaining today, which is a huge amount of time. Obviously, we're not going to get those overs given the rate that Australia bowled out in the first innings. But yeah, the one thing that England have to look forward to is less of a threat with no spinner in the team. Obviously, Travis Head might bowl a little bit in the second innings, but there is a little bit of a sameness because of the selections. But Mitchell Starc and Boland, the two most experienced threats, if they can see those off with the new ball, then potentially they can build some decent partnerships.
28th over for Cass. Boland back, runs the ball through the gully and down toward the boundary. Duckett is in pursuit. He will overhaul it in the last stride. They'll take 2. Boland goes to 19. So where is he? His highest score in Test cricket is 20.
Can I just go back to what I heard from a couple of the Aussie players this morning, Kat? They saw how wary and just ragged the English fast bowlers were, and they just wanted to drill it home. They didn't do it last night, but they've come back, and it's the bowlers who bailed them out of the lower order anyway.
Short leg in place under the helmets. Cass 4 for 149. Goes to Boland, who meets it at the full face of the bats.
Yeah, and hopefully some of them that did miss out on big scores, like Labuschagne, who looked well set, and probably Cameron Green, those two are probably the most guilty of not making the most of the starts they got. You know, there's an art to making big scores. Labuschagne's done that over a number of years, but for someone like Cameron Green, he can't take these opportunities and starts for granted because, you know, he's getting further and further into his Test career, And he's going to be judged as a top 6 batsman, not just as an all-rounder. And it's important he doesn't miss golden opportunities like last night to convert that into a big score.
Last ball of the cast over. Boland ducks the bouncer. 9 for 504. The Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
We've got it all this Christmas. Pork shoulder roast, boned and rolled, only $9.49 a kilo.
Gold!
Farm 88 hickory peppercorn beef Weber roast, only $20.99 a kilo.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Merry Christmas from Frank and Mario.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. Quicks have toiled endlessly. Jacks is about to bowl his 11th over. 1 yesterday, 1 before tea today. But now he's got to shoulder the loads with this lead getting right out of hand. Doggett drives, double figures. Gets his 10th run. So all 11 Australian batters in double figures for the first time since 1992.
And the 3rd time ever for Australia and the 17th time in Test history.
So in 92, did someone make a century?
That was against Sri Lanka. No.
So it replicates what happened there.
471 all out. Yep. 2 half centuries. David Boone and Greg Matthews. Oh, sorry, and Mark Waugh and Dean Jones. 4 half centuries.
Boland plays back, strokes the ball to Jacks. 9 for 505.
And we're, 27 runs away from the highest score all time without 100.
532 is the golden number.
Boland covers his stumps, turns away to leg. Takes a single into the deep. Equal to his highest Test score at 20. Lead 172.
He looks like he can bat for another day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how England are going to react to this. Do they just say, I mean, you know how they will. But do they take any leaf out of what Australia have done?
Doggett back on strike. Round the corner, just beats the dive. That leg slip trickles it down toward the boundary. They'll be able to get 2 as Crawley covers the deep. 12 for Doggett.
Well, I think they should, because I think Joe Root set the scene in the first innings, and if they follow that lead and 2 of them go big, then they can get back in this Test match and potentially salvage a draw, which is huge for the rest of the series for them.
Doggett back, defends.
However, the thing that I doubt is whether they've got the mindset and the game plan to play like that, because that's not their way. Their way is to dominate and score quickly. And this situation needs the opposite.
Last ball of the over. Doggett edges to slip. It didn't carry. It didn't carry to Brook. Just dipped on him at the last. And disappointment all round for England. 9 for 508. This session is for Rogers Willex, manufacturing since 1896.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinapec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors, or anything in between, visit Sinapec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinapec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinapeconline.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. 9 for 508. Boland 20. Doggett 12. Bryden cast 4 for 149. Is about to bowl his 29th over. 25 for Archer, 28 for Atkinson, 24 for Stokes. The 29th for Cass. Set up the leg side field for a bit of short pitch bowling.
Really is bowling him into the ground, isn't he? Ben Stokes, he was handpicked by Ben Stokes, Bryden Cass, as we found out, and he's charged in tirelessly.
Scott Boland to see the first ball of the fresh over. Cast digs it in. It's down the leg side. Jamie Smith took off. It's called a wide.
Just going back to England's response, but the whole point of this has been they've been building up to this for so long, isn't it? Kat and Gerard. If they don't apply themselves now, then what's the point? Like in the sense, what's the point of all the bluster and everything that they've spoken about for so many months and years? It just doesn't make sense.
The wide ticks Cast over to 4 for 150. Bells to Boland, rides the bounce, keeps it short of Pope under the helmet.
Yeah, and the thing that hasn't made sense at all to many of us, both here and in the UK, is the fact that this team hasn't played a lot of cricket on these shores. So you look at their attack, most of them hadn't played here before, if not all of them. And apart from Mark Wood in the first test. And then Joe Root and Ben Stokes, before this series, didn't have great records here. So they come here and then they say, well, we're not going to do much preparation in these conditions. It was asking for trouble, and we're seeing it right in front of our own eyes here with their lack of conditioning.
Cast to Boland, back swished at the cut, missed.
So you come here and you're hoping that you're going to get the right result. And there's no guarantees with preparation, but generally you've got to do something to harden yourself to be ready mentally and physically for a big series like this that's been hyped up, and hopefully it doesn't turn out to be a fizzer. Because if this goes the way it should and Australia go 2-0 up, then there's every chance the wheels could fall off this England team.
Cast has switched around the wickets. Slip and a gully, a leg slip, a short leg, all in place. Boland has a big swing at the cut and misses.
And it's all in the narrative, isn't it? I mean, I can totally see a scenario, even if they go down here, they'll say, oh, we've come back from 2-0 behind. But a few doors down from where we are sat, there's a huge contingent from the UK, bigger than most Indian contingents I've seen. They've all come here to witness history and write about the legacy of Ben Stokes, and they might not admit it to you to your face, but that's what they're here for. So it doesn't take too long for them to turn on this team, and you feel like we're nearly there. The threshold has been reached.
They may have come back against other teams, but they're not playing those other teams. They're playing Australia in Australia.
There's a bit of despair in the stands. Vamiami ducking the bouncer as Boland. Harmless enough.
There's a lot of angst there as well, Gerard. I went around to the Barmy Army to do something for TV earlier today, and a few of the newer Barmy Army leaders were talking about how there was some of those old chants which are not in good taste anymore. But they were telling me that once you start hearing those, that's a sign that it's an angry English crowd.
They trail by 175 and still looking for this last wicket. A torturous affair for them. Boland runs the ball out to points. That's his highest test score. He moves to 21. So all manner of thresholds being crossed here by Australia. 9 for 510. Batted 9 and top scored in this peculiar scorecard. Leading run scorer for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. And the leading wicket taker is peculiar as well, 4 for 151. Bryden Cast for programs, commercial painting, head painting maintenance for 6. It's a scorecard that'll take a bit of explaining one day. Doggett defends the ball out to a vacant cover. He's able to take a run as Archer comes around from points. That is the end of another over for Bryden Cast. 3 from it, 9 for 511. The Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating makers.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet. Smart Business Finance. 9 for 511. Dog at 13. Boland 21. Ian Healy comes back for Eufy PoE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Heels, hello.
G'day, Gerard. Paddy Carrigan's in the Legoland booth today over there. So he's a Broncos legend now, premiership winner. I still can't get over Sri Lanka. You know how you guys have been barracking for all double figures.
Yes.
The first innings of Sri Lanka against us in 1992. Gurusingha 137. Ranatunga 127. Rumesh Kaluwitharan 132. About 180 overs of toil there.
Doggett defends the first ball of the over.
So this nothing. How long have they been? 117 here. Another 2/3 of a day, fellas.
They crowd in around Doggett, who's leaning forward to defend, fielded by Pope, short leg. Slip, leg slip, and bat pat. Australia completely unrushed here. Doggett back, edges caught, and so it ends. Jacks gets his first. Brook took the catch, and Australia have timed this to absolute perfection. The final wicket falls just after 6 p.m. and they will now bowl through dusk, and at nightfall they finish with a lead of 177. Doggett goes for 13. Boland not out, 21. Australia with the princely score of 511.
Well done. As you said, Gerard, industrial size runs like the teams of old. They worked hard, and they had to work hard. The bowlers didn't quite get it right. They were working extremely hard, and the batsmen still had to work hard. All sorts of scores there. Ben Stokes finally makes up with Jofra Archer, arm around him. And as they walk off, you know, as I said before, English teams aren't over-exuberant with each other and in huddles and what have you. They're quite subtle with it. So I think their attitudes and their cohesion's okay. It's just that their form's so drastically down.
Let me take you through the Australian scorecard, presenting the Australian team for Australian made by Australia support Australians. In reply to England's 334, Head caught Atkinson bowled Cast for 33, 1 for 77. Weatherald LBW Archer for 72, 2 for 146. Labuschagne caught Smith bowled Stokes for 65, 3 for 196. Green bowled Cast for 45, 4 for 291. Smith caught Jacks bowled Cast for 61, 5 for 292. Inglis bowled Stokes for 23, 6 for 329. Play resumed today at 6 for 378. Nisa, the first man out, caught Smith bowled Stokes for 16, 7 for 383. Carey caught Smith bowled Atkinson for 63, 8 for 416. Stark caught Stokes bowled Cast for 77, 9 for 491. Doggett, the last man out, caught Brook bowled Jacks for 13, all out 511. Boland not out, 21 from 72 balls. Australia batted for 117.3 overs, and that leaves the bowling figures. See, our Wi-Fi is so...
Do you have to?
The
English fans are saying.
Cast 29 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 152.
Pegged it back very well.
Stokes 24 overs, no maidens, 3 for 113. Gus Atkinson 28 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 114. Jofra Archer 25 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 87. And Will Jacks at the end, 11.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. Australia all out 511. So the tea break, the dinner break is 35 minutes away. So we're going to have a spicy 28 minutes at England, then a breather, and then we go again. That's the scoreboard for Shark Bite. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max. Adam Collins will be in to take you through it on Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in-store dedicated to you and your trade. Whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time at participating Macca's.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for a cool summer. Shop hot deals on air conditioners, fans, air purifiers and more in-store and online.
And unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and Land package today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/au.
Did you know Steve Smith has an oat milk brand?
No.
Yeah, it's Aussie made with Aussie oats and no seed oils.
OMG, what's it called?
Well, that's it.
Huh?
OMG oat milk goodness for everyday Aussie champions. Get yours in the fridge at Woolworths.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bold. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Stark try and clear him again. Cast bowls. Stark goes back, plays it up over the top, running back to the flight. Two men crash into each other and somehow Stokes has held on. Stark is gone.
Completely unrushed. Yeah, Doggett back. Edges caught. And so it ends. Jacks gets his first. Brook took the catch. And Australia have timed this to absolute perfection. Australia with the princely score of 511.
Perfectly summed up by Gerard Whateley there. The perfect mini session that Australia now get with the ball just as the sun's about to set and the lights will take hold thereafter. This middle session for Rogers Willock's trusted trailer solutions. Australia took their lead from 44 to 177, adding 133 today. They lost those 4 wickets, Nisha and Carey early on. And the huge stand is 75 between Stark and Bowen, the longest in terms of balls faced in the series. And then Doggett chipped in with 13 for himself to make it all 11 Australians reaching double figures, which I know Tommy Morris has been purring about. Adam Collins with you, Ian Healy with me, Bharat Sundaresan with us as well. In fact, Tommy, we'll round out on that before we move to casting forward for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
So the highest innings totals, not to include a century. So the highest was 531, Sri Lanka against Bangladesh a couple of years ago. 9 for 524 when Simon Katich made 90... No, that was India and New Zealand in 1976-77. 7 for 520 when Simon Katich made 99. Australia versus the West Indies in 09-010.
Yep.
517, South Africa versus Australia at Adelaide Oval in 97-98, Colo. And this is number 5, the 5th highest ever score without a century in an innings in Test history.
I wonder whether it's the highest tally for the highest score. You can work on that later. Ian Healy, let's move forward.
It's
here.
on.
Talk about the next innings that's ahead of us here. We're halfway through the Test match. The Australians are about to cross the rope. Mitchell Starc, well, I don't know what he would have done to recuperate for the 40 or so minutes since he was dismissed, but hopefully he would have iced what needed to be iced, had a shower, had a change of clothes and ready to hurl down the pink ball for about 3 or 4 overs before they have another break.
Look, it's all about messaging. I look at warm-up groups, and the messaging I got from England at the start of today's play was, we're gone. Now I've just seen Alex Carey do run-throughs. I've seen someone there, I think it was Travis Head, doing band work on his hips. I've seen all the bowlers mucking around up there, bowling fast at Nathan Lyon with the glove on. He's having some fun. Now he's carting all the gear off. George Bailey's been throwing balls to I think Dan Vittoria, who's nicking Andrew McDonald, to Cameron Green, and even though he got one on the thumb, he's got 2 bad thumbs, Cameron Green, and he just shook it off and went to the next one. So this is a very intense Australian side ready to fire.
And Baz getting a crack at Benton Duckett, who's on a pair, and then Ollie Pope, who's on a pair, who will come in at first drop. So if they can get an incision early on, this could get big on England very quickly. I mean, it already has with a 177-run advantage to the home team going into the third innings here, but still, a couple of early ones here. This could easily be a 3-day test match.
And that's how it has been already in this series. Stark has struck in his first over every time, hasn't he? So firstly, how do they get out of Stark's first over without losing a wicket? And the way England have gone early on in their innings so far, and the impact Stark has had, it could be quite an effort for them to go to that break not 2 down.
But on the other hand, it's worth representing that from an England perspective, that this has been a team that has done remarkable things from positions in games where they feel like they're completely out of it. I think about Hyderabad early last year when Ollie Pope made his miracle 196. I say miracle, it was the opposite of risk averse. Every risk he could have taken, he took along a long innings. So, I mean, they have got muscle memory of doing wild stuff to get back into test matches, and it'll take something quite staggering from here, especially given that now Mitchell Stark is ready to rock and roll from the Bolter Street end.
If that memory kicks in, it's going to be on right from the word go. And those 3 slips, pretty conventional field, no cover. So Zach Crawley, have a drive at whatever you like, they're saying.
And if Australia were given the blank sheet of paper this morning and said script out the day, this is exactly what they would have done.
So to start the innings, Mitchell Stark bowling for RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. His name's read out across the loudspeaker. He's taken 6 for 9, 7 for 58. And 6 for 75 in his last 3 innings. He's in tremendous nick, or last 3 test matches rather. The absolute peak of his powers. The ground covered in shadow. The light's now on as well. Umpire Holdstock now says you are good to go, Mitch Stark. Zach Crawley is there, waiting for him with 3 slips and a gully behind him. Stark sets off away from us. Vulture Street ends. Can he do it again? Bowls here to Crawley. Crawley first ball comes forward and pushes the point no run. There's such an expectation that Stark will do it first ball these days, isn't there?
It is. And this is the first time we're seeing a glimpse of the brand new pink ball under lights. There wasn't a lot of swing on offer for either teams in the first innings. So if ever this pink ball has to come to the party, it'll be now.
We've seen Australia do this often, Heels, when batting first to start a test match, and the second innings of a pink ball test starts about now, and well, different order of things, but it's exactly where they want England. Under the pump, under lights, new pink ball. Stark left arm over, bowls here, and Crawley goes back and plays it to cover, and there'll be a single there to the left of Travis Head at mid-off. So he's off the mark, done for 1. Over to Ben Duckett, who of course was out in the first over of play only a couple of days ago, to Mitchell Stark for his first ball.
Ooh, not just a pair then.
King pair, they're rare. Oh, my apologies. I can't read my own handwriting. Was it his first ball? I better check that.
Yeah, it was the last ball of the first over.
Last ball of the first over. Thanks, Heels.
A pair of duckets. 3 slips, almost a 4th slip. Cameron Green's gone straight at gully to be a 5th slip. There's a gap between them, but that's all. Backward point, and he too has got plenty of space if he wants to play a cover drive.
And they're practicing their catching. You can see they're shadow catching. Larva, Shane and Smith and Inglis are all in the game. Big Cam Green in the gully. Stark to Duckett on a king pair. His first ball here, and Duckett gets out the way of that, defends it to mid-off where Head will get another touch. Still on the pair, but gets through it. First delivery this time.
Yeah, going back to what you said, Adam, about England, it's not that they're going to change their approach. They're going to come hard at Australia. I can't see, at least the likes of Duckett, Crawley and Brook. Pope and Root, you never know. And Pope needs a score. I mean, got a couple of starts in Perth, but he's not looked convincing at all. But these two, I mean, they see width, they will throw their bats at it.
Taken as a whole, Duckett's been one of the in-form openers around the world this year. They need him tonight. Out to start twice in the series already. Stark on the runway, bowls here. And Duckett plays him out to point, wants one, but there won't be a single to Midler, the subfielder today. Or have they changed up that?
No,
yeah, that looks like Matt Wright.
I was going to say, it looks a lot shorter than
it is Matt Wright.
Midler, who was doing the drink. So
and the person that came off, Scotty Boland. So he's been very unsettled, I reckon. I wonder what he's dealing with.
Yeah, you made that point a couple of days ago, Hills. He was on and off the ground 5 or 6 times on day one, wasn't he? So that makes sure that he won't take the new ball to someone else.
Oh, well, he could burst out of the tunnel here and get it. Otherwise, it's Nisa. Who's down there? That's Nisa.
He took the new ball in the first inning.
Doggett's a bit on. So Stark, 2 left in the first over. Bowls to Duckett. Duckett gets off the pair, tucks it into the onside, past the square leg umpire. Really nice timing. Work to do. Dives put in by Weatherald. Doesn't need the dive. He actually gets there in the nick of time. Great sprinting. 3 for Duckett to get off the mark. Done for 4. So trailing by 173.
And this is hardly Bazball. Well, that's good cricket. Stark's straight on line. Duckett's picked him off onto the leg side. Crawley's played beautifully in defence. And that's what you do in cricket. You can come at bad balls as hard as you like, but make sure you choose wisely.
So Stark gets one more chance to keep the streak alive. He's had 4 innings in a row in Test cricket with a wicket in the first over, going back to Sabina Park. Did so 2 days ago. Crawley there waiting. Stark up with the 3 slips. Bowls here. And Crawley plays it out towards the square leg umpire as well. They're through it. Indeed, 5 runs from the first over with that single. Crawley keeps the strike. He's 2. Well played. Duckett's 3. Into the over. He's at none for 5, trailing by 172. The Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max this session for Rogers Willock's trusted trailer solutions. And we've got 22 minutes with Ian Healy and Bharat Sundaresan and Tom Morris as well, working our way through to the dinner break. Where might we be then?
Yeah, for now, first time the English openers have walked out to bat, and after the first over, got a chance to greet each other.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not bad out here, is it? That's what they say. Stark is going to have a spell. He's got to have a rest.
Yeah.
He's on the decline. Michael Nisa, I would have liked to seen him ready to go at the top of his mark, even before now. Crawley takes guard, marking centre, or probably as an off-stump guard, as usual for him. So can Nisa really target his pads at some stage? Maybe wide, bang.
Picked up Crawley in the first innings. He's 1 wicket of that, albeit via a short ball when Crawley was 76. Different story here. As we know well, Bharat. Nisa's game plan here is attacking the stumps.
It is always top of off, as they say. He has looked a little too desperate in his first spell 2 days ago.
Local boy Nisa. Stanley Street end. First ball here to Crawley, and Crawley leaves alone. Outswinger into the gloves of Alex Carey.
Decent swing there. Early swing. But yeah, he just didn't bowl his normal length often enough in those 3 overs he bowled at the start of the Test match.
I think he was spot on there. He was pushing for pace, wasn't he? And they've now got the analysis that run-up speed, arm speed, all that sort of stuff. And he'll know his perfect figures that they can keep an eye on. Don't try to run up too fast.
Can he get into rhythm early on? Nisa bowls here, and Crawley leaves the ball. It doesn't get up. Indeed, it bounces before it reaches Alex Carey, which is a factor as well as the pitch deteriorates. Not that there's been any real evidence of that so far.
And Nisa's just the kind of bowler. Crawley didn't have too much trouble with him before he eventually got out. But yeah, just hanging that ball outside off stump. don't expect Crawley to leave all 6 in an over.
Righto.
Seeing on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, seems perfectly positioned for outswing there. I like that. Bowls again here. Crawley tucks him through the onside. 2 straight and put away. Out to the square leg rope. It'll reach it comfortably. So Zach Crawley starting with a bit of purpose. He's 6 from as many balls. England none for 9.
Yeah, clipped him off for a boundary early in the first innings as well. As Damien Fleming said, back then, maybe just trying to force the outswinger. Got the line wrong.
Boundaries for Azito brushless power tools. Do you? So Sun starting to set now. As Nisa bowls to Crawley. He adjusts well. That's a full stop line. Good channel. Slips like it. That wasn't far away.
Yeah. Best ball of the over so far. That's more like him. That's the length.
Good length and rhythm. He looked like he's still pushing it a little bit. He needs, when they bowl at their fastest for whatever your capability is, it looks easy. And at the moment, it's not looking super easy for Michael Nisa. Get into the spell, nerves die down, fire up.
Nisa up, bowls to Crawley, who leaves again. Nice length in the channel where Crawley is often vulnerable. It's worth noting to that outswinger. Often brings the cordon into play. One thing for you, Baz, I've noticed watching Nisa bowl this week and on camera a lot. Looks an awful lot different to when we last saw him play for Australia.
He does.
He had a bit of the heartthrob vibes about him 3 or 4 years ago. Now he looks grizzled.
He does. He looks like someone who just spends, when he's not playing cricket, he's in the jungles somewhere, in the Amazon.
He is on land, isn't he? He's out at Sanford now.
Michael Nisa to complete the second over. Bowls to Crawley, who leaves again. So they've got a plan to Crawley. Make him wait. 9 for 9 after 2. Crawley 6, Duckett 3. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max. Got a Tommy Morris with us as well. All the numbers on the pay.com.au stat sheet. Pay.com.au and earn points. Thomas.
No wicket for 9. England's best opening partnership of the series so far.
Centimetre perfect. Love that, Tommy. On the money.
Scotty Bowler's back on the field. He's just taken his bat off ice, I think. He's gone into the dressing room, just got the bat off, and now he's back ready to bowl if needed.
So we've got 17 minutes until the break. Likely that it'll be Stark and Nisa, but they have those options. It was 4 quicks plus green. No spinner. I wonder how that conversation might evolve in the hours to come.
How punishing is Nathan Lyon in the dugout? Who's he talking to all the time? Is he next to the cage? Next to George Bailey?
Stark up. Starts his second over. Bowls to Ben Duckett. Vulture Street end. Duckett gets big on him. Chops down hard. Inside part of the bat. Out to mid-wicket. No run. Stark without a doubt. The RWC Ray White's commercial property specialists player of the day so far for his 77. Flem jumping in as well. G'day, Flem.
Hello, Heels, listeners. It's swinging.
Yes. And this would be the hardest visual time, wouldn't it?
I think it is.
Right now.
Yep.
Then it gets darker and then the ball does more. You know, off the wicket or skids or something like that. You get that. But right now, I don't think Ben Duckett picked that one up super clearly and early. He jammed down on it late. He'll be thinking so many things. He's got to clear his head down.
Stark away from us. Passes umpire Holdstock. Bowls to Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett beaten in that channel where he found himself in strife a couple of days ago. Very similar delivery. If you want to be generous, he might have just tucked the bat in at the last moment.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it was pretty straight too. That one didn't swing. It was just a really good line and length.
Oh, bit of shape there.
Yeah, nice.
Bit of shape. It was swing a little bit, but mainly off the seam. It just kept leaving him, and he was very keen to get that bat inside it.
Yeah, and you got the wobbled seam up your sleeve here for Mitchell Stark. Crash into those zing bales.
First time we've seen that with Stark under the night sky, especially in Adelaide. Bowls here to Duckett, and Duckett turns it through mid-wicket. Well played. Really nice timing. So both openers have found a way to get a couple of shots away early in the second innings for England. They returned for a third with Brendan Doggett doing the fielding. Duckett joins Crawley on 6, none for 12. So deficit of 165.
Just a couple of times when they've gone the big swinger, they've got too straight, and it just puts the seam off the right axis for it to swing late. So just, a little bit straight.
What is it that you think? What is it that you think in that scenario, Flem? Because you used to do it too.
I'd get into trouble.
I'm going to swing it from leg stump and miss off. Is that what you were trying to do?
No, you're trying to pitch on leg to hit the top of off. Yeah. It was great watching the ball swing.
Then it just goes straight down leg.
Or half volley on leg stump for 4.
Stuck up to Crawley this time, outside part of the bat, but controls it well. Soft hands to the right of Green, who's in the gully. They get through for a couple, none for 14. Positive start for England. Crawley's 8. Played it under his eyes.
Very positive start. And no risks taken at all yet. If there's one thing I would have with Steve Smith's field placings, be a short leg, someone in right under Zach Crawley's left armpit. And sort of, there's something coming, mate. You don't have to deliver it.
They don't do it a lot, the old bat pad, do they?
No, they don't.
Poor Booney would be patrolling at square leg these days.
Yes.
G'day, Dave.
A position that goes in and out of fashion.
He's on the board now, isn't he? Cricket Australia.
Yeah, Cricket Australia board.
Here is Stark away from us, Vulture Street end to Crawley, who's defending 2, short leg where there isn't a fielder. Knows the call, albeit on the bounce. Well played.
Yeah, at this stage you can still trust the bounce and the pace on this pitch. Still very good batting pitch, but particularly with Mitchell Stark, without the extra pace and the swing that goes so late.
Must feel so wonderful, Flem, when you're in rhythm like this too as a bowler.
It's just well grooved.
Yep.
And he has talked about recently that the wobble seam, he feels, gets his release in a higher position, and his non-bowling arm is more vertical.
Stark up. Last ball of this second over for him. To Crawley, he clips away. Well played again. Second time in the over, he's fed on the pads. And Crawley puts this away with real authority. Up to 12. His second 4 for Azito. Brushless power tools, do you. So none for 18 becomes the score for England. Crawley 12 from 12. Duckett on 8 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max. We've got maybe 3 overs left in the session for Rogers Willock's Trusted Trailer Solutions.
It's the 4th time Mitch Stark's been on the pads. He's not adjusting to right-hander, left-hander. He's given 2 to Duckett, 2 to Crawley, and they've nailed them, each one of them.
Michael Neser sets to continue. A couple of boundaries for Zach Crawley.
What the Aussies need here is it's been Mitchell Stark that's ignited the batting collapses for England this series so far. Let's see if someone else, Michael Neser, has got that opportunity with the new ball. It's swinging, it's his home ground. He's had an innings under his sleeve now. Let's see if he can nip out a couple of these English top-order batsmen.
Neser, the veteran, with the pink ball in his hand. Bowls to Duckett over the wicket, who works it out to backward point at the middle of the bat where Jake Weatherall collects it. Suppose for England now, Flem, and we've seen this when we were there a couple of years ago, that in situations like this so far behind the game, they've just got to trust that their game plan over the last 3 years holds up right. They're going to play aggressively. We know they're going to score at a decent clip, already going at right on a run of ball. I mean, they're not going to change plans now, are they?
No, which their opportunity is they get off to a flyer and keep going. But when you're bowling and it is nipping around a bit, if the batsmen are playing their shots, if they're not quite in the right area, that's where the opportunity opens.
Neser to Duckett over the wicket, left alone well wide of the off stump. And look, we are seeing around world cricket much bigger scores in the 3rd and 4th innings. We've seen a massive one in Christchurch today. So there's reasons to believe, if you're an England fan listening, that they're not completely out of the game, having started the 2nd innings 1-7 behind, but a lot needs to go right.
Stark madly trying to get his body right. He's taking tablets down on the boundary.
Neser up. 3rd ball of the over. Duckett hits it back at him, drops him. He smacked it back at him, didn't get all of it. That's not where he wanted it to go. And it was Neser who got the hands up just in time. It was in and out. Coming. tracking straight back at him. We'll need a second look on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen to see just how close he was to dragging it in.
Yeah, I haven't seen the replay. I mean, they just have to stick, don't they? They're so hard, caught and bowls. And he's a tremendous athlete, Michael Neser. So a slog, he gets up. Oof, yeah, just had to go straight in.
Would have been a classic for a course. Yeah. Keeping Aussie cars alive while supporting our veterans, not quite.
That's the first slog we've seen from the English batsman.
Time for a wide one again. Wide one.
Neser up to Duckett trying to attack him. Down the leg side. Wow, that's 4 byes or 4 wides. We'll find out in a moment. It's byes. Unfortunate for Carey. That was really off the mark from Neser. So unusual to see him do that. None for 22. He immediately put his hand up and acknowledged his error.
Yeah,
so
that makes it feel good for the keeper.
Yeah.
No, would you like that, the acknowledgement from the bowler?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you go.
Sounds convincing, doesn't he?
I do appreciate what I've just done to you.
Yes.
But the wide one needed to be on the other side.
I reckon there'd be the teacups from Heels.
Now it's the ball after.
That's where you'd be doing it, wouldn't you?
On the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, he's actually looking at his hand over and over. Now, that might be the old fast bowler. I've bowled a bad ball. Something must be wrong with me. But
I think
Neser arrives and bowls. His left hand goes through to the keeper outside the line of the off stump, left alone by Duckett, which is rare for him. But, I mean, I wonder the extent to which that was playing on his mind in his load-up, perhaps, to be generous to Neser.
Well, I love him, but I tell you what, if he doesn't get one on the money here, I'll be getting Boland on.
Yeah.
Because there hasn't just been that really wide one down the leg side. He's actually bowled one really wide on the offside as well.
So 8 minutes until the dinner break here at the Gabba. It's fair to say the sun is gone entirely. All the lights on. Pink ball gleaming. Up and bowls and Crawley. Duckett, my apologies. Finds the gap at mid-wicket for the 3rd time in his brief innings. That's a great sign for Duckett. All the way along the turf. It will not quite get to the rope. Great work from Scotty Boland. They come back for a 3rd. He's cut it off within a foot of the rope. So 3 runs for Duckett, taking him to 9. None for 25 England. It'll complete an over where 7 runs were taken from it on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Fleming perfected Shark Bite max, so they're trailing by 152. So a brisk start. None for 26 after just the 4 overs, and a boundary in that over for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. So Boland, Stanley Street end, 1 over, Flem.
Yeah, I'll be having a talk to Ness. It's 1 more maximum, unless he can really hit those areas. I mean, you're bringing him in, as I said, he's an experienced bowler here at the Gabba, but I don't think he really bowled 1 ball that he'd be happy with there.
No, you had to chat to him. So Steve followed him down to halfway down to his fielding position, checked on him. Maybe he said then, I'll just give Scotty one before the break.
Yeah, you can't be mucking around here with this new ball.
Boland doesn't look to be warming up, but as we saw with Jofra Archer earlier today, that's not always the best indicator. Stark away from us, bowls to Crawley. Full face of the bat, beautiful straight drive, 4 runs. This is exactly the start that England needed, having had 2 sessions near enough for 2 sessions in the dirt to start today. Crawley takes England a none for 30. He's up to 16, another boundary for Azito. He's hit 3 of them so far.
It's in the slot, but you've got to have that positive frame of mind to put it away. He's such a tall player. There's coming off a really good 70 in the first innings. Standing up tall, providing a full face of the bat. Excellent shot.
Shot of the day. Pay.com.au, pay.com.au and points. Stark up bowls here, Crawley. Leg stump line, tucks it fine. More runs. Might have been leg byes, might have been bat. We'll find out momentarily. Either way, they're around for 2 more. So they're none for 32 from 4.2 overs. It is leg byes. Trailing by 145. Putting a dent in it early on. Just what they needed to do.
There's definitely a little bit more shape than what we've seen throughout, but the batting conditions are excellent too, aren't they?
Yes.
And you can imagine a scenario where the second half of this test match is high scoring, can't you? Given the conditions.
Yep.
Stark operating 140 kilometres an hour. Passes umpire, holds stock now, and bowls, and Crawley
Driving again, this time through the covers. Beautiful shot. A couple of them in the over. Full face of the blade. That's Crawley at his very best. He's motored to 20. 4 boundaries in that. None for 36, giving the England fans something to cheer about.
And this is what Bazball's all about, really, isn't it? Just not going into your shell when the pressure's on. And they're whether they're taking on this deficit and then building a lead or not, these balls are there to hit, and they're hitting it. It's not affecting them how far behind they are.
They're just really good shots.
Yeah.
Top batting Crawley. How does Stark respond? Bowls here and Crawley goes again and misses outside the line of the off stump. That got big on him. That took off. Carey took it with his fingers pointing to the sky. Crawley comes up and does some gardening.
But it's that metre shorter, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's trained him to get bat on ball, and all he did was bring back his length. The natural angle of the left-hander almost got a wicket.
That ball's not there to hit. Just let it go or defend it, get yourself a single. Ridiculous shot selection there, whereas everyone else, all the other shots they've played so far this innings, perfect. The balls have been right where the shot dictated.
Imagine the repercussions had he nicked that.
Yep.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. It did get big on him. Stark again, bowls here to Crawley. Plays it under his eyes. Much better. More runs to be had. A couple of them. Crawley comfortably back. He's 22 from 17. None for 38. 1 ball left in this expensive Stark over. We haven't said that at all in the series. He's conceded 24 runs in 2.5 overs. And you made the point to Brody earlier, Flem, that having batted for so long, Stark, he was out there for a good couple of hours. He faced 141 deliveries. It wasn't long for him.
It does exhaust you.
Yeah.
I mean, they were pretty hot conditions as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks after himself so well. He's such a professional athlete, Mitchell Stark, but, you know, that's got to be zapping. He'll enjoy this little break that he's going to get after this over.
Stark up to Crawley again, and Crawley plays in the same direction. To deep point where there is a fielder. Duckett wants 2. You can hear the call, but Crawley sends him back. He will keep the strike at 2 boundaries in the over. Stark's had 25 taken from 3 overs. It's an over where 13 runs were added for England. None for 39 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max. I wonder whether we will see a change. Nope, it's going to be Michael Neese to continue the bowling for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. It being 2 minutes until the scheduled break. It'll be the last over before dinner. You can hear the Barmy Army on the trumpet there, living on a prayer. 138 behind, feels about right. Now they're singing The Great Escape in keeping with that as well. We'll hear a lot of that, I reckon, Heels, over the next couple of hours, The Great Escape. So here's Neese. Can he improve? Bowling to Crawley here. Leg stump line, turn into the onside. Great shot. Won't quite get full value, but he's timed the pants off it. There's a sweeper in that direction. They come back for a third. There's reasons to be bullish about Zach Crawley this evening. Up to 26. He is timing the ball as well as we've seen in the series. Better than a couple of days ago, that's for sure, where he had to work into it. None for 42.
You had a feeling that Neese would prefer to bowl to the right-handed Crawley to get his outswinger going, but once again, it's a half volley on the stumps. And Crawley, it was a feature of his batting in the first innings, how easily he just whipped the ball through the leg side. The right-hand, left-hand combination's working for England as well, because every ball or every single, every 3, you've got to subtly adjust your line to the new batsman. And now these are coming around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett.
So first chance he's had to have a crack at Ben Duckett. The England opener for Imar. Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 Imar. Around the wicket, Stanley Street end, wide of the crease bowls here. Duckett full face of the bat, tries to beat mid off, does beat mid off. The diving attempt from Travis Head just stumbled when he was getting to the ball. They'll take 3 more. So Ben Duckett now up to 13, half of what Crawley's on 26. None for 45, just 5.2 overs into the second innings.
When that return came in, when Travis did get to it, Michael Neese just went to catch it right-handed, backhand right-hand. I think he's protecting that left hand, which he's hurt. And knowing Nisa, if he's protecting anything, it's probably broken.
Yeah.
And now he's got to get this job done and worry about his lack of cricket later.
Let's try and get that. Go for the outside edge.
It's a bit of miscue from Duckett. It was up-ish, nearly got to head. Bowling again, Nisa is to Crawley. That's well placed on the pitch, and it ends up with Josh Inglis at cover point where he's prowling again. No run.
That's a better delivery, isn't it? Hitting slice height on about a fourth stump line.
So 3 balls to go. Can Australia finish the session on a high? England 132 in the red. Nisa, Stanley Street end, up to Crawley. Now just 2 slips in the gully. Inside edge onto the pad. He was trying to work it into the onside. For Crawley now, they've got the, instead of a deep square leg, it's a deep forward square, almost a deep mid-wicket. So they've changed the angle on the back of the clip earlier in the over.
All right, couple of good deliveries there from Nisa. He hasn't been able to get the outswinger going, though. They've both gone pretty straight. Better line, excellent length. And he just whipped one past the outside edge.
Nisa passes umpire Sarkat and bowls. Close to the stumps, Crawley kept honest. Brought forward in defence. 1 ball to come.
It's another one just sort of angling in. Not much happening there for Nisa.
Attack the stumps last ball. Flem will try and get the outswinger going and tempt Crawley into something.
I'd try the outswinger.
Yep.
You've trained him to get bat on ball.
Yeah, I think so too. He's got a very effective in-swinger that comes from nowhere too. A bit impatient, but might be time.
Last ball of the session. Nisa bowls straight and full and well defended by Crawley. Good finish to the over from Nisa, building into his spell. But at the end of 6 overs, it is dinner here at the Gabba. England starting 177 behind, and now 132 behind. Crawley 26, Duckett 13. A dinner break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Clem and Heels, your reflections on what we've seen so far in this brief half an hour of play, where England have started so far behind but got a bit of a good thing going here with the opening pair.
Yeah, good day for Australia on the back of Mitchell Starc, just showing what a fine 3 skilled all-rounder he is, and good support from the bowlers as well there. But yeah, you sort of take it for granted. You look up 6 overs, they're already 45 England. Like that's just the way they go about it. So I think we're in for a whipping last session here. It's going to be exciting. We're going to see runs, hopefully added in with a couple of wickets as well.
Australia over-attacked there with the pink ball, thinking it was going to swing, maybe seam. It did nothing, and England were ready to hit it. They really nailed us there, right there. And so they've got to find a way to get the ball away from both Duckett and Crawley and have them go to the ball after this break.
Hey, Flem, thank you. Ian Healy, thank you. Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max. After the break, it'll be Tom Morris picking up the conversation with Simon Katich. Dinner break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. And all the numbers that Tom has for us are on the pay.com.au stat sheet. Pay.com.au and earn points. So at dinner on this 3rd evening here in Brisbane, England are 132 behind. They're none for 45 with Zach Crawley on 26 and Ben Duckett on 13.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Echo. Hear that? Echo for hard-working quality chainsaws, mowers and trimmers professionals rely on. Designed to renowned high Japanese build standards, Echo is synonymous with quality outdoor power garden products that lead the way for cutting performance and durability. Echo. Made with professional-grade components and precision to ensure maximum value, they're backed by Echo's industry-leading 5-year domestic and 2-year commercial warranty. Echo. Power on and on. Available at Bunnings.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Some say 5 days of cricket is a long time. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like cricket, you can't rush the good stuff. Popolo, made slow.
Exit signs. You probably don't notice them unless you're in an emergency. Now you'll start to see them everywhere. Smarterlight environmental exit signs are made tough, just like the Aussie cricket team. They reduce energy and maintenance costs, cutting carbon emissions for 16 to 30 years, potentially saving business billions, and even better, no batteries are required. They're also NCC compliant and have been since 2014. So don't get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Smarterlight environmental exit signs. Buy smart, stay safe. Visit smarterlight.com.
This season, sound makes it home with Sonos. I can watch the game in my living room and it sounds like I'm at the stadium. When I'm in the kitchen, I group my Sonos soundbar with my kitchen speaker and don't miss a ball. Oh, and at dinner time, the game comes outside to the barbecue with me on my Sonos Move 2 portable speaker.
Mate, I heard that bat on ball from here.
Sound makes it home with Sonos. Visit sonos.com to learn more.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Hi, Jamie Dury here with a hot tip for you to survive this summer. Even on the hottest days, you can still stay cool at home with My Dear Air Conditioning. You won't be afraid to run a My Dear air conditioner for longer thanks to an energy rating of up to 7 stars and a 7-year warranty for added peace of mind. My Dear Air Conditioners, your cool summer choice. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
Real cricket fans watch a test match for 5 days straight. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
I like that. Bowls again here. Crawley tucks him through the onside. 2 straight, put away. Out to the square leg rope. It'll reach it comfortably. Stark up. Last ball of this second over for him. To Crawley, he clips away. Well played again. Second time in the over, he's fed on the pads. Stark away from us. Bowls to Crawley. Full face of the bat. Beautiful straight drive. 4 runs. This is exactly the start that England needed. Passes umpire holds stock now. Bowls and Crawley driving again. This time through the covers. Beautiful shot. A couple of them in the over. Full face of the blade. That's Crawley at his very best.
The dinner break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. The great Australian brew.
Well, as if we expected anything else, England has come out all guns blazing there. No wicket for 45 from 6 overs. This is the dinner break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. They still trail Australia by 132. So at tea, the Aussies were 8 for 450. They added a further 61, all out 511, a lead of 177. As I just said, that's now all evaporated somewhat very quickly in the space of 6 overs. Simon Katich, it's just 132. This test match continues to surprise.
It does. I mean, the England approach doesn't surprise because this is how they play, and I think both of these two have been given the licence to go and play their natural games, and it's still a good wicket. So Australia have probably fed them a little bit, but saying that, it's a good surface, and you only have to err marginally, and you pay the price. And on that sort of short stint of 6 overs, the the driving from both of them was outstanding.
So Zach Crawley's 26 from 23 balls with 4 boundaries. Ben Duckett, a little bit more circumspect, 13 from 13, yet to hit a 4. We'll deal with the Australian side of things first, though, Kat, for Australian made by Australians, support Australians. Hard gig for Mitchell Starc to bat for that long to go and bowl, but nevertheless, he's the first over specialist, and for once he didn't get one.
Yeah, look, I think we sort of talked about it, and I asked Brody on air, how difficult it is after you've spent a long period at the crease with batting and then going to quickly turn around and then go out and bowl 10 minutes later. And it's never easy because it was hot there today. Mitchell Starc did a wonderful job batting with the tail and getting Australia to that magnificent total. So, that can happen. He'll regroup at the break, have a think about it, and probably come out with a plan of attack where potentially they just change their length a little bit, maybe bring it back fractionally, because these two will look to drive on the up, and that potentially will create some chances.
So Starc has no wicket for 25 from 3, which is just bizarre to read given what we've seen so far this summer and for the last couple of months. Michael Neser, no wicket for 14 from 3. Some concern over a very difficult drop catch that hit him in the finger. How would you be rotating these 2 bowlers and the other 2 main quicks, or including Cameron Green, 3 quicks in this final session?
Oh, look, I think they can start again. If Steve Smith feels comfortable starting again with these 2, he can. It's only a short burst now. They get a little bit of a breather for 20 minutes. So I dare say he'd start again with Mitchell Starc while this ball's still relatively hard. Obviously, it went soft in the first innings, but this might be a completely different ball. Who knows?
Player of the Day contenders thanks to RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist. Let's just talk about Mitchell Starc's batting for a moment, shall we? He had a flat spot for 6 years between 2019 and 2025. Didn't make a Test half century. Either side of that, he's been prolific for a number 9. He's made more runs at number 9 than any other batter in Test history now. Yeah, and I think the thing that stood out in this series so far is his leadership. Firstly with the ball in Perth, and then now with both ball and bat in Brisbane, because with Pat Cummins and Hazelwood out, he knew he needed to step up with the ball. He's done that, and then today he knew that there was still a plan that they had to execute, which was to take the innings as deep as possible. And I thought the way he went about it was, he was probably less aggressive than he normally is, but I thought he executed it beautifully and showed a lot of maturity in the way that he batted with Alex Carey firstly, and then also with Scott Boland towards the end. 13 boundaries in Mitchell Starc's 77 from 141 balls. But who's dug in so far today for Before You Dig? It has to be his partner, doesn't it? Scotty Boland, the Victorian.
Outstanding. His highest Test innings. I thought he was excellent. And then now he's got a role to play, and potentially he might start after the break. It might be a chance for Steve Smith to get him in the action right after the break while these 2 start again.
21 not out from 72 balls, Scott Boland. Before you search, dig online every time. So this is a really intriguing couple of hours of cricket coming up, or it'll be 2.5 hours of cricket. How Steve Smith rotates his bowlers, how long does this ball stay hard for, and how hard did the English go? I mean, it just feels like every time they're under the pump at all in this series, they dial it up, they don't dial it down.
Yeah, and I think the thing about that is these 2 have a golden opportunity. If they do put on, 50 to 100 for the opening partnership, that will relieve a lot of pressure on the rest of the batters, scoreboard pressure that is, with the lead that Australia had of 177. So from that perspective, these 2 have got a critical role to lay a strong foundation, and then eventually partnership after partnership after partnership like Australia did will get England back into this Test match to then put some pressure back on Australia to bat last.
What can England bowl to, given the conditions that are going to be coming up on days 4 and 5?
Oh, look, I think it'll come down to at least probably you'd say 300, and then potentially making sure that it's not too long where Australia have got a huge amount of overs to get those runs. Given what we saw in Perth, that'll suit Australia down to the ground, particularly if the wicket doesn't crack up, and there potentially is a little bit of a thunderstorm maybe tomorrow night. So whether that takes any time out of the game, that's everything that they're going to have to weigh up. But I would have thought you'd want a minimum 300, and then
a lead of 300.
Lead of 300. Sorry, but then also making sure that Australia don't have like 120 overs to get them, because I think if that's the case, they can just bat comfortably to get the runs.
Cameron Green is already bowling it out in the middle to Daniel Vettori with a baseball glove. This is the dinner break. Scott Boland is now wandering out. You'd imagine he'll join him as well to warm up for this final session. This is the dinner break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage with Simon Katich. Gerard Whateley will be back after the break for the final session here on day 3 at the Gabba, with England trailing Australia by 132 runs with 10 wickets in hand.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's super provider of the year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high-voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be zero carb, zero sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
When sprains, pains and strains happen, who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered, from strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game. Chemist Warehouse. Always here, always ready.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
Echo! Hear that? Echo for hard-working quality chainsaws, mowers and trimmers professionals rely on. Designed to renowned high Japanese build standards, Echo is synonymous with quality outdoor power garden products that lead the way for cutting performance and durability. Echo. Made with professional-grade components and precision to ensure maximum value, they're backed by Echo's industry-leading 5-year domestic and 2-year commercial warranty. Echo. Power on and on. Available at selected dealers.
Some say 5 days is a long time for a cricket match. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like a test match, you can't rush the good stuff. Whether you're watching the first ball or the final wicket, slow down with something made properly, the traditional Italian way. Popolo Artisan Salumi, made slow for the long game.
Go Harvey Norman. Shop split system air conditioners now with no deposit, 36 months interest free on a participating Latitude credit card. Shop in store, shop online. Shop the latest in energy efficient air conditioning from leading brands Fujitsu, Mitsubishi Electric, Samsung, Westinghouse and Rinnai. With no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude Financial Services. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. New customers must be approved. Minimum finance $500. Equal monthly payment plan, T's and C's, charges and exclusions. Shop split system air conditioners with no deposit, 36 months interest free from Latitude now at Harvey Norman. Cricket season's in full swing and Alex Scott and staff are stepping up to bat for you. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff. Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
For Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's super provider of the year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Thanks to Liquorland, your sporting club could score more this summer. Nominate your local sporting club for the chance to win a $500 voucher. Head to SEN Win to enter. T's and C's apply. Our next winner will be announced during the Adelaide tests. Players head to the middle. Nightfall here in Brisbane. Still a lovely evening for Goodwee Batteries, Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. It is 25 degrees off a top of 30 and will only drop maybe to 23 during the hours of play. England have made a sprightly start, none for 45. Crawley's 26, Duckett is 13, and thus the deficit is 132. And just looking back over the past couple of nights, 5 for 129 and 4 for 150. So if things go a certain way, as parity will be achieved, it's just how many wickets down will England be by the close of day 3. Gerard, Whateley and Bharat Sundaresan to take you into this evening session. Hello, Bharat.
Evening, Gerard. Looks like Mitchell Stark's going to either be given a break or there'll be a swapping of ends because it's Brendan Doggett who's going to start off proceedings here at the Walter Street end.
Sucking down the pickle juice again at the break there. So Stark is a bit the worse for wear for the hours of batting.
You can see even now he's at mid-on because Duckett's on strike. Hands on hips. He just, it looks like someone who's feeling it, isn't it?
Yep. So the bowling change for RSEA safety trusted by tradies across Australia. This is Damien Fleming's point, is the rest of the attack has to make a contribution. It can't be Stark on his own.
No, not at all. And I think one thing Brendan Doggett hopefully will benefit from is he'll be allowed to bowl like himself. Way too often in this very brief test career of his, he's had to go to the short ball and he's not looked natural at it at all. So here he can just hit his length. It's a good time to bowl. And from an Australian perspective, hopefully he can show what has impressed the selectors in the last 2-3 years and why he is playing test cricket.
So Smith sacrificing a slip for a cover. Inglis has moved out of the cordon. Labuschagne, Smith and Green. Play begins after the dinner break. Duckett faces up to Doggett. Almost the tip and run, but Inglis closes well from cover, and that's precisely what Smith has closed down.
Yeah, it's a headline that some English writers have been waiting for. Duckett facing Doggett. Saw it briefly in Perth, not for too long. But I just think if he's allowed to settle into a rhythm, the best Doggett has bowled so far is in that period 2 days ago, Gerard. Start of this session when he bowled to Stokes and Root.
Duckett did a bit of gardening. He faces up and he's beaten. Although he tries to bring the bat inside the line, he was beaten. Ball coming across him.
Yeah, it's a slowish pitch now, but that's where Doggett has really come into his own at the Adelaide Oval and at the Karen Rolton Oval, where he always gets that extra zip even of those often dead pitches you see in first class cricket. Karen Rolton Oval is a bowler's, you don't want to go there, it's a bowler's nightmare. He's always found something extra from that surface.
Doggett right arm over the wickets, bowls, and Duckett nibbles the ball out to deep backward points. Pinches a single. He goes to 14, it's none for 46.
Very scary. Very happy with Jake Weatherall. One thing we've seen with Weatherall, he's impressed with the bat, but he's pretty quick on the field. It's a terrible throw. Not one of his throws, not even from the boundary. Not one of them have gone to the keeper on the full. The last thing you want, the pink ball which goes soft already, is to keep constantly.
Yes. So they're deep square, points and a mid-wicket as well as fine leg. As Doggett bowls to Crawley, he leaves a ball that skips low through to Carey.
I don't think it's the worst ploy, Gerard. Just giving Doggett some protection early, allowing him to just grow into the spell. That's what Steve Smith would be thinking, because Australia do have a healthy first innings lead. Because of the way England's go, often these kind of fields is what can get you a wicket. They in a weird way become attacking fields for them, by cutting off their boundaries.
Doggett bowls, Crawley beaten. He plonked forward to defend. Went past the outside edge.
Yeah, it's a classic Brendan Doggett delivery. Just always gets that shape away from the right-hander.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Beautiful seam presentation as well. And that was a genuine play and miss. So just 4 balls or 5 balls into the spell. Doggett already looking a lot better, a lot more like himself.
Yes. Chemist Warehouse replay screen, good shape and then seam away. Comes again at Crawley, who's onto the pads. They're up. No. Umpire was quick to turn Doggett down. Height. That's what Smith's signalling to points. They'll leave matters well enough alone. A moral victory. Yes. Bass, a moral victory. None for 46 at the end of the over. The Glencore scoreboard advancing to everyday life. It was a good throaty LBW shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
And a perfect one too. The previous one left Crawley pretty late, so beat us outside edge. This one came in, jacked back quite late and rushed him in. And it's with Doggett, it's no point looking at it could have missed by quite a while. So good call from Steve Smith to not go for the review. But with Doggett, you'll see, he just rushes batters all the time. Gerard, you can just do away with the speed gun. Really doesn't matter much. It's a good start from him. It looks like they want some control, Australia, so they want to Scott Boland at the Stanley speed end.
It's an excellent line, just a little too much bounce from Doggett. So Smith's instincts were spot on. I do love the Doggett appeal. Whips around, leans back, arms back, all the way down the pitch. Scott Boland's got himself back into it in the second innings in Perth. Same required here in Brisbane. He starts to Duckett, who tucks him away to backward square. Helps himself to a single. SEN Test cricket for Octet. Smart Business Finance. Duckett is 15 now.
I can tell you as an umpire, Gerard, whatever level, you always appreciate a good appeal. Like it almost is like, come on, try to impress me.
Yeah.
Right? And yeah, I'm not saying I've raised my finger just based on the appeal, but maybe here and there, depending on match situation, what time of the day it is, Gerard.
Two slips and a gully. So Boland has the protection of a cover as well. The tall figure of Zach Crawley going at a runner ball down the leg side. Bouncing delivery. Hauled in by Carey.
Scott Boland was under so much pressure after that first innings in Perth. And even when he started in the second innings, went for 15 runs in his 3 overs, and then it was England almost who brought him back. He bowled really well before that lunch break and then got his rewards after the lunch session when they kept driving at him. He'll have a big role to play. If Mitchell Starc is a bit sore or if he's cramping, Boland automatically becomes a senior figure in this attack.
He bowls to Crawley. Rising delivery, well controlled. Down to fine leg for a single. Crawley's 27, it's none for 48. So Boland took that wicket of Jamie Smith with an absolute ripper under lights on night one. But then he had his figures messed up by Jofra Archer of all people. He ended up with 1 for 87, which is a bit uglier than it looks. But it hasn't been as effective in 2 of the 3 innings thus far. We have 3 slips in when he bowls to Duckett. Boland in around the wickets. Oh, bowled him! Got straight through Duckett. Oh, Scotty Boland strikes, and it's a ripper. Duckett goes for 15. And it took him only 4 balls.
Come at the hour, come at Scott Boland, Gerard. Well, this is what he does for fun in every test summer. I think it got a bit of bottom edge as well, Gerard. Laid it on. It did keep a little low. And that's why Duckett is so disappointed. He's dragging himself off the Gabba like he's a little child who's been denied what he wants by his parents. It got the under edge and just rolled onto his stumps. Could he have played forward to that one? Doesn't matter now. Australia needed that breakthrough. England looked sprightly, and it is a dangerous ducket has gone.
So Ollie Pope steps across the rope and heads out into the middle. He is on a pair like Duckett was before him. The next batter out for Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks. There's a lot of gasping going on around that dismissal. Duckett's late on it. It's the Q end. Into the bottom of the stumps. Whether that's the height or, I mean, he's been beaten by Boland for that to be the play.
Not the best reaction you want from a batter if you're sitting in the dressing room and going, oh my God, did it keep that low?
Yes.
It's a pitch playing tricks already. Oh, and this man's under a lot of pressure. He got runs in both innings in Perth, Gerard, but it feels like Ollie Pope is always under pressure these days when he's batting at number 3.
Scott Boland with a loaded cordon into Pope, who plays in the air. It falls short of Boland. The leading edge, tantalisingly close to the bowler.
Nerve. It was such a nervous just poke by Ollie Pope. Almost his heart was in his mouth as that ball agonizingly went in Scott Boland's direction. Just fell short. Not a very convincing start for Ollie Pope.
Suspicious look at his own blade, where it all got caught up. The pressure suddenly on England. It's vulnerable number 3. Boland to him. Pope gets him away and gets off the mark down to fine leg. Doggett around the fielder and a single taken. A successful over for Scott Boland. England 1 for 49. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Did you know Steve Smith has an oat milk brand?
No.
Yeah, it's Aussie made with Aussie oats and no seed oils.
OMG, what's it called?
Well, that's it.
Huh?
OMG oat milk goodness for everyday Aussie champions. Get yours in the fridge at Woolworths.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us, henley.com.au. Scott Boland has ducked off between overs, so he's been doing it tough, it would seem, all test match. Brendan Doggett with Ollie Pope on strike, and Pope is shouldering arms.
And I don't know, he looked almost ill as he jogged off the pitch. And 5 times in the first innings, in Healy said. And he was off the field quite a bit in Perth as well. But Doggett wouldn't mind this. Having 2 right-handers, I think it really showed in the previous over, is getting into his perfect rhythm now.
Rounds his mark without hesitation. Doggett bowls to Pope, clips off his toes. He's picked out Stark at mid-on. He won't get a run.
As always, Ollie Pope overbalancing as soon as the ball is really full. Yes. 50 and 40 odd in Perth. But it was a very different Ollie Pope. Ever since Cameron Green trapped him in front of that first innings, it feels like just even watching him at training, Gerard, his rhythm's gone. He's just, his shape is gone, his balance is gone. It's like his old demons have come back to haunt him.
Doggett bowls to him. Pope leaves high bat left. Just feel like he's on the short leashes, and if England went 2-0 down, you could easily see Bethel take his place in Adelaide.
He's the only one you feel in that top 6 who's under that kind of pressure. And there was a lot of conjecture around who it will be between Bethel and Pope, who will play the first test. He got runs in that Lilac Hill game, 100 and a 90. I saw his second innings there, and he looked a different player, Gerard, honestly. And if we saw that in the first innings in Perth, he was more stable at the crease, wasn't moving around like he is right now.
Doggett bowls to him. Pope defends down the line of the offside.
And Doggett's just the kind of bowler, especially with the newish pink ball under lights, will challenge him. His footwork, he'll challenge his tendency to just leave the bat outside off stump. And yeah, they go 2-0 down, or whether you want to call it a scapegoat or not, they'll have to make a change in that top 6, and in all likelihood it will be him. Because now with Crawley having got runs in the first innings and looking pretty okay now, the second as well.
Pope faces out. Leading edge again, and he head off, sent back by the calmer Crawley. So he's a bit all over the place, Ollie Pope. Staring at the bat again.
Feels like, I think he might be done with that bat.
Yeah. It's untrustworthy, Bharat.
It's not. I don't know whether it's the bat or whether it's the guy using the bat.
Pretty sure it's the tradie, but that's all right. It's whatever makes you feel better. We've gone to search for a new one. He's got a ball to see off here, though, Ollie Pope. Doggett's with them. Pope drives. Doggett got something on it. Collapses to the pitch to grab it. Boland's going to come back on the field. A maiden from Doggett. 1 for 49. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered serve. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I did.
Yes, I did. Anytime is 7-Eleven time, particularly at 6:50 p.m. when the game is about to begin and you need something to bite on that isn't your fingernails. Get game day snacks delivered anytime at 7-Eleven. Find out if we deliver to you.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Duckett has been dismissed by Boland for 15. It's 1 for 49. The English sub got 5 options for Ollie Pope. He sent him back. He's going to stick with the bat that he's got. Zach Crawley is on 27. Scotty Boland, 55 wickets on home soil at 14.5 across his 11 test matches. And he is in at Crawley, who's edging into the gloves of Carey. Or was it thigh pad on the way through? Carey signals after initially appealing that it missed the inside edge.
It didn't sound woody. It didn't sound like it hit pad. Has to be thigh pad, you would think. And all of a sudden, Scott Boland is getting this ball to talk. Yeah, thigh pad.
Back thigh pad. Good shout. Boland looks crook, but he is bowling with great threat. England trail by 128. They're 1 down. 2 slips in the gully ready themselves. Boland to Crawley. Something onto the leg side. They scramble through. Throw comes to the non-strikers from Nisa, who misses. Crawley would have been home. 1 for 50 in the 10th over.
He's taking deep breaths, isn't he? Every time he walks back to the top of his mark. I'm not sure if it's a flu or something to do with his tummy, but something is really upsetting him.
So this is where England have to be smart. Is Stark has cramps and is not bowling at the moment. Boland looks under the weather. Nisa was all over the place, and Doggett's in his second test match. Lyon's not there. Boland to Pope. Oh, that's onto the pads. They're beseeching the umpire for it. Smith just thinks this is out. Carey's less sure about it. Boland's right down with them. I think Smith's going to let matters be. He was keen. Carey less so.
He's still keen. He's still keen. Finally, the timer has run out. He asked everyone, you sure? I think it was just where it hit him. Just outside off stump, I would say.
There's a lot of pressure on Carey in those moments, isn't there? Because he does know. And Smith's not the easiest person to turn down.
He asked you 4 times. Are you sure? Are you sure? I think again. It was inside edge, but I think it was just definitely well outside off stump.
Yeah.
Impact. Ollie Pope looks all at sea here.
Testing times for the England number 3. Boland's at him. Pope leaves. She was nearly drawn to that. Like a magnet to the ball going by. That would have been ugly.
Oh, he's just making this pitch and this bowling look much more challenging than it actually is, Gerard. It's just technique. He's falling all over the place. He's on the move. Feels like Australia have a wicket for the taking here.
Boland's trying to take it. Pope drives inside portion of the bat. Down the line of the leg side to Stark at mid-on.
And this is exactly how he's been batting in the nets, and it's strange that the commentary from the camp is nice, batting beautifully. And it's quite strange. I watched 4 days of them training. Nobody walks down to him, and I understand mid-series you don't want to change anything. But yeah, he's just left to his own devices, and he's just, ever since he got out to Camp Green, Gerard, it just feels like he's lost his balance. He's gone back to the old Ollie Pope from 4 years ago, where he could barely score a run.
Last ball of Boland's over. He delivers to Pope, who leaves. 1 for 50 at the end of it. This session, this Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wines.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
SEN Test cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. 1 for 50. Mitch Stark is now coming into the attack. Dogged by the first couple from the Vulture Street ends after the dinner break. Now Stark resumes his duties. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 25. So England able to take to him for the first time in this series. Crawley the lion's share of that. He's 28 from 30. Stark gets back to it. Left arm over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and Crawley leaves well enough alone. Our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Simon Katich joins Bharat Sundaresan. Hello, Kat.
Tommy, all our listeners.
First wicket's taken.
Yeah, it was a beauty from Scott Boland. I think Ben Duckett, much like Josh Inglis, probably just got trapped on the crease. Probably that length ball he needed to get forward to, and yes, it looked like it kept a little bit low, definitely. But if you get forward to that delivery, you got more chance of keeping it out compared to playing back in the crease.
Stark striding in. Bowls to Crawley. Forward defence. Fielded by Stark and his follow-through.
I'm a little surprised Doggett got taken off. I thought he bowled 2 really good overs and challenged, particularly Zach Crawley, a line and length that was sort of asking good questions of him, because we saw before the break he wants to get on the front foot, he wants to drive through cover and mid-off, and Doggett just brought his length back a little bit and just went a little bit fraction wider, and there's a couple of times there Crawley was searching for the ball, and then obviously the ball that wrapped him on the pads was a good ball as well, probably just fractionally high.
It must have been a premeditated plan, because you're right on quality. You would have left Doggett with it. Stark bowls, Crawley to cover, sent back.
So unless something is up with Boland and he is feeling a bit under the weather, they swing Doggett to the Stanley Street end. That might be the other plan.
Especially with those 2 right-handers out there, that's when he's most comfortable, Doggett, and it looked like he was building up rhythm.
He was.
So I would be surprised if he isn't. Yeah, Mitchell Stark is going through the walls. You can see it in his follow-through, and when he turns around and he walks back, he's not 100%. The pace is down. This one 140.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen shows the scrambled seam in effect with the pink underlights. He bowls to Crawley, who's forward inside edge, past the stumps and down to fine leg. Boland does the fielding. They'll be able to get back for 2. Streaky. Crawley's 30.
I think Zach Crawley's going to have this challenge and problem for his career, because he's a natural ball striker. The problem is, against a new ball, you can't drive everything, and he can't control his hands to let the ball come to him a lot. He wants to go at the ball and he goes searching for it a lot. And as a result, whenever the ball's not in the perfect spot, this is what happens. He either gets an inside edge or squirts one off the outside edge because he's playing at balls or big shots to balls that probably aren't quite there to hit aggressively.
Stark comes at him again. Crawley, dead bats to the offside.
And Ollie Pope, he just looks like, I agree with you, Bharat, everything you see of him, you know, it just looks like he's a fraction late because he's on the move at times. You know, he's looking to, he's probably worried about getting pinned across his stumps, but then he also starts searching for balls that are probably fraction wide. It's almost like he's lost where his top of his off stump is, and that's not a great place to be as a top order batter.
1 for 52 with one to come in Stark's fourth over. Crawley has 30 to his name. Crawley leaves outside the off stump. Glencore scoreboard advanced in everyday life, 1 for 52.
This summer, Chasson Toyota has you covered.
From brand new Toyotas and quality pre-owned vehicles to Toyota genuine accessories, parts and expert servicing.
Built to last and ready for adventure, make it a season to celebrate with Chasson Toyota, your destination for everything Toyota.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. England 334, Australia 511. Set up with a 177 run lead. 1 for 52, so the deficit's 125. There's a bit of hammering going on in the landing zone at the Stanley Street end.
Yeah, the good old thumper has been brought out.
Sounds like he's thumping concrete.
He does actually.
Yes, it's a hard pitch. And that's where the ball comes into it, doesn't it? 11 overs in. So Mitch Stark sort of said the 13 over mark the first time around.
Tennis ball, he said.
Yeah, and this is the thing. You know, talking to George Bailey out in the middle before the test match started, he talked about the balls at training. One batch was soft right from the word go, and then the other batch on another night was really hard. So
Scott Boland continues. Pope struck by a ball that rose at him, scrambling around, returns to his ground.
I never played any pink ball cricket, but my debut in Shield cricket was up here at the Gabba with a day-night Shield game with an orange ball. And one thing about the orange ball was it's very good to see, but it also stayed really hard. So that was probably the challenge for a batting perspective, is particularly in surfaces like this, they were lower scoring games, but if you were still there around the sort of 50, 60 over mark, the ball still came on the bat nicely and you could score quite well even against, you know, an older ball that didn't get that soft.
Pope's having all sorts of troubles. Boland pitches up, driven one hand off the bat by Pope, squirts it away through cover. He'll come back for a couple. Pope is 3, it's 1 for 55.
And that's a good example of what you're talking about, Bharat. You know, you're watching him train in the nets. That shouldn't really be happening where one hand comes off the bat. Why is that happening? I'd love to see a slow-mo replay of that and see why that has happened. Because on one of the previous drives, you could see that the bat twists in his hands. And once again there, maybe he's got such a loose grip with his bottom hand because he's worried about choking the bottom hand too much and closing the face, which is what happened the previous over on one of his drives.
Leg slip in place. Pope flicks down the leg side for 4. Got it wide of Inglis, who's been put there for it. Stark had no play at fine leg. Pope with a boundary. He goes to 7. Azito, brushless power tools, do you?
You dig that?
Oh, definitely. And that's, I mean, obviously part of the plan. They've got a leg slip in, so they are going to attack him to try and go bold, LBW. They know how Inglis got out last night. There is a crack there that they want to hit and run the ball back into the stumps. So that's going to happen from time to time with his plan. Boland just got a little bit too straight.
Comes again. Pope leapt at him off high up on the bat, fends it down to point, takes a single and has another look at the bat. Up near the shoulder, 8 for Pope, 1 for 59 England.
And I guess that just comes with, I mean, it's been successful for some in this English batting lineup because their coaching is based so much around vibes, Kat. Like there's a lot of, I mean, just lots of words of encouragement, but nobody really stepping in and helping you out. And even for someone like Ollie Pope, who's played a lot of Test cricket, you need that. You just need a session at times, don't you? Even if it's 15 minutes.
Boland strides in. Crawley drives for 4. The on drive wide of Nisa and to the boundary, firmly struck. That's a lovely stroke. Crawley's 34.
Yeah, that was commanding from Zach Crawley. This ball is outside off stump, gets a great stride into the ball and just hammers it through straight mid-on. That's a very good shot from Zach Crawley. It was there to be hit though. Boland's just fractionally over pitch. There's no doubt he wants to get Crawley driving, but he wants to get him driving from a fractionally shorter length and trying to get that ball just to dart back into the stumps.
1 for 63. Last ball of the over. Crawley with the big drive again. The play and the miss. One too many. He lives to tell the tale. The Glencore scoreboard advance in everyday life. 1 for 63. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Hi, I'm Cherie Barber. I've renovated hundreds of homes, and let me tell you, nothing kills street appeal faster than a daggy old garage door. It's like wearing thongs with a tuxedo, just wrong. That's why I love Glider All Garage Doors. They've got premium designs that'll actually flirt with your front facade. Think steel, timber, even aluminium that looks so good, the neighbours will pretend they just happened to walk past. So don't let your house wear Crocs on the front. Give it a Glider Roll makeover. Visit gliderroll.com.au today.
Our coverage is for Octet Smart Business Finance. What a neat encapsulation of Zach Crawley's Test career in the space of 2 balls there. Still there though, on 34. 3 slips behind Ollie Pope. He's 8. 114 behind. Here comes Stark. Bolger Street end. Bowls here and Pope on the drive as well. Through cover. Nice shot. Played it under his eyes. Work to do for Travis Head. Will he reach it? He slides and stops. Good fielding. 3 for 3. Into double figures. Pope is 11. 1 for 66 England. Pope is capable of... Well, he's got a high ceiling, put it that way. He's done some remarkable things in Test cricket from time to time. But I do occasionally ponder whether Baz Ball has been both the making and breaking of him, Baz, because the cricketer we first saw come through in 2018, you were there as well. When he made his Test debut, he was like that shot there, under his eyes, confident driving, and there's been a disconnect in the last couple of years.
The second coming of Ian Bell, it felt like. Back then.
Stark to Crawley on 34. Bowls here. 2 slips the gully. Oh, and it's gone over the top. And it's away for 4. Wasn't far away from Green in the gully. He flashed at it for a moment. Green thought he had a show. But over his head he went. Pink ball races away for 4 more. So England keep putting the foot down. 1 for 70. 7th boundary of the innings.
Maybe just didn't time it. The ball had already gone past by the time the hands came up.
That's a great example when you see the replay of Cameron Green not quite reading it off the bat straight away, because it almost was probably there to be caught, but I don't reckon he saw it as quickly as he would probably in the daylight off the bat.
I agree. Watching it back for Chemist Warehouse on the replay screen, his hands didn't go up as quickly as you might imagine. It's the challenge of day-night Test cricket, of course. Here's Stark bowling again, and Crawley in behind it defensively. I mean, all the players talk about it. The degree of difficulty, without a doubt, is higher in the night session with the pink ball, and that's I suppose a trade-off with what we've got here with so many people watching and taking it in around the world. It's a little bit harder in the field, and for those picking it up.
Yeah, it was a regulation, Nick. Cam Green with his skills, and it wasn't that high either. Like both of you said, he just reacted that half a second too late. And that was enough.
34 runs taken from Stark's 27 balls so far in this innings. Crawley, 38 from 40. Can they build around him? Deep point back. Stark delivers. Crawley whipping out to deep square leg where there's a sweeper. 39 for him, 1 for 71.
Well, I haven't seen a pitch map yet, but I reckon Australia have decided if they're going to err, they're going to err on the fuller side, because they've been driven a fair bit. And part of that is, batters allowed to play good shots. The footwork's been good, particularly from Zach Crawley. But I think that's been the noticeable difference between the two innings, particularly with the new ball. England short and wide yesterday. Today, Australia, if they're going to err, they've decided they're going to err probably on the fuller side.
And they have gone searching for that swing, and it hasn't been too much of it.
This is still a very good track.
So Pope on strike. He's on 11. Stark to him here. And Pope leaves alone. If he is to do it tonight, Ollie Pope, it'll be below the numbers. In day-night Test cricket, he averages in the mid-teens. Fifth Test match in this format. And against Australia, his 7th Test match here, averaging in the high teens. So this has been a bad combination for him across his Test journey so far. But 8 Test hundreds at number 3. The most for England in that position since David Gower.
Well, he's fortunate that a number of the England Lions missed out in that tour match. That just relieves a little bit of tension.
Bethel waiting in the wings, no doubt. Stark here to Pope to finish. It's fallen straight dugout. Well bowled and very well played in the end. Digging it into the onside. There was the big Mitchell Stark in-swinging Yorker. 1 for 71. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. They trail by 106 with Pope 11 and Crawley 39.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
We are well and truly into the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Boland in his 4th over. Broke through in his first. Up to Crawley. 2 slips to gully. Crawley knows the call, pushing into the onside. You spotted Mitch Stark Baz between overs.
He did. He was holding his side, and Steve Smith ran up to him to just check on him. He just doesn't look very happy right now, Mitch Stark.
You know what, Kat? I mean, if that is the case and he is incumbent in some... This is where England, in the last 3.5 years, have not been able to make the most of situations where they've got to start or there's a bowler down or conditions are on their side. This tends to be when they lose the plot. Like, they have to find a way tonight.
Well, definitely, but the other part of this is what do Australia do with Mitchell Stark? Because if he's got any sort of slight niggle, they can't afford to lose him for the rest of the series.
Too right. Here's bowling close to the stumps to Crawley. Quick single to mid-on. Ping at the stumps is not successful. Had it been so, it was Nisa charging in. It would have been vaguely interesting, although I suspect Crawley was home. 1 for 72. He's up to 40 with that single.
Yeah, and he's still stressed. Just you can see his hand on his side. He's not happy with his start. Surprised the physio hasn't just run out to him on the boundary.
Well, that first innings, we were all surprised. The start of the second session, he didn't start. And it took probably an hour before he came to the bowling crease and had immediate impact. But it was strange that he didn't bowl earlier in that middle session on day one.
For a long time this afternoon. Boland delivers. Pope thrust down on a ball that was in towards his middle peg.
And he is one of those who has a great pain threshold. He bowls through pain. But you're right. I think the decision will come down to Stephen Smith. And time for the likes of Doggett, who, again, I'm surprised he isn't bowling at the moment. The first overs we saw after the break. It's time for them to step up. We know Cummins is coming back for Adelaide. We don't know about Hazelwood yet. They'll need Stark.
Boland to the crease and delivers, and it rears off a length. Pope has to throw his hands up nice and high to get out the way of it. Just a reminder that some balls have across the 3 days bouncing more.
Yeah, and that's a great option from Scott Boland. Might not get the wicket, but it just keeps Ollie Pope unsure about what length is coming next rather than just keep going full. It is good to change that length up every now and then and just make sure that Ollie Pope doesn't get used to just planting forward the whole time. He's got to mix up his footwork.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Carey took it with his fingers in the air. Boland again, delivering here to Pope, driving nicely down the ground. A check drive under his eyes. These are really good signs for Ollie Pope. Didn't try and overhit it. Trusting his swing out the middle of the bat into the rope. He's 15. 1 for 76. They trail by 101. They're eroding the deficit.
Yeah, classy shot that. Beautiful off drive full face of the bat, let it come to him, and just a nice little punch down through mid-off.
And there are the reminders. That's the tantalising bit with Ollie Pope.
He just looks a little more settled at the crease the last 10 or so minutes.
The second boundary for Azito. Bowling to him again and right in behind it, defending to end the over. 5 runs from it. 1 for 76 England, 40 for Crawley, 15 for Pope. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Zach Crawley is running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. He's on 40 from 43. Tommy Morris, break it down for us.
So we're looking at batters since 2006 at the Gabba who've scored the most runs off the front foot in a test here. Number 1 is Michael Clark. He's 125 against South Africa in 2012. Murali Vijay, 2014. And next is Zach Crawley in this test.
All right.
92 runs off the front foot already.
Got a clear game plan. Will he come forward to Stark, who bowls to him here, and Crawley plays from the crease defensively. Out to mid-on. Damien Fleming is jumping in. He's one of our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Good evening, Flemo.
Hello, Cato, Tom.
Hello, Flem. Flem, I just saw a tweet from you, actually, where you were lamenting the fact that you no longer have the highest score for a number 9 at the Gabba.
What's Starkey doing? One batting record I've got.
Every sports design I go to with Fleb, he talks about that innings.
Yeah.
It's gone now.
You know what cost you? Nathan Lyon not playing, because Mitchell Stark would have been at 8 instead of Nathan.
Wouldn't have counted.
Cost you. Selectors.
Blame George
them.
Bailey. Stark in, bowls to Crawley, defends under his eyes. Those numbers on the pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au.
I can live with it if he bowls them out this innings, but yeah. Just love your little batting records. Like you love your little 6-for, Simon, against a full-strength Zimbabwe team. On a raging Turner in Sydney.
As flat as buggery, mate.
Hey! Who was the main spinner in that test match?
Might have been Brad Hogg.
Was that the end of Brad Hogg's career?
Yep. Used to remind him all the time of the Scorchers. Don't worry about that.
Stark to Crawley, bowls here. Crawley driving square behind point. It will run. Will be collected by the fielder in that direction, which is this stage Wetherell. They are happy with the single. Crawley 41, 1 for 77. They trail by an even 100.
Just one thing that's been noticeable this over, and I think it was because of the last ball that Mitchell Stark bowled of the previous over, which swung back in late, and it was a Yorker. Zach Crawley's really opened up his stance. Yeah. You can see it in his setup. So he knows now he's seen one swing back late. He just wants to make sure that he doesn't give Mitchell Stark an opportunity to blow his pad off, because earlier in the innings he was batting right across his stumps to try and cover the line of the ball in the channel, because he knew they were trying to nick him off.
Partnership of 29. Stark delivers here, and Ollie Pope. Oh, he's beaten on the outside edge, and it was a extravagant drive to a full delivery. Had he been dismissed by that ball, it would have prompted considerable scrutiny.
It would have been a consistent Pope dismissal.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? He's so good off his pads. He's an excellent cutter of the ball, but if you force him to hit the mid-off to cover, he is likely to nick it behind.
And you see with the hands going through the ball, they were late.
Yeah,
he's late on that.
Head falls across the crease.
So if you know that you're fractionally late to someone that's quicker, you've just got to put it in the cupboard for a bit.
Eventually the bowler comes to you. They get impatient.
Loves to feed. Second slip does Pope. Stark to him here, and Pope gets in behind it, forcing that ball to cover where the ever-busy Josh Inglis does the fielding, no run.
Yeah, it was interesting last night too, a little bit with the English, who, really struggled to get 2 balls in the right spot. But like with the Archers' dismissal of Wetherell, the odd real fuller ball actually swung throughout. So it's almost like you've got to give it enough time in the air to swing. And don't be afraid if it goes for a 4, because the potential of getting a wicket is so strong, particularly for the Aussies here.
Still with a buffer of 100 runs, Australia. Last ball of Stark's over, delivers, and Pope leaves alone in the channel. Better, Ollie, better. He's 15,
Yeah.
Crawley's 41. Ends the over at 1 for 77. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Got Captain Flem with me. I'm Adam Collins, and Scott Boland's got the ball at the Stanley Street end on the charge towards Crawley. He's 41, bowls here, new over. Crawley in behind it, defending to cover. And from a technical perspective, Kat, you've watched a lot of Ollie Pope, both in Australia and in England, of course, where you've coached for years as well. I mean, how do you assess the gap between what is very clearly such potential and why his results have been, broadly speaking, middling in high-profile contests over the journey?
Yeah, and I think that the biggest challenge as a top-order batter in Test cricket, you get challenged around the top of your off-stump by very good bowlers consistently. So you've got to own a very good lead or a very good forward defence. If you don't have that, then you struggle to survive.
Boland to Crawley, inside edge onto the pad, not far away, well bowled.
And I've always felt that to have success at the top of the order in Test cricket, you've got to be able to let the bowler come to you, but then also make sure that if you can keep out his best ball, your attacking game comes from that, because if he thinks he can't get the ball past you, either on the inside part of the bat or the outside edge, with a good leave or a good defence, straight back down to mid-off and mid-on, then the bowler starts trying things. And then as Flem rightly says, they come to you, and then you can pick them off where you feel more comfortable, which for Ollie Pope is probably leg side.
Boland up, bowls to Crawley, looking to drive, but finds Inglis at cover, no run.
And your point about the Bazball regime maybe not suiting him is that goes against that philosophy I'm talking about, because Bazball's the opposite of that. It's about attacking everything. But in Test cricket, you can't attack everything in certain conditions, because in these conditions in Perth and Brisbane, there has been pace and bounce. So you can't drive the ball on the up all the time. And that's a challenge for these guys trying to navigate playing an aggressive style of cricket when their game probably doesn't suit that.
Beautifully summed up by Simon Katich. As Boland delivers to Crawley, who leaves on length, hits the gloves hard.
Been a good start to the over here from Boland. Very good. That second delivery, it hit the crack and moved in.
And these two have got to identify this is probably their biggest threat at the moment.
They get through this.
Get through this, and then you get a break, and potentially it's an easier spell. It might not be, because Doggett might come back on and bowl really well like he did in that first spell.
But I like this from Boland, though. 4 dot balls, but they've all been threatening.
Can he get that wobble seam going? Boland up, delivers here, close to the stumps. Beautifully played by Crawley, albeit only to mid-on, where it's stopped by Nisa, diving at full stretch to his right. But again, you can see that when Crawley gets the chance to flick here, he's timing them all.
Actually, I don't mind Crawley getting off strike. I like Boland bowling to Pope, because those areas that he bowls that fuller length, threatening off stump, just outside of stump, that's where Pope questions himself, doesn't he? Often plays an expansive cover drive, or he tries to cut too close to his body. I'd like Boland to get a lot of deliveries to Pope.
It's that forcing shot that he likes to play from the crease as well that gets him in trouble. Boland here to Pope. That's good. Well behind it in defence. Just what you're talking about, Simon Katich. Bat and pad glued together. 1 run from the over. They trail by 99 at 1 for 78 England. Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
We are in the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And it's going to be a Change of bowling from our Vulture Street end for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Brendan Doggett coming into the attack to have a crack for the second time. Bowled 2 overs just after the dinner interval. Doggett with the pink ball. Third over begins here into Crawley. Bowls and Crawley drives, but straight to Stark at mid-on, no single.
Yeah, big spell, big innings for Brendan Doggett. He's got the opportunity to bowl Australia to victory and shore up his spot in this Australian team. So, 4th innings bowling, you know, he should feel comfortable. Come into the test in good Shield form.
Yeah, and his first 2 overs, I thought were excellent. Excellent.
It's a good point about his spot. I mean, you consider that next week the return of Cummins, that'll create something of a squeeze. A good problem to have. No cliche. Doggett bowling here to Crawley. Hits him on the pad, spills away to leg gully, so they take a leg by. Carey tidies up, 1 for 79. They trail by 98.
Yeah, just drifting onto the pads there on that occasion, Doggett. When he's bowling at his best, he does bowl full out swingers, which would be a great option to Pope. Just keep teasing him to play that cover drive.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to get too tight into the stumps here to Pope. I think Pope will come to him. If he just gets it around that sort of 4th stump region, just not too full, Pope will come to him.
Here is Doggett bowling to Pope. Driving hard over the top of the covers. Oh, it would have been a hell of a catch. Josh Inglis is the kind of guy who could do those types of things as well. He's landed heavily on his right shoulder. We'll come back to that. 4 runs. Pope's 19 with it. 1 for 83. They trail by 94, but he went way up into the night sky. Josh Inglis.
That's hurt. That's hurt, Inglis.
It's a stinger.
We'll see it back here on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
That's such a weird shot. I don't know why he went aerial there. It looked like it was in the slot to nail. Just hope he hasn't dislocated his shoulder.
He's back on his feet and
he's back up.
Doing a few arm circles.
Maybe
now.
It's just a bit of a burner that he landed on it. But yeah, I mean, he tried to hit it inside out as well, and he lost his front elbow.
Only cleared him by about a foot as well. Doggett into Pope on 19 after the boundary. Down the leg side, leaves it alone.
And that's probably one of the areas why he has been a bit inconsistent, because I don't reckon he's got a consistent bat plane through the line of the ball. That was a great example of that ball. That ball had no right to be going inside out in the air over cover. And then we've seen previous times he's gone to drive the ball and then close the bat face. I just wonder whether he's having issues with the grip of his bottom hand, because then there was the other drive that was through the offside where the bottom hand almost came off the bat when he drove it.
2 left in Doggett's over. Bowls to Pope. He's driving again over the cordon 4. Not far away from Steve Smith. Twice in the over. He's cleared fielders by a foot for 2-4. So he goes to 23, but it's not convincing. Not at all. No. 1 for 87.
Doggett, go back to your mark. Everything is good. He could have been out twice. I mean, that's just a wideish ball. And on the up too, it's a hard shot to actually get in the middle of the bat. I'm watching him in between balls too, Cato. He's always re-gripping and gripping his bat, so he's not comfortable. That's a low percentage shot. Gets 4 runs, but that could have gone anywhere.
Remember the shot in the second innings at Perth?
Yep.
Carbon copy right over second slip. This is where you get Ollie Pope out, I'm afraid, if you're an England listener. Doggett, 1 left in the over. Bowls here, wider on the crease. Better from Pope. Whips it. Bit straight, out towards square leg. It'll threaten the rope. It'll be a diving stop needed from Boland. He's just kept it in on the juggle, and the punters love it in that direction. They love Scott Boland. 3 runs to finish an expensive over, but a threatening one as well. Pope's 26. It's 1 for 90. They're trailing by 87 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. We're still going through the replays to make sure that Boland's, foot, leg, ankle. There was about 3 attempts at stopping the ball, and at any stage where there was contact being made, I suspect there probably was. I reckon that might be signalled for in a moment, but they're going to wait and check again. Nope, they're cool with it now. So just the 3, and another change of bowling in this final session for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland choose to drink wise, and it's going to be Michael Nisa having a crack from the Stanley Street end, replacing Boland. So they've just gone over the halfway mark of the deficit. They've got 90 on the board, 87 away from parity. Nisa in, and no, Pope doesn't fancy it. He's not ready, he pulls out.
Yeah, I think he might have been rushed from Nisa there, who's got that quick little turnaround. He's in. And equally, I said it's a big spell for Doggett. Big innings, same for Michael Nisa as well for his career. Wickets here. Keep him right up there, up the top. The pecking order.
His 3rd pink ball test match. Nisa bowls here to Pope, and Pope drives back to him. Caught bowled Michael Nisa. First ball back in the attack, and he picks up the England number 3 for 26. Michael Nisa on his home ground. Gets the wicket he so craves. 2 for 90 England.
I can't believe Pope is so disappointed. He looks like playing shots like that all the time, and the only reason he got out is he had the chance to actually hit this along the ground, but the bat almost fell out of his hand and it was closed. Something Simon Katich has been talking about. Michael Nisa, that was a lot easier caught and bowled opportunity than the one previously, but big wicket for Australia. That leads to the pathway to the pavilion for Pope.
Well, it doesn't come as a surprise. I know he looks surprised, but
he's been
talking about his bat plane and his swing for the last 10 minutes, and you can just see it unfolding, whether it's inside edge or bottom hand coming off the bat. That was a great example. Then the bat then changed, the plane of it changed when he's trying to hit it through mid-off, but then the bottom hand loosens, the twist, catches the inside part of the bat and spoons back to Michael Nisa. So no surprise, he's got work to do, particularly with his bat swing and his hands. It's just not right.
It's an ugly replay on the Chemist Warehouse screen for Ollie Pope. As you say, the bat twists in the hand. He's a mile from the pitch of it.
It is an inconsistent bat plane, like you're saying. I mean, from the moment you said that, I think he had 6 different ones.
Yeah. And that creates doubt. If you don't know what's happening, then you can't control. You can't control where the ball's going.
That ball there, you're not thinking about getting a caught and bowled.
No way.
Are you? You're hoping to get the outside edge maybe, or if he plays it well, he hits you through the covers. Mad.
Joe Root's the new man in. That's a classic for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. Very tidy bit of work, Nisa. As you say, Flem, needs a big spell here, having struggled a wee bit before the dinner break. What that will do for his confidence. And yes, Ollie Pope, his short-term future as a test player has to be in the balance. Root in, keeper up to the stumps. Well forward, knows the call. Pretty useful. You got one of the finest players in the history of the game walking out at 4. 138 a couple of days ago, 40 test centuries.
Well, and he's going to have to clock on again in this second innings, because if he bats through the innings again, then England will be back into the test and potentially be able to save it and get a draw. But if Australia knock him over cheaply here, you got Harry Brook coming to the crease at night with a 17 overall ball. It's game on for him. So this is a big wicket now for Australia.
So interestingly, Carey went straight up to the stumps when Nisa's bowling to Pope, and he's defending to mid-on here, a full delivery that was targeting the middle stump. So they want to keep Root at home.
Yes.
2 slips the gully, a backward point. That's Weatherall. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. So conventional, other than Carey, up to the pegs. Stanley Street end. Here's Nisa to Root. Yet to score. Does so here, off the mark. Just a little tuck. Should be 2. He'll want 2. Root always wants 2. Good running. 2 for 92.
Just noticing the difference in the standards in the Australian bowling, let alone the English. Just with Stark and Boland, their accuracy is just 20% better. You know, Doggett and Nisa just drift the ball onto the pads too much at this level. They might not get as hurt as much at shield level, but it's certainly very easy for someone like Joe Root to work through the leg side.
He's got a couple of test hundreds against the pink ball. Nisa bowls to Root here, and Root leaves alone, and Carey, brilliant up to the stumps. Had heels on yesterday, raving about his glove work up to the quicks a couple of nights ago. It was just immense.
And I like the bowling as well. Get heaps of that through to Carey.
Camera on Harry Brooks, smile on his face. He's the next man in. Trailing by 85. Last ball of the Nisa over. To Root. Goes back and whips it again. This time just for one to find leg. He keeps the strike. Root's on 3 is there because Ollie Pope was caught and bowled in that over for 26. 2 for 93 becomes the score with Crawley on 42. Gerard Whateley coming in for me. A change of commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
My Way Travel and Events proudly bring you premium packages for the 2025-26 NRMA Insurance Ashes Series. Head to myway.com.au to book your package to the Adelaide and Sydney Test.
My Way Travel and Events are an official reseller of 2025-26 NRMA Insurance Ashes Series packages.
Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance. 2 in the first hour after dinner. It'll be a 2.5-hour session under lights. Brendan Doggett to Joe Root. Start of the fresh over. Root nudges him away to mid-wicket. No run. Damien Fleming, hello.
Hey, Gerard.
I'm with you. I enjoyed how surprised Ollie Pope was to get out.
He's averaging 18 in 14 innings against Australia now. And even when he gets away with a few runs, it's not convincing from your number 3.
No, Robert Craddock's got a great saying of snatching that. He was snatching at every run, and that can only go for so long.
Doesn't let the ball come to him at all.
Doggett into Roots, who's forward and driving to Inglis at cover, no run.
Yeah, I just want a bit more consistency from Doggett and Nisa. You can see that he's drawn Root coming forward. Root more tentative than Pope, getting himself in, doesn't want to overcommit. Excellent delivery.
2 slips gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-wicket. Fine leg. Doggett is in his 4th over, none for 12. He has a maiden in there. Root's on 3. Root defends again to Inglis, who covers the ground quickly and is kept at home. Stuart Broad is here for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Welcome in, Stuart.
Poor wicket to lose from an England point of view, wasn't it? 128 Ks, caught and bowled, chip back to the bowler. Don't mind being bowled out, but cool.
Caddo was just talking about, his bat plane and everything. Ollie Pope, like that bat almost fell out of his hands.
Yeah, it was a scratchy innings, wasn't it? Got into some pretty awkward positions. And Australia bowled really nicely, I think. They're holding that line and length.
Root leaves a rising delivery outside the off stump.
Yeah, and just saying from Australia's end, now Boland and Stark are off, Doggett and Nisa. Just got to negate those balls that are drifting into the leg. There's sort of 2 and over. Just the field's set for the offside. If you're going to err wide of off stump, not onto the pads.
The deficit is 84 on the Glencore scoreboard, advance in everyday life. Crawley's watching on 42. Root settles himself. He's defending Doggett into the offside.
They're wonderful times to bowl when you get that far ahead in the game and you've got such a lead that it sets the plan up for you, really. You just run in and hit a good area. When there's cracks on the pitch as well, we saw with Ben Duckett's ball that kept low, it was unplayable. It's all set for you. You just need then a clear mind and do what you've done in the nets for the last sort of 10 years, really. Run in and hit the top of off stump and just keep it basic, occasional bouncer now and again. It really is a fun time to bowl in Test match cricket when you get ahead of the game.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Dog it to Root, who follows it round, swats it down to fine leg and takes a single. Root to 4. It's 2 for 94 at the end of the over. The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan film.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual-camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. Henley.com.au. England 2 for 94. The deficit is 83 runs. Michael Neese is in operation from the Stanley Street end. He's bowling to Joe Root, who runs the ball to Gully. Green comes around to his right to field. Just what's your overall feel of things, Stuart, with that being the scenario of the match?
Well, it's been Australia's day. There's no doubt about that. We chatted this afternoon before the start of play saying felt like England need to get those 4 wickets in the first hour by the drinks break to get batting in the daytime. Australia have been fantastic. Mitchell Stark with the bat to time it as he did to get the brand new pink ball under the lights is spectacular strategic play.
Neese to Root, defends to leg, and he'll be able to find it a run down to fine leg.
But
2 for 95.
There's still runs in this surface. It's not going all over the shop. And yes, Ben Duckett got unlucky with one that kept really low. But you can still play your shots. It's a pretty quick outfield. England would still be looking at this going, okay, someone gets in. Zach Crawley is the sort of player that could get 130 not out or 130 whatever pretty quickly. And you give yourselves a chance to maybe get 108 to your head and hope for a bit of luck, but they can't have too many soft dismissals like Pope's.
Neese to Crawley, smokes it away to mid on, no run.
Good start from Neese. I think Carey up to the stumps does put you off. It is a bit frustrating that you can't move around the crease, but he's hitting the bat hard. It's generally just outside off stump.
Keeper up under the helmet. Labuschagne Smith had slipped. Green in the gully. Deep points. Crawley lays bat on ball, plays it to cover. Inglis in the game constantly, no run.
So they're basically doing what you've been talking about, Brody, isn't it? Just making sure you bowl a high percentage of balls with a good line and length there. Don't have to do anything different.
And you could do short, sharp spells. I think with cracks, my belief when there were cracks in the surface is that you go short, sharp spells and you hit that pitch as hard as you possibly can for your time, and you get off, you rest, recuperate until the captain calls on you again.
Crawley forward to defend Neese.
You often see as bowlers early in a spell that get movement from cracks. It's because they're fresh, they're getting high in their action, they're able to slam the ball into the surface. So normally you'd look at short, sharp spells and freshen up, and the next bowler comes in and tries to hit that crack.
And I think bowling at night gives you a lot more adrenaline as well. You know, it's not a baking sun, and you can hear the hush of the crowd. Lights are on. Great time to bowl.
Last ball of Neese's over. Crawley lets it pass. Clean take again from Carey. 2 for 95 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
At Bunnings Trade, no matter where you are, we're here to help. We have trade specialists in-store dedicated to you and your trade. Whether it's sourcing supplies, quoting on jobs, or arranging delivery direct to site. And our builders team with dedicated account managers has got you covered at every building stage, from the front fence to the back gate. Plus, you can call our Trade Assist team on 134872 for quick quotes on a wide range of supplies, saving you time and hassle. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. Mitch Starks just had a little bit of time off the field. He returns. Steve Smith's put the black strips under the eyes.
Yeah, I like it.
Keep the glare out at second slip. Joe Root's on 5. Brendan Doggett bowls to him and he leaves outside the off stump. 2 for 95. Crawley's 45, Root is 5. The deficit 82.
I suppose the mindset from England, I mentioned, if they look at this surface right now and the bowling attack, we've got Mitchell Stark is in the form of his life, but once this ball gets a bit older, if they can get to the sunshine tomorrow, it might be nice to bat. If they take out what's happened in the game so far and say, let's go and play like it's day one and get 400, you give your bowlers then 220-ish to bowl at, and you got a little chance or a chance.
Yeah. Doggett to Root, lets it pass.
Well, if they bat well and score quickly, they could have Australia batting under lights with a new ball tomorrow night.
That's we often hear about Brendan McCullum and this sort of positive attitude. It's that sort of thought process that will be being drip-fed into the group.
Yeah.
This is what we're looking to do. We're not going to survive 2.5 days batting here. We're winning this game. That's the only way we can think. We have to win this game. So how do we go about it? We score quick, put pressure on the opposition, and get ourselves in a position that gives our bowlers a chance.
Root stands tall, readies himself, back foot defence.
So, Stu, when Brendan comes in as coach, and you played against him, what were your expectations as a coach, and how did he go about ingraining this sort of method within the group?
Well, first of all, I was excited because I played a lot against him. He was quite a natural leader of the New Zealand white ball team, particularly, wasn't he? Took them to the World Cup final in Australia at the MCG, and he immediately had a lot of respect within the group because of the style of play that he played with, the sort of perceived lack of fear.
Doggett to Root, clips from his pads away to mid-on, no run.
But he didn't come in and give a big sort of team talk in a boardroom with presentations and this is how we're going to do it. He sort of stood up just before training at Lord's and said, how good's this? When we fill this stadium on Thursday, 33,000 people, they've got a choice. They go to the theatre, they can go and watch the football, they go to the zoo. They're coming to watch you, so give them something to talk about. Let's entertain them. Let's give them something to enjoy. And that enjoyment can be 20 off 10 balls. It can be 80 off 150 balls. It can be whatever. But if you can think about the fans, the honour that they're coming to watch you.
Root leaves.
Keep that at the forefront of your mind, and you'll enjoy it. He also said something that resonated with me. When you're playing for England, playing for Australia, it's quite easy to get into your own bubble that it's a job and it's stressful and there's expectation. He said, if we can play for England, put that 3 lines on your shirt with that same feeling as when you're 12 years old in England and the first time on a Saturday you open the curtains and pray it's not raining. That excitement that you get when you open the curtains and it's sunny and you know you're playing cricket. And that was a really freeing mindset for me.
Last ball of the over, Root from his pads to mid-on. A maiden over from Brendan Doggett. 2 for 95. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Healy Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. England 2 for 95. Crawley's 45. Root is 5. Michael Nisa is in operation from the Stanley Street ends. He's bowling to Crawley, who's running the ball down to deep backward square. They will be able to get 2, as it didn't go with any great haste. 44 for Crawley.
Yeah, and what else resonates with a McCullum-type coach compared to what you'd been instilled in your England career before that?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have thought the way the guys went and played that he'd stand up in team meetings and go, right, lads, I want you to score at 7 and over. I want you to have 5 slips, take wickets all the time. But he never talked about that style of cricket at all. It was always about freeing the mind up. He wanted to say, if you think about hitting the ball over the top, do it. Don't second guess yourself. That was your first positive thought, so take your first thought on.
Crawley driving, caught by Nisa. 2 caught and bowled in the spell. Could you believe it? Crawley can't. He's gone for 44
and England is 3 for 97. You know, Nisa dropped Duckett on a cotton bowl. He could have had all 3.
I want him to get 5, Gerard. I don't know what the record is. Tom Morris is working through it now, looking all the way back to 1877. But once again, build up good pressure from both ends, Doggett and Nisa. A lot of dot balls. And he's such a great athlete, Michael Nisa. So Crawley sort of struggled in that last 20 minutes to get on strike and find the boundary. And Nisa, coming on, needing a big spell, now has 2 for 20.
They are going to take the drinks break here, so let's pause for a moment. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you're serious about safety on the road for you and your family, then you need a free tyre safety check from Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Build with Mimosa Homes, Melbourne's premier new home builder. Offering fixed price contracts and backed by a 50-year structural warranty, Mimosa Homes, designed for life, built to last. Visit one of their 50-plus display homes across Metro Melbourne and Geelong. mimosahomes.com.au.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Bolandon around the wickets. Oh, bowled him! Got straight through Duckett. Oh, Scotty Boland strikes, and it's a ripper. Boland strides in. Crawley drives for 4. The on drive. Pecking order. Third pink ball test match. Nisa bowls here to Pope, and Pope drives back to him. Caught ball! Caught ball, Michael Nisa. First ball back in the attack. Crawley driving, caught by Nisa. 2 caught bowls in the spell. Could you believe it? The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. England now 3 for 97. Duckett 15, Pope 26, Crawley 44. And this is halfway through the night session. So 3 is up. Australia's ahead of budget, I reckon, given the time that's been played.
Yeah, I've really liked this bowling partnership from Nisa and Doggett. There's been a lot of dot balls. Crawley starved of the strike after getting off to an absolute flyer. You know, did he get himself out of a bit of a routine there? It was a little bit of a soft shot. You know, he didn't blunt the ball. He wasn't trying to hit it for a boundary. So bonus, Nisa unbelievable. He's got 2 wickets with caught and bowls. And Harry Brook, you know, a big call for him now. He come over with a big reputation. Started well in Perth in the first innings. They need the best of him here tonight, England.
Tom Morris has been scouring those records. The good oil, the Cobram Estates, Australian extra virgin olive oil.
So the most caught and bowled in innings, Sid Barnes, Anil Kumble, R. Ashwin, 3.
Should already have them. Nisa to Brook. Yeah! Oh, he's nicked it into the gloves of Carey. No, he hasn't.
Thought it was a good sound.
Yeah, it was. Was it pad or something, was it?
No, Carey is not insisting on the review here.
Nisa's saying pad.
Carey's up over the stumps, remember, so even to get that into the gloves is
good take.
It's also been some of the best umpiring I've seen in this innings so far, hasn't it? Pope's LBW early.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yeah,
well away from
Gee, that's a good take with the movement off the pad. Excellent ball from Nisa, wasn't it?
Yeah,
first up. Oh, that could have bowled him right through the gut.
Pressure on Harry Brook. Oh, he's turning down the leg side for a boundary to open up the finest of glances all the way to the rope. Azito brushless power tools do you. That brings up the 100 for England in the 22nd over.
I like that first ball from Nisa. He's almost charging him too hard now. He's pumped up. The adrenaline's there. and he just fell away at release, and it goes down the leg side.
Cool, you wouldn't expect in your wildest dreams as a bowler to get 2 chipped back at you from the top order, would you?
No.
The opener and number 3, thanks for coming. Have a bit of catching practice.
Lisa back at Brook, forward and defending. So a pressure-packed hour and a quarter here for Root and Brook.
I suppose that's the difference. You've played with greats of the game. I've been fortunate enough to play with the likes of Sir Alistair Cook and Kevin Peterson. The guys that average 45, 50, 40 plus, I suppose, just don't do that, do they? They don't just chip it back to the bowler.
I just think they're ruthless, those guys.
Yeah.
And when they're in, they cash in.
Last ball of a successful over. Brook leans on it out to mid-on. 3 for 101. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Did you know Steve Smith has an oat milk brand?
No.
Yeah, it's Aussie made with Aussie oats and no seed oils.
OMG, what's it called?
Well, that's it.
Huh?
OMG oat milk goodness. The everyday Aussie champions. Get yours in the fridge at Woolworths.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. 3 for 101. Root is 5. Brook is 4. Brendan Doggett is bowling from the Vulture Street end. None for 13 as he starts his 6th over. Bowls to Root on the back foot, edging past Gully and down to the boundary for 4. It landed away from Nisa and then went the rest of the journey. Boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. 3 for 105. And Healy rejoins us. UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Welcome in, Heels.
Thanks, Gerard. Nisa's like Ben Stokes. He's everywhere. He's now. Why is he in the slips cord in there? Is the camera green off?
Yes, I think we've got a sub down at fine leg.
Yeah.
So Green's just taking his rotation. Doggett bowls to Roots. Just a bit tied up, ball falls to the leg side. So we were just mid-chat before the wicket of Crawley with Stuart Broad about the demeanour of Brendan McCullum in the team meetings.
Yeah, so he's not someone who would gather the team outside of a match and get you in a hotel boardroom and explain what's going on. It's very authentic, it's very organic when he chooses to speak. There was a moment in his second test match in charge against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. It's been one of those games, 550 plays, 550. We managed to bowl and he turned out for sort of 250 odd on day 4.
Doggett to Roots, plays out through point, which was wide open. He sends Weatherald on a chase down to the rope. He'll slide in and keep it in the field of play, and restricted to 2. Root goes to 11.
And we get to the tea break, and I think 150 for 4, maybe. Bairstow and Stokes at the crease, and Ben Folkes was in next, and just said, look, Baz, if we lose another one, are we shutting up shop and taking the draw? And going for the draw. And Baz sort of looked at him and went, you know what, everyone in. So everyone came into the change room and he said, I just want to say, we need 120 odd or 30 odd in this session. We're going for these runs, even down to Jimmy Anderson.
Roots beaten. Seemed to keep a little low.
It was a full house at Trent Bridge, whatever that is, 18, 20,000. He said, these people haven't bought a ticket to watch us block balls for a final session. We go for it and we go for the win, and his mindset was, if we're always thinking of going for the win, we're going to win more than we lose. And Johnny Bairstow went out to bat and ducked the first ball from Matt Henry with a bouncer field set, and Ben Stokes went down to him and said, what are you doing? He said, well, I was having a look at one. He said, well, you've had a look at one now, hit it for 6. And Johnny Bairstow went on and got the most incredible 100 you've ever seen, just whacking this thing into the stands.
Doggett to Root, flicks down to mid or no run.
And for the coach to come in and say, forget the draw. You know, we're not interested to go for draw, but we need to change our mentality and shift our mentality. Bear in mind, we're coming off the back of 17 tests, 1 win. We need to shift our mentality to thinking and believing we can win games when we shouldn't. And we went on a little run. We chased 280 odd against New Zealand at Headingley in the next test to win, 370 odd against India in the next test, and it just became a real mentality in the group that you could win from any situation. That was the first season, the first summer trying to get the players to really free up.
Last ball of the over, route 4 defending, sent back by Brook. As Wetherell covers the ground at cover. 3 for 107. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
My Way Travel and Events proudly bring you premium packages for the 2025-26 NRMA Insurance Ashes Series. Head to myway.com.au to book your package to the Adelaide and Sydney Test.
My Way Travel and Events are an official reseller of 2025-26 NRMA Insurance Ashes Series packages.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
SEN Test cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance. England 3 for 107. Roots 11. Brook has the strike on 4. Nisa 6 overs, 2 for 24. 2 caught and bowls. Carey up over the stumps. Brook just keeps that down. Rising delivery, jammed it down near Carey.
There's a bit going on. This feels a really big partnership, Root, Brook. Actually, Tom, can you do me a favour? Can you just look up what Root and Brook's highest ever partnership is in Test match cricket? Because I feel like I just need to lift my spirits and have a bit of hope.
Well, Brook, to me, I always feel he's at his best when he's in under such pressure, and he just peels off 170 when you're in a lot of trouble. So
you're talking my language, Heels.
Nisa bowls to him. Brook drives, punches it away from cover. Chases on in the deep. It will be cut off as Wetherell gets around to his right. They take 2. 6 for Brook, 3 for 109.
What's that next? Got an answer for you, Broady, if you want it. I know you know what it is, but I'll say it anyway. 454. Joe Root and Harry Brook and Multan. The highest partnership ever for an England pair.
That's better than I was expecting, to be honest.
I did the job for you.
The good oil for Cobram Estates, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Brook on the drive. Where's that ended up? It squirts away to deep point. Lots of heads went back and gasps as it goes square. It's just a fraction difficult to see at night. Wetherell does the fielding in the deep. They take 1.
And those 2 balls are well controlled by Nisa, and I think if he maintains that control, he doesn't need the deep man back at point and giving 1. You might just get that half-spooned catch. And so he seems to have got onto his rhythm, and his control's coming good.
Stark has just started to warm up. Nisa to Root, who drives away to mid-off, no run. So Stark's been used sparingly. Quick burst before the dinner break. Sat out the first couple of overs from the Vulture Street ends. Bowled 3, back out of the attack. He's feeling a side. He was feeling a bit of cramp. So just a bit of protection for him, but he's going to be back soon by the looks of it. This is the 24th over of the innings.
42's getting loose too. So Cameron Green, can he become our Dougie Walters? Partnership breaker.
Roots on 11. He's defending watchfully under the eye.
Beautiful, mate. Beautiful there, Ness. Really good, Ness.
This is where Nessa gets wound up, I'd say. They just wind him up and let him go for long periods. Bowling stump to stump, a little bit of change and subtle changes of his angle here and there, but just so hard to get him off you.
So about to hit the 90-minute mark of the session. There have been 65 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. Root runs the ball on the bounce to Green in the gully. End of the over. 3 for 110. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Stay cool this summer with Chadson Toyota's service special.
Get air conditioning services for just $295 or add AC sanitised deodorizer and filter replacement for only $199.
Book today.
T's and C's apply. Visit chadsontoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/AU.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. 3 for 110. The Australian team for Australia made by Australia support Australians. Mitch Stark is going to come back to the attack now at the Vulture Street ends.
replace Brendan Doggett. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. And this is the phase, isn't it? Brooke and Roots with Australia's talisman. So we'll do a bit of banging on the popping crest, get things settled in the landing zone.
Going to zero in on the stumps from around the wicket.
That's what we tried to do yesterday, Gerard, with WBBL. Didn't quite work out.
Changes the idea of a minefield pitch, doesn't it?
Explain that one to me.
So in the innings break in the WBBL yesterday, a ball was hit out into the pitch and it was actually just rolling, and the roller tried to divert its way around the ball, but all it could do was roll over the ball, which created an indentation on the pitch and a divot, and the game was called off.
Oh, wow.
Just short of a length.
Wow. Never heard of that before.
Aim for the crater, not the crack.
We once played a game in Antigua that it got called off after sort of 10 overs because the outfield was exploding, and we had to wait 2 days to then go to the Rec, the old ground, which was then a football stadium. So to clear the change rooms out, and there was a halfway line going through the pitch on a length, but it was so flat either side of that. And Freddie Flintoff, poor lad, got a pair off the halfway line, just rolled along the ground. Everyone else got hundreds.
6 overs, none for 36. Mitch Starc begins his work. Harry Brooks on strike. He rides the bounce to a vacant leg side and takes a single. Give himself a look. He's 8.
Have you heard many stories or any stories about the Jamaican pitch that they had?
Cool, in the late 90s.
A cancelled test match. It went from a red ballroom floor. They tried to put grass on it. They relayed it, and grass just didn't work.
Weren't they rolling it, and it was like corrugated iron? It was so uneven. I have good mates with Mark Butcher, and I always take the mick out of him because he got a first baller on it, and it stayed on the records.
Oh, did it really?
Starc grabbed for his side immediately after he bowled that first ball. He's around the wicket here, Root in behind defending.
Yeah, they had to call it off, didn't they? I think Atherton went onto the field to Brian Lara's early game as captain, I think, and yeah, you wouldn't want to face Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh on that, would you? Going up off a length. On many, to be fair.
What was the spiciest pitch you remember bowling on?
Good question. Spiciest pitch. I loved the Bullring Wanderers Johannesburg. The bounce, the keeper was taking it sort of shoulder height. It was a lovely feeling as a bowler.
Starc to Roots. Plays the ball out to point, no run.
The day you got Australia out for 60, how many did you have? How many did you get, and how many did you have in the first half an hour?
I got 8 for 15, and I had 5 for 6.
I called the first half an hour as commentator.
Did you?
And I was leaving my chair like this. Oh, there's another one! Like last ball.
That pitch just did the perfect amount for me, a half bat width. Does that make sense? So I didn't really get any player misses. I didn't get any bowls or LBWs. It just stood up a little bit, moved half a bat, went to the slips.
2 slips and a gully in place for Root. Starc to him. Root forward, pushing wide of cover. Sends Inglis scurrying back. They'll get 2. Roots to 13 and 113 up for England.
Alistair Cook takes the mick at me that day, actually, because I wanted to bat. I thought it was a bat first pitch. And I went to mark my run-up out, and Warney walked over to me and went, "Cool, that's a bowl first, isn't it?" I thought, ooh, if Shane Warne's thinking it's a bowl first, I might have read this wrong. So I sort of wandered over to Cook and said, "Chef, might be a bowl first, you know." He's like, "Yeah, don't worry, I'm making that call. I'm overriding you, it's a bowl first." Unfortunately, we won the toss and had a bowl.
There's that lunch break gone for Australia. Imagine sitting in the dressing room.
Starc in bowls. Root off his pads. It's a neat little turn of the wrists down to fine leg. Quickly back for the second. Here comes a throw into Carey. Direct hit might have been interesting. Root beats it all home. He goes to 15. England 100 more. The deficit is 62.
He's getting his feet moving nicely, Gerard. Yeah, that lunchroom at Trent Bridge. What do you say? I don't know what you were by lunch, 15 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Right, boys, let's go. Bowlers, come on, we need good length. And the bowlers say, hey, any chance you're shutting up? You're all out for 60.
Yeah, Joe Root got 100.
Yeah, that's right. It was hard work for the bowlers.
Last ball of Stark's first over back into the attack. Bowls to Root, who shoulders arms. 5 from it. 3 for 115. The Glencore scoreboard advancing to everyday life. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Coverage is for Octet Smart Business Finance. 36,000 or thereabouts in here at the Gabba this evening. Third day in a row with a great crowd. Talking about Stuart Broad's most enjoyable days with the ball in Test cricket. Of course, the 8 for 15. So you had the quickest fifer in Test history until Jamaica this year when
is that right?
Stark went past it. You and Ernie Toshak.
I didn't know that.
Equal quickest five forever. It was like 19 balls or something.
You do know some random knowledge, don't you?
Part of the job. But Stark went past you, and then Boland took a hat-trick, and all the rest. He's back in the attack from the Stanley Street end. RSEA, change of bowling. Two slip Scully, bowl end in. So Brook on 8. Brook always beaten straight away by a ball, didn't get up. Bounce before reaching Carey as well. That's the kind of ball that can take the off stump with it.
There was a bit of an overrule at the start of this over too. Boland was coming out of the tunnel back onto the field. Doggett was already marking his run up out at the Stanley Street end of the ground, and Doggett got his hat back from the umpire, and Boland was bowling. I don't know whether Stark is going to come off from the Vulture Street end, and Doggett could go on there.
Two slips in a gully for Boland. In here, Brook leaves alone. So you've had a few of those days. You mentioned the Trent Bridge 8 for the day at Johannesburg, wasn't it, when you had a day out?
Yeah.
2015, 16?
16, I think, yeah.
Durham 2013, the Oval 2009, and there's other Ashes defining spells. What was it about you as a bowler, do you think, that when you got on a roll, that those rolls were like career defining moments, like in ways that it doesn't quite play out that way for others, perhaps?
There was definitely a feeling for me if I got a wicket in my first 2 overs, that something lifted in my run up, in my spirit, in my attacking mindset.
Boland up 2 in a gully, bowls here, plays into the offside. Root sends him back. You wouldn't want to take on Josh Inglis, that's for sure.
I think I was, when I think back, because I've got a bit of a tactical brain, I study batters, I like to know everything about them, so I would always believe my best chance of getting any batter out was pretty obvious in their first 10 balls. So I wanted to know all their weaknesses in those first 10 balls. So I think I was a good bowler at new batters, right? Because I didn't waste them. I judged all of my bowling spells on leave percentage, and the lower my leave percentage, the better I bowled.
Okay. In again, Boland close to the stumps. Brook works it off the hip. Got a couple there out in front of the square leg umpire. It'll take him up to 10. 3 for 117.
So world-class spells generally had a below 20% leave percentage in those spells. If I was bowling badly, I'd be sort of 27, 30. All those fifers, all those big spells that I had were down at sort of 10, 12%. Right. So every spell I bowled in Test match cricket in the last 10 years, I would come off and go, what was my leave percentage? And then it pretty much would judge whether I bowled well or badly. I hated getting left. I thought it was the easiest thing in the world for a batter to do.
Boland up, Stanley Street end, delivers, and Brook plays out to, well, that's deep backward point. One man to beat and does so. Did that well. Chopped down hard on the ball from high to low. Moves to 14. 3 for 121. Did you know when you were in the middle of one of these things, did you sort of sense it early on in the spell? I mean, of course, Trent Bridge might be a bit of an exception because it was complete carnage, but like take the Oval in 2009 as a younger player or up to Durham 4 years on from that. Could you detect when, like, gosh, it's happening, I'm here, it's going to be today?
It generally came in sort of game on the line stuff. Yeah. You know, I liked that pressure. I liked that added responsibility. I liked it when the captain go, need you to rise here.
To finish here, Boland. Oh, hits Brook on the pad. Shout for leg before umpire Sycat says no. Now, height will be a consideration for Steve Smith in terms of the review.
But look how small his pads are. He's, for a tall man, he wears tiny pads.
Smith's keen. Smith's going upstairs for Imar. Trusted Traders Insurance. Call 13 Imar.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
We'll get Brody to talk through the first replay when it comes. LB shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Yeah, it's got to be 3 reds because it was given not out. The umpiring's been very good
A gap between bat
so
and ball.
far.
Can we have RTS, please?
My gut feeling is outside the line and it's hit him above the knee roll on the back leg. So I think outside the line and high.
Clear gap
but I've
between
been wrong
bat and
before.
ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Feels like your instinct will be proven right looking at this replay.
I'm saying it would have clipped the bail, but it's outside the line.
Yeah, impact outside. Well called third umpire Stuart Broad. Completes the over as well. 3 for 121, and that is on the Glencore scoreboard of Asking Everyday Life.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Some say 5 days of cricket is a long time. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like cricket, you can't rush the good stuff. Popolo, made slow.
Sure is a hard worker, Scott Boland. For Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. I welcome Bharat Sundaresan back. Not far away from a leg before dismissal there. Experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Baz.
That's a terrible review. Just looked wrong from the moment it hit the pad.
Felt high, didn't it?
It did, yeah. But Steve Smith, when he's captain, if he's convinced, he's just looking around for someone to say, okay, do it.
Decision confirmation process rather than decision review process. He's gotten better since he's been acting captain. Tom, you might have some stats on that somewhere about reviews. Because he was captain the first time around. It felt like it was absolute potluck when Smith was making
and
the
the keepers just kept
chaos,
letting him go.
Like, what are you doing? Stark round the wicket here. Bowls and deflecting into the gully is Joe Root, who's 15, no concerns there. Straight to Cameron Green on the bounce.
It's been a different sort of Harry Brooks so far. He's just looked more relaxed. He's manic in the first innings. And it almost feels like a mood player, doesn't he? It's like what side of the bed he's woken up on. Almost I saw him this morning. Very rarely do you see during the game someone having a net with the actual test cap on. And something about that told me that he's like really switched on today.
Batting in the cap. Old school. Root on 15 from 34. Uppy Stark round the wicket, delivers here, plays back to backward point. It's deep enough to consider a single. However, it wouldn't be without risk because sprinting in is Jake Weatherald. No run.
But they were good. They committed without overcommitting, didn't they? The both of them were ready for it. They're sharp. This is a really important partnership for both teams, England and Australia.
Can Joe Root drag them to not quite safe harbour by the close, but near enough parity to give them something to think about overnight? Partnership of 24 from 30. 47 minutes left in the day's play. Stark delivers and inside edge. Oh, it's gone through. Roots caught behind according to the Australian team, but not according to umpire Holdstock. We're upstairs again. You can hear through the effects, Mike. There was the noise, and they are hooting and hollering. They think they've got Joe Root for the first time in a test match. Upstairs again for Imar.
We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can have the front on piece.
Trusted Traders Insurance, call 13 Imar. Nitten Menon upstairs. Now, was it bat on ground or bat on ball?
Joe Root is saying bump ball.
Yeah, bump ball.
But I don't think the Aussies, they wouldn't misinterpret that.
Steve Smith was smacking his
very
hands.
close to the bat.
First replay.
RTS, sorry.
Past the outside edge.
It's not a bump ball.
It's not a bump ball, that's for sure.
It's a big deflection.
Deflection. We're going to see it confirmed here on Sticko. Root's going to be given out on review. He knows it. He's seen it on the big screen. What a moment this will be in the test match. Joe Root caught behind for 15. It's Mitchell Stark again. What a series he's having. England is still 56 behind. They're 4 for 121.
That could well be the test match. Joe Root. Not sure why he thought it would be bump ball. It's that angled bat again that has got him into trouble. Full delivery this time. Very wide. Chased it. And Steve Smith knew. Alex Carey knew. And Joe Root has to go. England lose a huge wicket late on day 3.
Mitchell Starc wasn't totally convinced either. He sort of said, "Is there 2 noises there? What was it?" It was a nick and the bottom of the bat slamming through the turf.
One of those where he jammed down late.
Yeah.
It was that movement from Starc, just a gentle bit of movement away from round the wicket. It was a ball that he perfected early in his career. It was so dangerous late in games. Well, he's picked up Root here, good enough to get rid of the best player in the world, and Ben Stokes replaces him, the England captain, who Starc has got an amazing record against. Seeing it back again on the replay screen, and yet just tailed away enough. Subtle movement from Starc. In the book, in this second innings, all the numbers on the pay.com.au scorecard, pay.com.au at Nern Points.
11 times it is, Colo. Starc dismissing Stokes. They've got 3 men in the cordon, 3 men in the covers, 3 men in front of him on the leg side as well.
And there's 45 minutes of play left.
Plus,
Starc can remove Stokes. This could unravel very quickly.
I mean, if they pick up Stokes here, if they can get Stokes or Brook early, this could speed up. That's what we know about England. This could speed up the wrong way for them. So Stokes taking a moment to compose himself after taking guard. A bit of gardening. Stark's got him a couple of times in the series at Perth, 11 times in Test cricket. Stokes' first ball from Starc here. It's hit him on the leading edge and span out to Josh Inglis, not far away from crashing into his pad or indeed the stumps. On the money right away at 140 kilometres an hour.
His head was falling over.
Yeah. Could you put Josh Inglis in there?
Yeah.
Just really short cover.
Yeah.
Not really short, like short leg, but just on the edge of the wicket square.
What a lovely ball first up, that shape. Tom Morris with us as well. Marshall batteries, holler for a Marshall battery.
All eyes on Mitchell Starc. 17 wickets at 13 this series. The next best is 9.
What a series. Up to the crease, penultimate ball, bowls to Stokes, leaving. You can see Marnus is excited at first slip, as is his prerogative.
And at a time when he's not 100%, you can see it in his follow through as he walks back to the top of the mark as well. For him to come in and get rid of the big fish, the centurion from the first innings, the one batter who you thought on this pitch can hold Australia at bay. What a champion.
No doubting that he's the player of the day after his 77 and this wicket of Root for RWC. Ray White's commercial property specialist Starc. Being clapped in, Vulture Street end. Previous ball was 145 kilometres an hour. Revving it up, bowls to Stokes. Thrusts it down towards square leg. Gets off the mark and keeps the strike. But some over that, the one that got rid of Joe Root for 15. It's 4 for 122, England. Trailing by 55 on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life. Brook 14, Stokes 1.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Marshall provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Marshall Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit marshallaustralia.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Octet, small business, smart business finance, my apologies. And Tom's got some more on Mitchell Starc for Marshall batteries. Holler for a Marshall battery up to what,
418 test wickets.
Where's that put him all time?
Well, he's just one ahead of Harbhajan Singh now, and his next one is Sean Pollock at 421. So he's in the top. So if Akram was 20, I think he's 18th all time.
He is motoring.
Yeah, and then Sir Richard Hadley after that. So
wow,
you get Herith this Ashes as well, and then Kapil Dev.
Boland round the wicket, delivers here to Stokes, the captain, in behind it. Confidently and competently, bat and pad glued together, no run.
And then there's a big gap between what Dale Steyn and Courtney Walsh, isn't there?
Yeah, so Dale Steyn's 439 and Courtney Walsh is 519. And if he keeps bowling like this, he could leapfrog all of those this series.
Quite remarkable, Gills, to think he's got those names covered. And
5.19.
No.
The ones before it.
That would be something.
What was Dale? 4.31.
Dale Steyn's 4.39. Said it the other day when he was on a tear in the first innings. He's a decent chance to go above 40 in an Ashes series. Only 2 have done it when it was a 5-test series. One of those, of course, worn in 2005. Says a lot about just how dominant Stark has been. 7 in the test, plus 77 the top score. Bowling round the wicket. Into Stokes, wider on the crease. Stokes in behind it. Bat and pad together.
It almost feels like Ben Stokes at times goes a bit too into his shell, doesn't he? He did that the other day and then ran himself out. I'm not saying he needs to play expansive shots, but he's one of those who doesn't even rotate the strike a lot.
I was just watching that shot, and in the first innings he was getting ready for the night session, wasn't he? And got out, and then now it's an awkward time to come in for sure.
Bowling up to Stokes. He's back defensively to cover.
Like it feels gloomy out there, doesn't it? Like there's a real shine to the pink ball you've got, and look at the 4 shadows around him. When you're on the crease, you've got all these shadows around you, and you've just got to. It takes a bit of time to get used to, I bet.
4 wickets in the session for Australia. Duckett, Pope, Crawley, Root. Running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong.
Yeah, they just needed someone to come and get those other wickets, right? That's where Michael Neser stood up in that spell.
Yes.
Halfway through here, Boland. 2 slips to gully, bowling to the new man, Stokes. Again goes back to defend. Right in behind it. No risk taken so far from him.
I think Zach Crawley was the big one. He was free-flowing, pretty much like in the first innings. And he was the one hurting the scoreboard. But it feels like runs have stalled as well. This innings going nowhere at the moment.
Quickly back to Tommy. Mitchell Starc now has Joe Root 11 times in Test cricket, the equal most of any bowler, alongside Pat Cummins and Jasper Bumrah, thanks to Crick Buzz. It's a good one. Marshall Battery's mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall Battery. Boland up, delivers here. Stokes plays late. Wants to leave, has to play. Deflects to backward point, no run. It's not a bad trio, is it? Cummins, Bumrah, Starc. Followed by Hazelwood. Yeah.
What was that stat? 21 times, I think Cummins and Hazelwood had dismissed Joe Root. And he hasn't had to face them yet in the series.
Well, he's the kingpin. And often is the case that the best batters get out to the best bowlers a lot. So much emphasis on Root whenever he walks to the middle.
It was a big nick to the keeper. That is huge to get Joe Root.
Boland,
he was sure.
Last ball of his 7th over delivers to Stokes, who does as he's done throughout the over, defending. This time to backward point. Maiden from Boland, he's got 1 for 27. It's 4 for 122 with England trailing by 55. Brook 14, Stokes 1. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Wow, loving in excess between overs to our right. Never tear us apart. Over the loudspeaker. Coverage for Octet Smart Business Finance. We're only getting music after dark, aren't we, Baz? It's not happening in the afternoon session. Stark again, bowls here. Broad playing and missing, trying to drive on the up. That would have been a feral way to have gotten out. Would have been exactly the same as Perth, and about 5 doors down in the press box, they would have been ready to roll, but not to be.
You watch Harry Brook have a net. He spends the first 20 minutes just doing that, where he just holds his position there, no usage of his feet, and he just drives ball just with his hands. That's how he starts the session.
It's the definition of a get-out shot, isn't it, Hills?
20 minutes. It should be like 4 balls.
Yeah, no. But that's how he starts, and then he gets into other stuff.
Just the foot and the ball are just not... They're not within 2 feet of each other. No. I know he's got this extraordinary ball striking ability, but he's so high risk to start. Bowls again here, and Brook leaves alone. It's more sustainable in the short term. A similar part of the pitch. 55 behind.
Yeah, just going to never tear us apart. All I wanted to say is always sounds better at the Adelaide Oval.
Yes, I'm not normally into the music at the footy, but I'll pay that.
Yeah.
That's a good tradition. And when Harry Brook goes back to the stumps, Colo, have a look at this. Tall man, the top of his pads aren't higher than the stumps.
Yeah.
Umpires got to be very aware of that.
Who was was it Nasser Hussain used to wear?
Yes.
Used to wear the junior pads, so it would help deceive umpires.
Yep.
Saw Nasser out the back. Enjoying his trip here. Stark bowls here and leaving alone is Brook well wide of the off stump. Tommy?
He's the last captain to win the toss and bowl here at the Gabba, so it's been 23 years since then.
And the time that Joe Root won the toss here 4 years ago, he should have bowled, but I think the weight of history with what Nasser did and what he was known for, he elected to bat and they bowled out inside 2 sessions.
Not to forget they left out Stuart Broad.
Yeah. And Jimmy.
And never forget the side of the two. Heels, you and I were here. Remember, just the two of them just stood there. They couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
They just stood there shaking their head at each other.
On a green seamer living at Broad and Henderson. Yeah, they might have just overthought that tour a little bit. So Stark operating over the wicket. 2 slips in the gully to Harry Brook on 14 bowls here, and he plays it under his eyes out towards Whitish long off, where there is a man back. Gets 1, 4 for 123, a very modern fielding position.
I think it's a smart position as well. They're getting him to, with that fielder, it feels like they want him to hit more through the covers, which he does anyway, away from his body, just throws his hands at it. Yeah, it's very modern. Mitchell Stark, the form he's in, to have a deepish mid-off or almost a long off for a fresh batter would sound ludicrous otherwise, but it makes sense here.
So he gets 2 cracks at Stokes potentially. 2 left in the over. Will stay over the wicket to him. Passing umpire, hold stock and delivering. And Stokes is forward and defending. He's played him well so far with the exception of that first ball that went around a corner.
Just on umpires, it's a pretty terrible decision from Adrian Holstock not to hear that edge.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand with the bat being near the turf as well. But through the headphones it sounded...
A big deflection as well.
Yeah.
I'm generally on the side of the umpires, Adam, but that was pretty bad.
Who have we got coming out for the next couple of tests?
So we have Chris Gaffney and the umpire from Pakistan, Ehsan Raza.
Ehsan Raza, of course, yeah. I'm sure Ranjang Banagale will be here the whole time as match ref.
He's not actually.
Stark bowls here and going back to Stokes defensively. There's 1 from the over. So trailing by 54 England. They're 4 for 123. The captain's 1, Brooks 15. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
We have got 33 minutes to go in the Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Ranjay Madagale, we mentioned before, this is his 231st test match as the referee. He's everywhere. He's bowling. He's everywhere too. He delivers here to Harry Brook, who defends to mid-on.
Well, it's okay. There's in 4 careers. He retired 5 times. Every time I saw him, maybe as a player, but definitely as a commentator. Ranjan, it was in his last series maybe. And that was it. And he's hung on well.
It'll be Jeff Crow, cousin of the other
another
Crow.
one?
Yeah, yes.
He's given it away 4 times.
Who's been talking about cricket more than ever before Russell Crowe of late.
Yeah,
you guys
he's been busy, Russell Crowe. Here is Boland delivering to Brooks shout. Big shout and given.
Oh, no, but he's gone with
Caught behind, so there was 2 noises, and Brooks immediately sent it upstairs. So Boland did the celeb appeal. He looked around to see what umpire Sycat thought. Brooke didn't seem concerned at all. Finger went up, and he reviewed as the finger went up. So the third umpire, Nitin Menon,
front on piece,
is in the game once more.
Made a good noise again.
Yeah.
So Boland didn't even, I mean, as I say, barely turned around. Imar, the third umpire, is for Imar, always on our
Looks
coverage.
like a gap between bat and ball, and bat is hitting the pad.
Yeah, it's bat hitting pad. And,
again, Gavin.
Yes.
That's not very good.
That's not a great, well, it's not great all round, is it really? Boland celebra appealing virtually. Umpire Sycat going for it, and he's missed it by about 6 inches.
Yeah.
Maybe not that far, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes knew about it. He went like that.
Yeah.
Very early when they got together, held his hands
You need
about
to
6
change your
inches
decision.
apart.
You're on speed now, you can see
I suppose all's well that ends well.
Yeah.
See, we used to have to walk.
Yes.
We used to have to walk. We're out there.
You would have averaged in the 40s without it, Heels.
I probably was walking over the rope now, about to get suspended.
Brook facing Boland again. Pete the edge. There's the outside edge. Only had to wait one more ball. Boland's convinced. A thick outside edge. He's not moving. And umpire Sycat's given it not out.
Oh, wow.
Now. That was a loud noise.
That
Steve Smith,
edgy.
no hesitation. That sounded like bat on ball. And Boland, once again, was in no doubt. The ball after the overturned decision. We're going back to Nitin Menu, who's a busy man for Imar.
And look at Harry Brooks' body language. He doesn't look as convincing. He's taken his gloves off.
Well, Brook walks last week when he saw a replay and realising that he'd hit it. I wonder what will happen here. Okay, first replay here, Gills.
Would have been that.
Now, it's going to be very close. It feels like on the first replay.
Yes.
There's a deviation, and Snicko will confirm it.
Can you go to the catch?
Boland's got Brook. 5 in the session for Australia. They're on the rampage now. There's blood in the water. They could be 2-0 up tonight. It's 5 for 123.
You need to
strange innings from Harry Brooks.
Now you can signal out.
It was strange in the first innings when he went after everything, played every shot in the book. He's just not got going here. He poked at that one. Scott Boland always in the channel. And England are staring at a 0-2 deficit already.
That's great bowling. Really, really good bowling. The Australians are just unshakable here. They're not letting any partnership settle. There's 2 batsmen out there, but they're both doing it tough all the time. It's quality stuff.
And in walks Jamie Smith on a pair, who got an absolute beauty from Boland a couple of nights ago around this time of the day. And Boland's going to have a crack with, it'll be 3 balls left in his set. Brook departs for 15. They will be so desperately disappointed in their top order this evening, England. They started 177 behind. They've only chalked off 123 of those, and a couple more wickets here before the scheduled cut-off in 28 minutes. They will have that extra 8 overs available to them, the officials. I don't think anyone's wishing for a 3-day test match, certainly not here, but England are capitulating. 54 behind.
And once again, after they've got a bit of a start from the top 3, top 4. They were 1 for 92 at one point. Just can't get out of jail. Just can't get out of poking at these deliveries outside off stump.
So Scott Boland into Jamie Smith. First ball to him. He's on a pair. Bowls here. Smith hit on the pad. Shout for leg before. Umpire Sycat says no. Will they review again?
Smith's gone.
There was a rush of blood a few overs ago on one of these. It looked high from our vantage point, I've got to say. Daz, your thoughts?
No. Alex Carey's not convinced. He's trying to talk Smith off. They're not going for it.
They're not going for it.
No, they're not going for it.
They would have put Boland on a hat-trick again for about the umpteenth time in his career.
And I think that step that he took, Jamie Smith, that one step is going down.
Gosh, it's a delivery so similar to the one from 2 days ago. It's come back a mile off the seam, maybe from a similar part of the pitch, although that was at the other end, wasn't it? So Boland is swarming. 3 balls in a row. We'll see the replay here for what it's worth. It was missing leg. Good not to review. Boland being held at the top of his mark. The drama lifts another notch here at the Gabba. England fans on the screen here, they know what's happening. They've seen this one before.
Oh, no.
Only the 30th over of their second innings.
Yeah, this is a very familiar Christmas movie, the Grinch one.
I had a message from a friend in England saying they love listening to you from over there getting stuck into England, guys, so please continue.
Boland, 2 left in the over. Already picked up Brook. Third slip in, delivers here, leaving. Good lead from Jamie Smith, because that was also coming back off the seam. He left it on length.
It's good pace too. Boland's got it up to 136.3. He's got some bit more back into his action right now. They've packed the slips. There's 4 of them in there now. There has only been 3.
It had to be a collective effort, didn't it? We spoke about it. Stark looked a bit down, so...
Boland. Last chance is over to Jamie Smith. Yet to score, dances and defends. That's one way to try and get yourself off the pair. He's on naught. What an over from Scott Boland. What a cricketer. Down the other end is the captain, Stokes on 1. Changing commentary, Gerard Whateley will take you through to the close of play. England trailing by 54 at 5 for 123 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Echo for quality chainsaws, mowers and trimmers professionals rely on. Designed to renowned Japanese build standards for cutting performance and durability, and backed by Echo's industry-leading 5-year domestic and 2-year commercial warranty. Echo. Power on and on. Available at Bunnings.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
Umpire Sycat might need a dram after that over. Stark is in and bowling to Stokes, who leaves outside the off stump. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. 5 for 123, trailing by 54 runs. Damien, Fleming, welcome in.
Gerard, here's listeners. It is all happening, isn't it? Wow. That last over. Referrals, Nick's behind. LBW shouts. Brilliant over from Scotty Boland.
So 3 consecutive balls given out. No, it was not out. Given not out. Yeah, it was out.
Yeah.
LBW shout was on a hair trigger. Stokes leaves a rising delivery outside the off stump. Amazing. I actually spoke to Bharat just when I got off half an hour ago, and he said, I think 6 down. You know, well, and suddenly they're 5, and 6 would actually be a good result
for them.
Because it could spiral rapidly. Yeah.
Just now Mitch Stark is building some real momentum in his run up.
Yes,
he wants to close this out. Another catcher in. I like that. Stokes has been very stout and blocking.
Yeah, that's all he's got.
Encourage the cover drive.
Yeah, you leave him in the field.
Yeah.
Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. 5 for 123. Stark to Stokes, waves out of the short ball.
Haven't seen a flinch from Stark for a while. To his rib, to his side. It's the back side. It's his bowling arm side that he goes for. Rib cage or something around there, but he hasn't done that for several overs since it started to feel good. So
yeah, maybe it's warmed up a little bit.
Panadol's kicked in.
Not a little grunter, a little side strain.
Yep, you certainly give both your sides a touch up, don't you? The front side shortens powerfully.
Yeah.
The back side lengthens.
It's down below us at the Vulture Street end. 3 slips and a gully in place. Australia's zeroing in with their talisman. Stokes on strike, leaves with a big stride. The pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au and earn points. Tommy?
This series, England has lost 35 wickets in 170 overs, which is a wicket every 29 balls.
Ooh. I thought that an average strike rate years ago was probably about 55 balls, 60 balls.
So they're double that. 29.
Yeah, 29.
It's a disappointing top order performance here. Crawley, 44, the leading run scorer for Beaumont Tiles. Hard to beat on style. 15 for Duckett, 26 for Pope, 15 for Root, 15 for Brook. 1 for Stokes, who's jamming down and defending from the stumps.
I'm not sure whether it's the footmarks creating this, but I've noticed of recent deliveries, Stark is very close to the umpire and sneaking in front of him and very close to bowling stump to stump here, which is a good thing. And Flem, you've been a proponent of a slower ball. right, and T20 type bowling.
Yes.
I think a slower ball might work now.
We don't see a lot. We don't see many, do we?
No, he's gone 15 balls of defence.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can drag something out of him. Maybe get a top edge.
Last ball of Stark's 10th over. He bowls to Stokes, edging past, all short of green in the gully. He dived away to his left, he hauled it in, but it was on the bump. 5 for 123 into the over the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com.
Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Leading wicket takers for programmed commercial painting maintenance for 6. Scott Boland 2 for 27. Starts the new over. Jammed it in to Jamie Smith. Inside edge onto the body. Fell safely away. Nisa also has 2 and Stark 1.
He's got it going left and right, Scotty Boland. He's really found the seam, and it's nipping away when he wants it to and jagging back into the thigh pad or pad of Jamie Smith.
He's not comfortable at all.
Not comfortable at all. He's sort of walking at him and hoping he gets some bat on a couple.
And you know what it is? It's second innings Scotty, isn't it?
Is that a thing?
That's the thing, Tom, isn't it? Scotty Boland in the second innings.
Averages 11 in second innings. Yep. 40 in first innings.
Travis Head's going in under the helmet as a result of that previous ball.
Not a bad idea.
Could have easily slewed the leg side. And Smith, who's a heavy hitter of a keeper, the circumstances don't really suit him. There's 20 minutes to see off here. 2 slips, a gully, short leg in place. Boland bouncing in. Smith drives past the bowler. Only got a boot on it on the way through. Inglis scurries back after, but to no avail as it touches the rope for 4. Smith gets off his pair. 5 for 127 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Years ago, we saw Darren Lehman race Mark Richardson at the Adelaide Oval.
Yes.
I'd like to see a Josh Inglis, Jake Weatherall run off. How fast are they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Boland on the follow-up. Smith beaten. That hook off. What a ripper. It moved appreciably as well. Carey leaping away to his left to take.
And Carey's face said that too, didn't he? Wow.
Just thinking of the bean counters here. So England are 5 down. Tomorrow's Sunday. Big crowd. What do you have to get 15 overs to avoid refunds?
I think it is.
Yeah. So the next wicket or 2 tonight will make a big difference.
This one's the big one, isn't it?
It is.
They start in the daylight tomorrow.
Boland to Smith, full face to the bat this time to the offside. That ball, the previous jag back between bat and pad, it did a lot.
Long way.
Actually, quite reminiscent to the ball that knocked him over in the first innings. It was just a fraction shorter.
Just bowls such a full length, doesn't he, Scott Boland?
He's actually got 2 sixers in the third innings of the games. One against England at the MCG, which we know, and one against India and Sydney this year.
Deficit is 50. For a little while, it looked like England might achieve parity by tonight, but instead they've lost half their order and they're a long way adrift. Smith is forward to defend.
The English tour group I was with this morning at brunch were a bit down on Jamie Smith and his batting. He's hit a brick wall, I reckon. You know, he was averaging over 50 in his first, 10 innings maybe. But hasn't been the same for a little while. They're feeling.
Oh, okay.
So he will be feeling that too. You know, he'll know that this doesn't feel like it used to.
And you know, he's keeping's average, so they want his runs.
Boland to him, Smith. All got tangled up, didn't it? There, he was able to keep it out one way or another. 5 for 127. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
The pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au it and earn points. 177 was the deficit. England 5 for 127, still 50 adrift. And stranded at night, Stark bowls. Stokes flicks from his pads and away to the deep square for a single. Stokes goes to 2, the total to 128.
Actually, what do we think about these substitute fielders?
What do you think, Hills?
Well, I've just seen Nathan Lyon run on and off the field 4 times in the last 2 overs. I'm thinking he'd love to be out there in the field, wouldn't he?
Yeah, that your substitute fielders still should be from your squad, not the youngsters coming there, T. Yeah, I actually, do you know what? I thought that earlier in the test match.
Oh, there you go.
Myself.
Yeah.
It's a good point you make, I reckon.
We've had Mac Wright, he's obviously a gun fielder, and Dan Drew. But we've just seen Rhinos running on and off, having a joke with the boys.
Stark over the wicket, bowls. Smith shoulders arms.
Paddy Cummins, like a little run round, he's around.
He's not in the squad. Webster's gone to play the ace. But Lyon is the notional 12th man.
Yeah, that's all it is these days.
But sometimes, years ago, you'd fly out for a shield game as the 12th man. So that was when they used to bring in locals, but that's not the case here.
They've pushed the deep mid-wicket back. Inglis just marks his place on the turf.
I think if you've, like an Andy Bickle, if you've been made 12th man for more than 2 games in a row, you can go and play your game somewhere. But other than that, you stay with the squad.
Stark to Smith. Oh, he's edged it through to Carey. Yes! Another falls. Smith goes for 4. Stark with his second. England marooned at night in Brisbane. They're 6 down. Smith thinks about it and he is going to refer. That is the most half-hearted tee that you would ever see.
That is so un-English.
Third umpire to director.
What do you mean? They're not walking anymore.
Behind, original decision out. I have checked the fit. It's a fair delivery.
It's a bit of a negative thing. They don't do negative things, do they?
Oh, no.
So all eyes to the replay screen. IMAR Insurance, the DRS. She's been pretty active in this session of play.
Yes.
Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have RTS, please?
Playing right away from his body. Big deflection. Snicko.
There's a clear spike when the ball is next to the bat. Thank you. I'll go back to Aiden on field. Aiden, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal out.
Wow, hasn't this turned around? Great bowling from the Australians.
After a dusty start, they didn't bowl well at all, did they?
But I thought
before the break, but they came back.
Neeser and Doggett actually got into a bowling partnership, and the older bowlers have gone on the back of that. So, Neeser and Doggett were excellent, building up the pressure, a lot of dot balls, and Boland and Stark have just taken it to the next degree. They've taken 4 wickets between them. And Jacks comes out. Obviously a batting all-rounder, but I don't know if he's had a lot of practice coming in day-night cricket against a new Kookaburra ball against one of the great Australian bowlers in Mitchell Stark.
Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first, 6 for 128. Trailing by 49, but it's not that anymore. As the question is, with 12 minutes to go, would one more wicket give the umpires liberty to take the extra time with a result possible, or will they tip it all over into tomorrow?
Night cricket loses wickets.
Yeah,
you could build a case to take that half an hour.
You have to take another one, Australia, really, to put that in play.
Yeah.
But if we did play another half, if we played 42 minutes from here, they would be all out.
But that's not really the provision. That's we've got to be closer than this.
Stark's airspeed and control is unbelievable.
Mitch Stark to Jacks. His full face of the bat in defence. Sees it away to the offside. The challenges are big here. Head in hands, England fans captured on the screen. Much to the delight of the Australian fans in their dress-ups.
It's a very good ball to get first up. 145 kilometres an hour, Mitchell Stark. 70-odd with the bat. What an amazing start to this Ashes point.
He's storming in once more, Stark. He bowls full, driven away by Jacks. Punched it through cover. Got a big piece of it. And despite the best efforts of Weatherald, it gets to the rope for 4. Jacks off the mark with a boundary. 6 for 132. At least a temporary reprieve.
Was there to hit, but at least he got himself in a good position to provide that full face. It was beautifully timed.
Remarks his guard. Has a good look around. 3 slips in the gully. 2 deep. 3 deep on the leg side. They've pushed back on the straight hit. And a deep cover point. Stark's last ball of the over. He bowls Jacks. Fence. Carey screamer. No, umpires saying not out. It's down the leg side. The Australians are high-fiving. Steve Smith. Ever the gambler. Off we go.
Carey just thought it was regulation.
That just took right off. So it's taken a big deflection.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we have the front on, please?
Jacks leans on his bat. Stark doubles over. All eyes to the screen.
The ball is close to the bat. Can we have RTS, please, Gavin?
It's definitely thigh pad. There's a taken bat on the way through. That's the only way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, keep it going, please. Go back 1 frame. Go back. Yes.
Nothing there on first clips.
Nothing on RTS. Keep it going. Okay, it's off the thigh. Thank you. I'll go back to Adrian on field.
LBW.
Adrian, you can stay with your decision.
Going down.
You're on spin now. You can signal not out.
Not out. 6 for 132. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Some say 5 days of cricket is a long time. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like cricket, you can't rush the good stuff. Popolo, made slow.
My Way Travel and Events proudly bring you premium packages for the 2025-26 NRMA Insurance Ashes Series. Head to myway.com.au to book your package to the Adelaide and Sydney Test.
My Way Travel and Events are an official reseller of 2025-26 NRMA Insurance Ashes Series packages.
Things have spiralled for England. 6 for 132. Boland with a couple. He's in. Stokes on strike. Defends back to the bowler. Simon Katich comes in to join Damien Fleming for the last 8 minutes of play.
Good evening, Gerard, Flam, all our listeners.
It's happened fast, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. This is what happens when you play an aggressive style of cricket consistently over a period of time, and then you get presented with challenging conditions here under lights with movement off the seam and that crack starting to play a part, and they haven't been able to defend.
Boland around the wicket. Stokes forward and playing it back to him.
There's been a superb effort from the Australian bowlers. Been consistent, challenged the stumps, bowled a much fuller length, and scoreboard pressure. Big lead, and they've executed the plan today perfectly. Mitchell Stark, Scott Boland, Alex Carey all deserve a lot of credit for extending the innings deep into the day, and then the bowlers, and Michael Nisa, what a job he's done.
Boland to into Stokes. Blocking. Here's the last wall here, isn't he? Lyon runs a helmet out for Carey, who's going to come up over the stumps.
There's some glum English supporters, isn't there? You can't blame them.
Quiet. It's gone very quiet.
Yeah. And it's the manner with which they're getting dismantled. This is not even Australia's strongest 11.
Well, if you said to us all, hey, the bowling attack in Brisbane will not have Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon, they're at risk of getting beaten by innings. Stokes forward to defend. It's all open on the offside. They'll hurry through for the first and have time to get back for a second. With the field set deep. 4 for Stokes, 6 for 134 in this, the 34th over.
I think the thing that will probably disappoint the England fans the most is that when things haven't gone their way, they haven't found a way to counter it or fight back. And we saw that yesterday. The body language dropped. As soon as Travis Head got dropped, their body language was, I can't use the word on air, but it was shocking. And it took them too long to pick themselves up to get back into it.
Stokes readies himself. Boland is with him. He leaves and Carey takes it cleanly over the stumps, whips off the bails, lights everything up.
And I think Australia have been sharper in all facets of the game, and fielding's a big part of that. And yes, it's not easy to field under lights, but Australia have still found a way to be able to get the job done, and they've obviously got more experience in these conditions, but that's probably been the big difference in this test so far.
And this session, the Australian bowlers have built pressure and bowled in partnerships.
Well, Michael Neese's pitch map before that spell after the break was superb. Full length, trying to attack the stumps just in the corridor, and he got the rewards.
Boland comes back over the wicket. Last ball. Stokes is forward and defending to the offside. 6 for 134. The pay.com.au stat sheet, pay.com.au at Danone points.
Hard hats, high vis, workman's. If it's built, fixed or strung up with fairy lights, we're on it. And every job's safer with the right gear. Built for Christmas? Safe with RSEA.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered Sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I Didi.
Yes, I Didi.
2 wickets for Stark, Neser and Boland. The leading wicket takers for programmed commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6. And Mitch Stark top scored for Australia as well. He made 77. Leading run score off of Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. This notionally will be the last over of the evening. But who's to say? Will Jacks faces up to Mitch Stark. The cordon is loaded. Jacks leaves outside the off stump.
Stark's having that good a series, he could get 4 for.
Just a little hat-trick. Well, one would be enough to tempt the umpires.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. There's a few tears in the stand being captured in the English fans, and the Australians are showing no mercy. They are stormtroopers. I suppose that's to be expected.
How do you know if they're crying, the stormtroopers?
They're baying.
What a day this man's had, though, Mitchell Stark. And every wicket, he's on his knees.
Stark in, bowls to Jacks, reaching and playing it out to point.
And he gets up, he's sore, he's tired, and he's just willing himself into this contest.
$18 for the series. Highest score in 9 years in Test cricket.
Significant knock that, wasn't it? 77. And Bowler, they just consolidated, didn't they? They took time out of the game, and then bang, we can score runs quickly.
Significant for knocking you off your perch too. Number 9.
I don't want to talk about it yet. Too soon.
Stark to Jacks, defends to the offside.
My only counter argument was that I was not out. So who's not to say I wouldn't have got 143?
Take down Dizzy's 200, mate. Selling yourself short.
202.
Your track wasn't as flat though, was it? It was in Chittagong, wasn't it?
I'd take the English attack I faced that day. Yeah. Over the Bangladesh, even though at home.
Yeah.
3 in the deep on the leg sides. Jax wants to have a lash late in the day. 2 slips in a gully now. Stark bowls. Jax nibbles it out to point and sends Stokes back. 2 to go. Australia have clocked day-night cricket. We have watched it repeatedly. Playtime, new ball
Bang.
at dusk. They timed it magnificently today, largely because of the batting of Mitch Stark. And this is the trap. They set the trap and they take 6 wickets in the conditions. And England's part is they weren't good enough to take the wickets. They'd taken 2 in the first hour. They had 2 more to take. And it took them the next 2.5 hours to do so. Stark tireless to the last. Bowls, Jax defends. 1 to go.
And they have got off to a really good start as well. Obviously got to the break, none for 45, and you thought, well, there's a chance that these two bat well for another period of time. England could get to stumps maybe 2 or 3 down and come back tomorrow with plans to potentially try and swing the test around and put some pressure on Australia, but Australia just suffocated them in the session, and England have been found wanting because they're all about offence, and Test cricket sometimes is about a combination of defence and offence and picking the right times to attack, but you have to earn the right after you've defended for a decent period of time in your innings, and they haven't been able to do that.
Maybe a little bit the way that Mitchell Stark played.
Yep. Head in under the helmet for the last ball of the day. Stark will deliver it to Jax. Pitches up outside the off stump and it's let fly through. What a day from Mitch Stark. Australia set the platform for a 2-0 lead in the series. England 6 for 134 at stumps, trailing by 43 runs. Stark with the bat, 77 with the ball, 2 for 48. The prized scalp of Joe Root.
Yeah, fantastic day for Australia. Thoroughly deserved. They did the yards early with the bat. Set this bowling innings up by being able to delay England. They were trying to get those last couple of wickets, but they just defended for too long, England. They needed to attack, bring the field up and try and entice Australia to play some big shots. They didn't. They sat and played cat and mouse, and in the end, Ben Stokes will be probably regretting that because now their batters have been put under pressure under lights and they've come up short again.
Yeah, more urgency with the ball, more strategy, better execution, because what ended up happening batting in these conditions is exactly what they didn't want to happen. And I really think that was a poor show, wasn't it, with the ball? You know, Scott Boland batted for 2.5 hours, and we love Bolo, but you know, you're hoping at international level that one of the bowlers will be able to knock him over. But great day again for Australia. Mitchell Stark having an amazing series, absolutely brilliant. Backed up, and after that flyer though in this session, I thought all 4 Australian quicks bowled well, and potentially Brendan Doggett, that's been his best 6 overs for Australia, even though he didn't get a wicket.
I think we'll hear from Scott Boland here with Isha Gua. Bolo so good with the bat. Couple of wickets with the ball.
In the session, how much fun was that for you?
Great fun, yeah. We thought the ball was going to come alive a bit in the night session, and we just wanted to put as many balls in the right area as we could, and I think we bowled pretty well then.
Need a little bit of patience though, because England got out of the blocks quickly.
Yeah, but they always play their shots, so I feel like on this kind of wicket where it's a little bit up and down, if we put as many balls in the right areas, they're going to give us some chances, and Ness held on to a couple of great catches to get us going.
What were the right areas for you?
Probably, I won't tell you.
Well, we could see, especially with that Duckett wicket. What about the batting? A 75-run partnership with Mitch Stark there. Not just the runs, but how important was it to bat the time?
Yeah, that was our main objective from the start of the day, was to, one, get some overs into the England bowlers for the second innings, but also to try and stretch out our bowling into the night session. And Starkey batted awesome, and it was nice fun out there with him.
75-run partnership or the 2 wickets? What did you prefer?
I'll take both.
And how was Mitch Starc out there? It looked like he was struggling a little bit at the start of his spell, but he warmed up nicely.
Yeah, I know every fast bowler's in a little bit of pain, but he seems to push through better than most.
Well done once again. All the best tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Scott Boland there with Isha Gua. This is our post-game wrap for Sonos this summer. Feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X4.
The post-match show for Isuzu. Everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X. And Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com.
Alex Carey is going to join us shortly, but Simon Katich and Damien Fleming, cast your judgments on the events of day 3 as Australia took control and closes in on a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, England would have started the day optimistically that they could knock over the runs, be batting in day conditions, probably face the new ball before the first break and bat at their own speed, that they would have a decent lead by tonight, and it didn't work out that way. There was a lack of intensity. There was no bowling partnerships, and Mitchell Starc, who has always been a very, very handy bowling all-rounder. That was a brilliant 77 today, but Scott Boland just showed how tenacious he could be. He's limited with his strokes, but he just hung in there, and the longer that partnership went, you could just see the England bowlers and fielders they wilted under that pressure. And England got off to a bit of a fly in those first 6 overs, but I really loved Australia's bowling in that last session. I thought they all did their jobs. Knees are so good with 2 caught bowls, but I thought his pressure with Doggett at the other end, who didn't get a wicket, sort of got Australia back in. And with the bowling change, Starc and Boland just continued that pressure that proved way too much for an English team that, bats one way. That, they want it easy. They want the runs to keep flowing, and against that tack, it didn't happen, and they wilted and lost 6 wickets.
And once again, faced 35 overs. They're 6 down already. That's a concern. And I guess the big wicket is Joe Root, because you know that he's going to put a price on his wicket. We saw that in the first innings, being undefeated and batting throughout the innings, coming in under pressure as well, came in early. And, that's the worrying concerns for England as this series continues to go on, is that their inability to bat for any length of time and maximise the best part of the conditions. They're ruining now. This isn't a surprise to happen in the second innings because of the scoreboard pressure Australia built up, because they left runs out there in the first innings. We've talked about how good this batting track has been over the first couple of days. We've got to get more than 334 when you win the toss and bat first. They didn't do that. Left probably at least 120 extra runs out there. Well, that has an impact when you bat second time round, because you're under so much more pressure when you're 177 runs behind. And yeah, their inability to defend for periods of time and see through a spell of bowling, that's the concern for them if they want to be successful in Test cricket, because you're not always going to get it on your own terms. They might get it on their own terms in England on slower, flatter wickets, but not here in Australia where there's pace and bounce against a new ball.
Now that we've seen it, their bowling doesn't look very good and their batting looks overmatched. And that's not even Australia's best attack. So when Cummins comes back and Lyon plays, she's a pretty grisly sight once, and this will be tomorrow's postscript. It's pretty grisly at 2-0 for them.
I think the batting's been more disappointing with this pitch because it's 3 millimetres. They should have made so many more runs in the first innings. They gifted Australia. The attack, they come over with, Atkinson was averaging close to 20 runs a wicket. He looks like another English fast medium that struggles in these conditions, like a Chris Wokes, who's a superstar, genuine all-rounder in English conditions, 100% trier, but averaged, I think, over 50, 55 a wicket in Australia. And Cass, love his attitude, love his efforts, but he can't complete 6 balls in the same area there. And Jofra Archer, he's a bit like Bazball batting, that, he is a bit of a front runner. and dangerous when they are in top. And Stokes just bowled his heart out, which we expect. But I think ideally he's sort of the fifth bowling option in a good English team. So I think the batting's been the worst from an English perspective. But I just can't see any of those bowlers dominating in this series.
And that's clearly a concern for them because of the selection in this game, bringing Jacks in for Mark Wood. It's not a straight swap. So they've paid the price with the ball. They've had less attacking options with the ball. And he was reluctant to bowl Jacks until late in the piece today. But then the other part of it is Jacks is not the type of player that he might dig in tomorrow, and hopefully does from England's perspective, but he's not that sort of player that they need to have maybe another style of Joe Root type player in that lineup to be able to extend an innings and make Australia have to earn the right to take 10 wickets. At the moment, Australia just have to bowl patiently and England come to them, and then before you know it, there's a couple of caught and bowls, there's a couple of bowls and LBs, and then next thing you know, they're all out.
Yep, there's a couple of ordinary dismissals in there to illustrate that point, and there have been in every innings that we've seen so far. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan are about to be joined by Alex Carey, thanks to Milwaukee. The keeper has been just outstanding in this test match. He's taken on the challenge of standing over the stumps and gloved the ball beautifully, created and crafted his own chances. He's taken that memorable catch in the first innings. So he's about to join Colo and Bharat downstairs now. Colo.
Thank you, Gerard. Yes, Alex Carey here with us. Thanks for joining us. I mean, pretty much the perfect pink ball day for Australia.
Yeah, I think so. Again, I thought the ability for Starkey and Scotty Boland to absorb a lot of time, but also score runs was fantastic. And we spoke at the start of the day, which was try to continue to score and put that scoreboard pressure on, but let's try to get it in our favour and bowl when it's more bowler friendly, I guess. So for those two guys to spend so much time out in the middle together, sort of set us up there. We didn't start the best with the ball in that middle period, but to come out after, the tea break, whichever one it is, and to get on a bit of a roll was fantastic. So the boys at the top of the day set it up.
That must have built remarkable confidence in the dressing room, watching Scott Boland and Mitchell Starc put on the longest partnership of the series so far.
Not really. We thought it might have been a little bit too flat, but I thought, as I just mentioned, I thought they were able to absorb enough balls, but also score when the time was right. It was great. I think, that was probably around the time we wanted to get out there and bowl. An interesting scorecard, I guess. Everyone got double figures without that big score, but that's what you want. It is a team game, and the pink ball sometimes, you're feeling like you're in, and then you might just get one to do something funny. But I thought it was a fantastic effort all round. We do still have a lot of work to do. Two quality players at the crease again tomorrow morning. We'll hopefully freshen up tonight and come out and try to take those 4 wickets as quickly as possible.
And the lights come on at the break. This place is pumping. All your fast bowlers playing a role. A couple of caught and bowls. Must have been great out there.
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere. It always is in Australia. And we saw that over in Perth. The first couple of days was just amazing. And again, here at Brisbane, I love playing here. I think the crowd feels close. People dress up. They have a great time. When you take a couple of wickets, you started to get a bit more noise out there, and I thought that was fantastic.
Just going back to last evening, Alex, when you walked out to bat, everything seemed manic. So how crucial was that stand between you and Ness to sort of allow what Starkey and Scott Boland did today?
Yeah, I guess, a 50-run partnership there when, it's a difficult time to bat is great for the team. And I thought, again, Ness walked out to bat in difficult situation, and once he got going, looked to score. And I think that's been a real strength of this team, is to try to absorb a little bit, also, put a little bit back on the bowlers. So, great partnership, I thought. Would have been nice to take it a little bit longer today, but, it doesn't matter who gets them and how they get them. We sort of got to where we wanted to, and that was fantastic.
And you spoke about the bowlers, Alex, but you're missing out on 1,100 test wickets. No Pat, no Josh, no Nathan. So for everyone around Mitch Starc to step up the way they did today, especially in that last session, it is quite something.
Yeah, I guess as a group we don't really look at it like that. I think it's a great opportunity for guys who have earned that opportunity. Ness is a quality first-class bowler and has been for a number of years. We know what he's capable of. Scotty Boland, we all know what he's capable of. And I thought Doggett's 2 overs after the break we went into the break, going at 7s or 8s. And I thought for him to come out there and that just wrestled back the momentum. I know it was only 2 overs and he didn't take a wicket, but from behind the wicket, we really felt like, right, there's our length. We got a little bit of control back. We got some dot balls in there, and we wrestled back a bit of momentum. So for me, those 2 overs probably go unnoticed, but I thought they were pretty important for us tonight.
There have been rave reviews on your wicket keeping through the series, but especially on night one here. You must be so chuffed that you're at the peak of your powers as a gloveman as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure the bowlers like me up to the stumps too much, but it's it's doing a little bit, but I thought it was a good opportunity to get up there. And it's been, a lot of fun, and the bowlers are creating those opportunities, which is the main thing. So I thought probably the fielding unit in that first innings was outstanding, and Inglis's run out really got that momentum going our way late in the day too.
Do you sense that across the 4 years you've been a test player, that progressively you've become a more imposing force behind the stumps, to the point where now you're able to come up to the seamers and do a role like that again?
Probably don't see it like that. I continually to try to get better at wicket keeping and batting, and we have opportunities at times, and probably with Hazelwood and Cummins, you probably don't have the chance to get up to the stumps as much. But Ness and Scotty Boland are open to it as well. So it's been fun. There's still a lot of work to do. We'll see if I'm up there tomorrow at all. But I thought tonight there was enough sideways movement for Scotty, and I didn't have to get up there as much.
As a wicket-keeper, Kaz, in Test cricket, you're obviously always preparing for that edge. When you're up against a team like England, who don't leave with a lot of balls, or just throwing the bat a lot at balls outside off them, do you have to adjust to that at all?
Probably just continue to expect the ball. Yeah, I think, one day cricket and T20 cricket, at times you probably feel like you go through a run of overs and you don't even look like getting the ball. And I think that's the one thing, is expect it every time it comes. Prepare for it as well in the nets, and get time up to the stumps. And we don't see the spinner out there this game, but similar, thoughts and processes from keeping up to the stumps to me. So it's been good fun. Again, hopefully it's a good night for our bowlers. They can have a good sleep and hit the ground running tomorrow. So bit of work to do. Don't like to get too far ahead of myself, but it's so far it's been a pretty good effort.
Well, congratulations on your excellent test match so far, and good luck tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers.
Up to you upstairs, Gerard.
Alex Carey there with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan for Milwaukee. Milwaukee is for everyone in the trade, and it's not just for today or tomorrow. Let me take you through the fall of wickets for Omni Grip surfaces. So England 334, Australia 511. At dinner it was none for 45, and then in the session it was 6 for 89 from 29 overs. Duckett bowled Boland for 15, 1 for 48. Pope caught and bowled Nisa for 26, 2 for 90. Crawley caught and bowled Nisa for 44, 3 for 97. Root caught Carey bowled Stark for 15, 4 for 121. Brooke caught Carey bowled Boland for 15, 5 for 123. And Smith caught Carey bowled Stark for 4, 6 for 128. Made tough like the Aussie cricket team. Omni Grip surfaces, not slippery paint, built to last. omnigripdirect.com.au. Ben Stokes is 4, Will Jacks is 4. They are the not-out batters overnight. We need a player and a play of the day. This is our post-game show for Sonos. Feel the sound of every play, and for Isuzu, love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. So the play of the day for Drink Wise, you won't miss a moment if you drink Wise.
What am I doing?
The single play of the day.
It'd have to be, there was a lot of plays of the day.
the Boland cover drive.
But when, a bit of me time, when Stark went past my record score, it was like a passing of the baton. But I'm not going to lie to you, part of me died.
So 77 for Mitch Stark?
Just the moment he went past 71. Not the overall innings.
Choose to drink Wise. Our player of the day contender for player of the match, thanks to Ray White commercial.
Oh, it has to be that man Stark, doesn't it? Root for the third time and then going past Flem's unbelievable record.
I was not out.
RWC Ray White's commercial property specialist, all mirth aside, is Stark. Like, this is shaping as his legacy series.
Yeah, it is. It is.
What he's doing with ball and then throwing a little bit of bat.
And he's digging deep, though, to watch him in that last session with every wicket, with every DRS. When he had a moment, he was, on his haunches, really trying to suck it all in. And then once the result went their way or didn't, he walked back to his mark. He was constantly in the 140 kilometres an hour again. So what a warrior, still at the peak of his game. And where would we be without him in this series? We've talked about, the downfalls of England's batting and bowling. But, if Stark was injured in this series, Australia would be in a lot of trouble.
He did get wonderful support from the rest of them today, and I agree with what Alex Carey said. Those 2 overs that Doggett bowled set the tone after the break. We talk about setting the tone all the time, and we've given a critique of someone like Jofra Archer yesterday. But what Doggett did today allowed them to see the line and the length to attack that slowed these 2 down, and then we got momentum and went with it.
Yeah, the Neser and Doggett bowling partnership really helped.
Stark 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 48. Neser 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 27. Doggett 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. Boland 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. Who has been our hard worker? The Working Hard Award for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Brendan Doggett's close, but I'm going Scott Boland with bat and ball. So he batted for 2.5 hours, got his highest test score ever. We know he's not the most talented, but he just gives 100%. And he is second innings Scotty with the ball, isn't he? Miserly, got wickets, moved the ball both ways. So, Bolo's the man for me.
Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Kareem is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. Does Australia win this test by an innings? It's 43 runs, the deficit right now.
Oh, I reckon that man Stokes will have something to say about it tomorrow. I reckon he looks like he's resolute and wants to dig in, and if he can drag Will Jacks with him for a little bit, then they should be able to get past and make Australia bat again.
Yeah, I think Australia will bat again. We've seen during the day, how much it changes. But the good thing for Australia with the quicks, they can just let themselves go. They won't be bowling too long spells.
6 for 134 at Stubbs. Jackson, Stokes are the not-out batters. 35 overs in and trailing by 43 runs. So we'll be together tomorrow, and we'll see how long she goes on a Sunday. I imagine the Sunday crowd was going to be pretty good and come and see Australia go 2-0 up and all that happens in the aftermath of the test. This has been the post-game show for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. Kat, Flem, see you in the morning.
Thanks, Gerard.
Thanks, Gerard.
We sign off with the Tasman Butchers' sizzling moments from today's play. Stokes bowls to Carey, who punches the ball through points and brings up his half-century. The busy keeper on which much relies today. You'll feel that's only half the work. Last ball of the over. It's back edging and out. Straight into the gloves of Smith. Stokes has the early breakthrough. Neese is on his way for 16. Stark lifts it up over cover and goes bang, bang.
If they can finish it, it's crucial here. Bowls
out and put behind.
Well bowled by Gus Atkinson. In the channel to Carey, straight into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Archer to Stark, who's standing up, cutting the ball out to third for a boundary. Boy, timed the ears off that.
Stark facing, passing, getting it up and over the top of cover. Work to do for Archer to cut it off. He won't get there. It's rolling down the hill for 4. It's cast around the wicket, change of angle. Stark tucks it. Pass mid on, deflected down to the rope. It'll be 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. Bowling here is Stokes. And through the cordon with control goes Boland. That will be another boundary. Stokes rolls wide on the crease and Stark drives it through the covers. One of the shots of the day. Bisecting 2 fielders to perfection.
Stark swings hard out through deep mid-wicket and brings up his half-century. Mitch Stark has been masterful with the bat here. Into the Boland. Under edge. That's the way to get into the boundary. The French cut. Stark drives lustily. Wide of mid off before.
Stark try and clear him again. Cast bowls. Stark goes back. Plays it up over the top. Running back to the flight. 2 men crash into each other and somehow Stokes has held on. Stark is gone.
Unrushed. Yeah, Doggett back. Edges course. And so it ends.
Jacks gets his first. Brook took the catch. And Australia have timed this to absolute perfection. Australia with the princely score of 511. I like that. Bowls again here. Crawley tucks him through the onside. Two straight and put away. Out to the square leg rope. It'll reach it comfortably. Stark up. Last ball of this second over for him. Stokes bowls to Carey, who punches the ball through points and brings up his half century. The busy keeper on which much relies today. You'll feel that's only half the work. Last ball of the over. It's back edging it out. Straight into the gloves of Smith. Stokes has the early breakthrough. Neese is on his way for 16. Stark lifts it up over cover and goes bang bang. If they can finish it, it's crucial here, Bowles. And put behind. Well bowled by Gus Atkinson. In the channel to Carey. Straight into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Archer to Stark, who's standing up, cutting the ball out. It's the third for a boundary. Boy, timed the ears off that. Stark facing, passing, getting it up and over the top of cover. Work to do for Archer to cut it off. He won't get there. It's rolling down the hill before. I like that. Bowls again here. Crawley tucks him through the onside. Two straight and put away. Out to the square leg rope. It'll reach it comfortably. Stark up. Last ball of this second over for him. To Crawley, he clips away. Well played again. Second time in the over, he's fed on the pads. Stark away from us. Bowls to Crawley. Full face of the bat. Beautiful straight drive. 4 runs. This is exactly the start that England needed. Passes umpire hold stock now. Bowls and Crawley driving again, this time through the covers. Beautiful shot. A couple of them in the over. Full face of the blade. That's Crawley at his very best. Bowled him around the wickets. Oh, bowled him! Got straight through Duckett. Oh, Scotty Boland strikes, and it's a ripper. Boland strides in. Crawley drives for 4. The on drive. Picking order. Third pick ball test match, Nisa. Bowles here to Pope, and Pope drives back to him. Caught bowled! Caught bowled, Michael Nisa. First ball back in the attack. Crawley driving. Caught by Nisa. 2 caught molds in the spell. Could you believe it? Stark delivers and inside edge. Oh, it's gone through. Roots caught behind according to the Australian team, but not according to umpire Holdstock. We're upstairs again.
Not a bump ball.
It's not a bump ball, that's for sure.
Oh, it's a big deflection. Yeah,
deflection. We're going to see it confirmed here on Sticko. Root's going to be given out on review. He knows it. He's seen it on the big screen. What a moment this will be in the test match. Brook facing Boland again. Pete gets Privet. There's the outside edge. Only had to wait one more ball. Boland's convinced. A thick outside edge. He's not moving. And umpire Sykat's given it not out. Wow. Now. That was a loud noise.
That's
Steve Smith, no hesitation. It's going to be very close. It feels like on the first replay. Yes. There's a deviation, and Sticko will confirm it. Stark to Smith. Oh, he's edged it through to Carey. Yes! Another falls. Smith goes for 4. Stark with his second. England marooned at night in Brisbane. They're 6 down.
Sizzling moments. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality fresh cuts for your family.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce.